to the Hawks Nest live stream show, coming at you today on a great nice Sunday. Thank you for tuning on in. I do appreciate it. You guys could be doing anything on your Sunday relaxing, but you are listening to me, or you're listening to me after this is in replay. Either way, I do appreciate it. Thank you for tuning on in. Wow, we got some stuff to talk about today, do we not? We're going to dive a little bit into the bushes here. Of course, to lead the show here, kind of the main sort of theme for today's show is going to be looking at some mock drafts. Of course, went over to the pro football-focused mock draft simulator last night and lost myself about 5 hours going through all of the incarnations and incantations of possibilities. Of course, I do believe that John Schneider is going to have to wizard the hell out of this draft. He's going to have to go next level. I mean, go find that secret wand that's buried in some cave under a clam behind a mermaid. I don't know what he's going to do, but he's going to have to do something because we know with the assemblage of only 3 draft picks, he's going to want to add much, much more. So I tried to do that in my mock draft. I sort of tried to get into the body of John Schneider, inhibit him, and animate him, possess him, guide him into the direction of where I want to put him. And we'll see if I'm very close to the mark or if he attempts to do some similar strategy. We, of course, also are going to need to definitely talk about, and I'm going into this a little bit here right off the cuff, in regards to San Francisco 49ers making a monumental trade this week. The NFC West has no chill. It has no chill. I started out a year ago telling you guys this is an arms race here in the NFC West. We're a tough division. We're the toughest division in football multiple years running. And from that time of saying that, everything from every move every team seems to be making within this division is with an eye to win now, today, not tomorrow. Tomorrow doesn't exist in the minds of most of the teams in this division. There is only today. And this is such a rarity when you look out across the NFL and you see so many divisions that are laden with teams that are trusting the process, just trying to take their time and let things sort of marinate, boil, and then get to the point when they're finally ready to then go win. Whereas every team in our division is absolutely trying to go full hog tilt. Let's go to the nines. Let's do this. And this Niner trade is no different than this. They saw the rest of the NFC West and what they're doing. It comes right on the heels of the Seahawks getting Dunlap back in. And they go, we need to go stronger than this. Certainly probably Deshaun Watson, and the hope for him has started to maybe fade away a little bit with every increasing accuser added to his situation over there, which continues to turn darker and darker and darker. And so not seeing any other quarterback opportunities, they look like they're going to trade up. They move 3 first-round picks, a 3rd-round pick to get up there to the number 3 overall spot. Where I want to talk about specifically on this, and the part that has me doing the Jack Nicholson meme where he's smiling and nodding crazily, is that we're getting reports from folks that are telling us that they are actually going to be targeting, you would think, after the trade, well, okay, they'll go with Justin Fields. That makes sense. He's in sort of a balanced offense that works within structure. That would probably appeal to Shanahan. But no, we're hearing reports that they're actually looking at Mac Jones, that they're targeting Mac Jones. And while this isn't a certainty at this point, we know that they were also trying to trade up to number 4 and number 5, which to me would be indicators that they were less concerned necessarily with what was going on with number 3, i.e. a team jumped up to number 3 to go get Fields. They probably would have at that time, when they were making those trade offers, felt fairly reasonably confident that there was no team that was going to trade up into number 3 in front of them to grab Mac Jones. They couldn't get a trade done with the Falcons. They couldn't get a trade done with the Bengals. So they went, to hell with it. We'll just go up into number 3 where there's a feasible trade possibility here to go and grab. But I am going to laugh if the 49ers are going to take Mac Jones. This is one of those quintessential situations where a very smart coach who understands things very well can get a little bit lost, even the smartest of the smartest. I will absolutely be sitting here giggling probably for a full 5 to 6 hours of the live stream, unable to even answer a single question. I know there's people who like Mac Jones. Maybe Mac Jones, you could talk me into making him a first-round pick. The thought process that Mac Jones is going to be a top 3 pick in this draft, the thought process that oh my God. The thought process, the 49ers gave up 3 first-round picks and a 3rd-round pick to go get Mac Jones, whose top side basically falls out to Kirk Cousins, continues to make me laugh. And again, I can see him totally doing this. His father, Mike Shanahan, of course, had one of the ultimate freak shows at quarterback in John Elway. It's how they won a couple of titles. But it almost seemed to me like there was a little bit of lessons you could take throughout the time period where Kyle Shanahan is at his father's footsteps learning, where you go from Elway to now a Jake Plummer, who does pretty good for you. Then you bring Jay Cutler in, who's just kind of a bit of a problem for a variety of reasons. Then they go a little bit back to the cheaper Brian Griese type quarterbacks, right? There you see this thing being instilled almost in place of, well, we'll get by with doing it just cheap. And then Shanahan goes on to the Washington football team, seems to have maybe learned his lesson that we need to go back and get the top-end quarterback. And again, I say Mike Shanahan because his son's with him the whole way along the way there, and we'll get over to the chat in just a sec. Bear with me, folks, please. If for folks that are new, I do my opening thoughts here as I start this out. So they go to the Washington football team. What do? They throw a king's ransom up at the Rams to move up in the draft in order to go get Robert Griffin. Well, how does that move work out? Initially, it looks okay. It's doing fine, but then it just falls on its face by year 2. All that draft capital gone. Kirk Cousins, who they grab in the same draft, in the very same draft as the Robert Griffin draft, comes in and plays pretty good. Plays at about the same or even a better level than what they were getting out of Robert Griffin. The seed starts to germinate. You see what I'm saying, folks? It starts to come up out of that seedling and starts to open up and rise. Because you go, Shanahan goes, oh, well, maybe we just need a guy that can play within structure. Maybe we just need a guy that can be on time and go through the reads, and he doesn't have to have he doesn't have the big arm or hit everything. Though, of course, Kirk Cousins has one of the better deep ball throws. He's one of the better deep ball throwers in the league. But we don't need the mobility thing that we were looking at with Robert Griffin. We don't need that. We can just, if we scheme it up right and we put the play together correctly, that quarterback can flourish if he's got the prerequisite tools that we look for, and those prerequisite tools aren't necessarily of the physical variety, maybe more mental and ability to process. And so Cousins stays there for a few years. Of course, they don't just, they held on to Cousins on a franchise tag 2 different times before the cost just got too much by year 3 and Washington moved on. But then what did Shanahan do right when he walked in the door with the 49ers? He makes a trade, a second-round pick trade for Jimmy Garoppolo to be his starting quarterback, not with any real competition, just you're coming in here to start. Again, another guy with, I think there's some questionable physical abilities with this guy, especially throwing outside the numbers, throwing to the sidelines deep. That's just not his bag. And I think Shanahan at that time thought, I'll make it work within this. Now, Garoppolo's been too injured to be able to make it work. When he has been in there, if you look at his overall record as a quarterback when he started games, he's actually been very, very good in that respect. Certainly that he benefits from a great defense and whatnot. But the point of this is, has the head coach tricked himself into the thought process of a game manager type, a Kirk Cousins type, a Matt Hasselbeck type is enough to get this team into the Super Bowl? If I can just get the right type of game manager, it's not a matter of the lesson I should have learned through this process is a game manager is not enough. It's a matter of, can I just get the right type of game manager to execute my offense exactly as I need it executed? And I think he's tricking himself into that here a little bit. So I love the thought process of the Niners are doing that. I'm a lot more freaked out if they go for Fields. That scares me a little bit more in that respect. But hey, if they go for Mac Jones at that point, in my opinion, the Niners are looking at the bottom of the division now and a little bit into the future. And there's no guarantees that those Niner picks that they just divvied out at that point aren't going to end up in back top 5 pick Statusville. None at all, in my opinion. This is a team that has fluctuated year in and year out between picking high, picking low, picking high, picking low. So that trade could really come back and burn them if they're going to go in that direction. We'll see if that's what they choose to do. But either way, let's pop over into the chat. I know you guys are going to want to talk a little bit about Jaron Reed. He just got signed by the Kansas City Chiefs. Al Woods coming back into the fold. I've got some thoughts on that as well, but I'm sure one of you guys will ask on that. So we'll just hop in the chat, see how you guys are doing today. I like to watch NFL. How you doing, my guy? You're always the first on watch. I think you got the notification head start, I think, sometimes. Gino, do we play the Steelers for the 17th game? That is how I understand it, though, and I do believe it will be in Pittsburgh. But I think the Steelers are going to be a lot more of a beatable team. They've taken hits this offseason to their secondary. Bud Dupree, very important player for them, is now going to be moving on. Offensively, I believe they had the retirement of their center there. They're getting a little older on the line. They're going to lose Villanueva probably. Maybe he resigns, but they'll probably lose him. Roethlisberger is getting really old really fast, so it's not a game that I look at with trepidation, but it does appear to be on the schedule. The Seahawks Network says, please, no Rondale Moore. He is going to be one of the hardest players now to really ascertain what you're going to do with him, Seahawks Network. I mean, he really is, because of the size aspect of it. 5'7" is 5'7", and the history of the NFL, 5'7" receivers, even when 6'4" gargantuan giants roam the lands as they do now, when this wasn't the case in the late 70s and early 80s, you still didn't see a lot of 5'7" cats running around out there. He's got the physical makeup that's incredible, but I would probably be shocked if he ended up in Seattle at this point. I think he'll go somewhere else, somewhere more gadgety, like a Chicago type team. Michael Parker, what does a successful draft look like for the Seahawks? I'll pop over to that on the next thing here. I've got my little screenshot there that I took on my thumbnail, and I'll pop that up here to show you guys what I did in my mock draft, or what I've tried to kind of do. I've done a few of them, but this has been the overall tenor I've gone at. So I'll bounce over that in just a sec, Michael. Just want to get to the initial chat stuff, but we'll pop into that, and I'll show you guys what I did. A lot of trading back initially, a lot of going back with strategy, but I think you guys are going to like my draft overall. I think the key with it, Michael, is they're going to have to move off that second round pick into the third. You're not going to get a whole lot. And then you're going to have to do probably some mini trades throughout, where teams are kind of trying to come up to target, so you can just collect a few extra picks. The overall philosophy from John Schneider's angle probably should be, and I would imagine is, in this particular draft, that it's harder to scout players this year than any other time in potentially NFL history. If you have to go back to the time where they used to make guys smoke cigarettes and deprive them of water to see how tough they could be on the football field as a way of scouting them. We've come long leaps since then, but now we have no combine. Now you've got these pro days where they're like slicking the tracks. These guys are like, oh, he ran a 3.9740. Wow. The numbers are getting a little bit cooked on these hand times. And so you're going to have a harder time through the numbers game looking at it. You're going to have a harder time through the film game looking at it, which means that the guys that will fall deep into this draft, there will be a bevy of them that fall in deep into this draft that you can then select, who, if they would have had last year's a full season to play, if they hadn't have opted out, they would have been a guy that would have vaulted themselves maybe in the first round, second round, third round range, but you can find them in 5, 6, 7. So get multiples of those picks. That's the general philosophy. I don't want a midget playing for wide receiver for us either, Seahawks Network. I like bigger guys with Russell Wilson too at this point. I'm of the opinion he probably works best, even though they haven't done it this way. I think he'll work really well with the bigger receivers if they got a couple of those. Bash him. It's so much speed in this draft. It is bash him, but part of the problem here too is that it's the hand times of the 40s versus the electronic times of the combine. So you're seeing we're going to be those numbers that get cooked and jumped up when they do these pro days. Ohio State, for instance, has a historically incredibly fast track on pro days for whatever reason. And so it's always gone a little bit, but you always had the combine numbers to balance it back off of with the electronic scores, to give you the true indicators of where the player's time was. Not just that, but you could get the indicator of the player in his first 10 yards, 20 yards, 30 yards. A lot of people go, well, 40-yard dash is irrelevant. It's not totally irrelevant, not when you factor in, for instance, the first 10 yards for given players that work in those kind of positions where the first 10 yards is important. So it's a little harder this year, but I would take these speed times with a little bit of a grain of salt. Randall McDaniel with the $10 donation, coming in hard with the $10 donation around the top, sir. I appreciate you, my guy. Thank you. I salute you. Appreciate it, brother. Sorry I haven't had a chance to hit you back up on Facebook. Just been rolling, getting prepared to do another move here. So I am deep into it. Maxwell Stern says, John is a wizard. I don't think it's a stretch to say we've gotten the best bang for our buck of all the NFL teams. I think we've done pretty good. With it. Kansas City with signing Jaron Reed today, and some of the moves they've made have done pretty good with some of the stuff that they've done to get their bang out as well. They got the Joe Thuney first-year cap hit down to $4 million, I believe. You went out and got the best guard in the market in doing so. You got Kyle Long back in the tow there after a year out of football, who should probably give them a decent level of play. They would probably be competing with us on that, but we are certainly one of those teams. Carl Nerney says, Jaron Reed's going to Kansas City. Yep. Sounds like a 1-year, $7 million deal. Good on Kansas City to sign him, I guess. I think the one thing when I looked at this, as far as just wanting to double check that I was right on this, is when you're bringing back Al Woods into the fold, and I know he's 34 years old, but you look at Al Woods in his final year here before he moved on. I think he was up around about a 70-plus grade by Pro Football Focus in 2019. And he didn't have a lot of tread taken off tires last year. He was out basically all last year. But you look at Jaron Reed last year, and he was a 56. That was his rating by Pro Football Focus. This guy only managed 22 tackles all year long. I know he got the 9 sacks, and people get caught up on the sack numbers. I will time and time again tell you that sacks are not the best way, the best metric to utilize in order to ascertain a pass rusher's value. Pressures, pass rush, win rate, quarterback hits. I would argue these things are a little bit better as a methodology in order to determine that. But when you look at Jarran Reed, I'm just not as necessarily blown away as other people are in that respect. And I think that this deal may be okay for Kansas City. The one thing I'll say is that you're going to now slide Jarran Reed into essentially be your 1 tech next to Chris Jones, who's a 3 tech. And Jarran's not really been doing as much 1, and he does a little bit of it with us, but part of my argument with him is he's taken a step back in run stuffing, that he's not the run stuffer he was back at Alabama. That was his forte there. He was a 1 tech at Alabama. He's sort of slid into more of a 3 tech role here with us, which is not exactly how he's built, because he's more of a cleanup pass rusher. He's not your sudden 3 tech that beats a man quick off the ball. He's going to rely on outside pressure to push the quarterback up into the pocket and into his waiting arms. I like to watch NFL. Lockett is 1 inch taller. Yeah, that's part of my issue sometimes with Lockett. I think his height, it reduces his catch radius, and for instance, on contested catches, sometimes that can be impactful with him a little bit. As well as I think he's got to be a little bit of a body catcher sometimes, because the hands issue and having smaller hands factors into play as well. Seahawks78, sup Brandon? Love the thumbnail. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Figured our general manager is going to need to be a little bit of a wizard this draft year, so I thought I'd apropos. I like to watch NFL. Beard gone. Yep, got myself a job interview this week, so job interviews, you got to do the no beard thing, but it'll come back. I'll be bringing it back. Rondell Moore measured 5'7" as pro day. 10 minus 7 equals 3. Thomas E, how you doing? Jose, thanks for jumping on in. Good to see you, Jose. Thomas. Randall, just had a 60-foot tree fall in my yard like 2 minutes ago. 2022 firewood. Oh my gosh. Yeah, geez, dude. I'm glad to hear you're safe. Is there like a windstorm going through there, Randall, right now? I know it's about that time of year, I guess, up there in the middle of Washington. I like to watch NFL. Lockett value is lowering. Better to trade him now. Could be. Whenever they can get a trade offer, I don't know that there's going to be an offer there necessarily, because the receiver market has depressed a little bit as far as the value goes. Whoever does trade for him probably is going to want to sign him to a new deal. But you never know. I mean, one of these teams that has a young quarterback coming in, like the New York Jets or like the Jacksonville Jaguars, do they want to go out and make a kind of trade like that to kind of solidify a nice slot receiver who can be that sort of security-like blanket, the guy that's always open from the slot for these young receivers to kind of lean back on? Potentially. I don't know at this point. I don't have a really great read on it, to be honest with you. I would think that with the Lockett thing, it's been just utter quiet. Alex Nomadic to follow. Y2B. How you doing, Alex? Good to see you on in here. I don't think first time I've seen you. You might have been here before, but first time. John Robinson's stash is gone. No, I know. I feel naked right now. I feel butt cheeks naked. Yeah, we're gonna have to bring back the beard here. As soon as I get the job, the beard's come back on. John Vandermolen, how good is the talent in rounds late 3 back? Is it better than there was with no combine? It's absolutely a better talent based on the back end of the draft because of no combine and because of the weirdness of last season in general. If you watch these games last year, you watch a 2019 game. I mean, this is where we'd really draw out. I'd watch a prospect in 2019, and just you could see the players on the field, the fans in the stadium, and the ruckus nature and the energy in there. And then you go to 2019, and there's no fans there. And I know we saw a little bit of this in the NFL, but it felt really impactful in college football last year, where it seems like even more so that just the players do feed off that energy of the fans in the stadium. And just there was a little bit of I'm not going to say there wasn't intensity, the players weren't hitting, or it wasn't, but it just seemed like there was a little more of almost had like a practice feel in some games that I watched. So intensity level and where these players at, and you have so many of these players, John, that have opted out that didn't even play last year. And these are guys like I'm talking about who in their last year's tape was good. They were showing flashes. They were on the rise, but they needed another year of solidified tape to move them up into that second, first, third round area, because of the fact that those teams want to feel certain about those guys. Those teams don't want to draft in that spot and be like, well, he's got stuff that certainly is plus level as far as his skills. There's no real guarantees. We don't have as much film as we usually like to go off of, and the measurables aren't as exact as we normally like to have. And this is going to lead to me players falling down in that draft. Really talented guys falling down into the later rounds, all the way even into the 7th round. I mean, there'll be undrafted free agents for John DePluck here that will be available because teams just are too freaked out by not having enough tape, not enough measurable, and it throws them off. So I think it's going to be, this is where the imperative part of John trading back and assembling more picks is so important, because the difference between the guy that he gets, in that early 3rd round versus having two fifth round picks, can't say it right, 2 5th-round picks plus a whatever, you move in with a 4th or something, move thing 3rd and 2 5th round, however they would do it, whatever you can do to, and I'll show you what I did in my draft, but whatever you can do to just get as many in your hand this year. I'm usually a little against that. I hate that let's just get as many swings as we can at the ball. I like usually being a little more, let's get laser focused on the prospects we want that fit best with our team. I just don't think you have that ability to do that this year exactly. Not to the degree you could maybe do in prior years. Maxwell Stern says we're only paying Hyder like $2 million this year. John is just a wizard, embracing the voidable years that he's put on those deals. That's what's allowed it to happen. And I applaud John for doing it, because he is sacrificing future cap space to make these deals happen now. And that's a good thing for us. I like to watch NFL. Who do we draft? I'll pop that up in just a sec here. I just want to catch up a little on the chat. I like to watch NFL, but I'll pop up here in just a sec. Seahawks Network, I like Elijah Moore, but he might be gone by our pick if we trade back. Yeah, I will show you in my draft too what I saw, and I've run my draft. Ran the draft Pro Football Focus simulator through a few different times, tried to change certain settings up to move it this way, but every time the receivers were getting plucked off the board early in the 2nd round really fast. So the Elijah Moores, the Kadarius Toney types, everybody was, your top 7, 8, 9 receivers were all off the board by the time Seattle selected. And this put me into the box of really having to go back to the offensive line, where receiver really wasn't a possibility there in the 2nd round where we were picking. Is there a storm in Washington right now? Maxwell Stern, thoughts on Al Wood signing? So yeah, I was kind of saying just there, he had a really effective final year with us in 2019. You could make the argument that the team lost its potential top end, that the end of the season came when Al Woods got suspended, that they were just in a position to really go forward, and then he fell off right before, I think, the Niner game when we were going to need him, and it just took our depth down to nothing, and he had a really effective year that year for us. I think $3 million is a little bit much for me, but at the end of the day, they wanted to lower that down. They were trying to get some other edge pass rushers that was more important to him. He's going to be a rotational guy. You have 2 young guys in Brian Monet and Poona Ford that are up and coming a little bit, who have, I think, a little bit of potential to them as football players. So, as a rotational guy at $3 million, I'm okay with it. And it doesn't put them in the box of having to get a defensive tackle in this draft at this point. Allows them to operate in the space of drafting the best player available on the board, which is always the best place to be operating in on any draft you go into, but is rarely the place the Seahawks have found themselves recently and how they've gone about their strategy in recent drafts. Seahawks Network, Elijah Moore's probably my favorite receiver of the draft. Understandable, man. He's a fun kid to watch. Mac Jones at number 3. Yeah, Mac Jones at number 3 is just, and to me, it's like, that's insanity. Insanity. UE2K, that's all smoke about Jones. They just don't want to tip their hand on whether it's Lance or Fields. Okay, so to UE2K, you'd have to walk me through this one, all right? They're picking number 3. The first 2 quarterbacks up ahead of them are locked in. They're absolutely locked in. So why would they have to throw any smoke out? They're the next on the board to grab. Trevor Lawrence is going number 1. Wilson's going number 2 after his pro day. Why would they have to worry about letting anybody know who they were going to pick if it was a matter of they were trying to hide their hand for whatever reason? You'd have to kind of tell me why on that one. Let them give up their future for Mac, F, and Jones. Yeah, I'm going to be, like I said, I'll be laughing loudly on that one if they do it. I would think that they're going to go with Fields, but man, this, again, I think that I thought about this, as I just told you guys, there's a lot of this, if you think this through, that makes sense as to why it's Mac Jones. And there's a lot of leaks coming throughout the league from people connected to Shanahan, like Chris Sims, who is connected to Shanahan, who has said that he thinks it's Mac Jones. So, yeah. Enrique M., did you see Golden Tate's tweet about coming back to Seattle? Big eyes, Enrique, big eyes. I didn't. That'd be interesting to see, though. If he did, that'd be interesting. They certainly do need to address somewhere in the receiver. And like I said, with the draft mock that I ran through a variety of times last night, like Tutu Atwell was the best receiver looking at us on the board when we selected in that second round. Everybody was gone. Everybody was off. Yeah, I think part of that is that you look at the free agent and the way that the market's been depressed for receivers, and there's still a few of them out there that I think a lot of teams are looking to the fact, well, we can just go get this taken care of in the draft. So they're kind of ignoring it from that standpoint. How many linebackers do you guys want? Good one. Fish Angel, doesn't Golden Tate and Russ have some beef? It's a rumor thing. Supposedly, Golden Tate might have given Russell Wilson's wife a foot massage. UE2K, they would have never traded all that to get someone they could have stayed at 13 and got. I don't think at this point, with the reports we heard, 2K, and I've been watching this and following this very, very closely, the recent fire was, the smoke was the Mac Jones was not going to make it into the teens at this point. He was going to go top 10 regardless of whether the 49ers traded up into that spot. And if you're talking about the Niners trading up into 8, they've got to take a lot of risk now if that's their guy, that the other teams up ahead of them don't do it. That Atlanta in a dome stadium, they can work with maybe some arm strength limitations, might jump on a guy like Mac Jones to get their quarterback of the future at that point. So they had to then move up a little bit higher to lay Riser up the boards for whatever reason. He's been the fastest flying quarterback up draft boards post where his draft process was when we began this at the end of the college football season. Like, okay, this is what he's about to be. And now he's getting up to the spot where he could be a top 5, top 3 pick. That's amazing. And I understand why you'd be like, there's no way this is going to happen, Huey, but there's a lot to this. There's more than just a few like hints to this that they're looking to go maybe this direction. Maxwell, John Robinson says there's no way they would trade up for Mac Jones, right? Right? They would have to take the quarterback with upside, giving them up that much, even though they passed on Mahomes and Deshaun and waiting on Cousins. Well, here's the thing right now. Does Shanahan want to win for tomorrow, or does he want to win for today? I think Fields is going to take a little bit of time to develop and get to his best top end. The thing you can say about Mac Jones, whether you love him or hate him, is he's going to walk onto the football field and probably be very close to his top end right out the gate. I walked through the history of this going back to the Broncos with Shanahan at his daddy's knee learning and the lessons his daddy learned, and thusly, vis-a-vis, the lessons he learned. And, Robert Griffin, big-time quarterback, mobility, bop-a-bop-a-bop. It didn't work out so great. Jay Cutler, huge arm, top 12 pick, top 10 pick. Didn't work out so well. Kirk Cousins, worked out pretty good. Jake Plummer, worked out pretty good. Plummer wasn't magnificent, but I think coaches can sometimes trick themselves in little things like this. Randall says, seems like the Niners could have just traded with Philly from 12 to 6 for about half of what they spent. It's possible, but the thing with this that we've got to consider with this, guys, is that even if sitting at number 3, a team trades up with Dolphins at that point and grabs Justin Fields, and then you're at 4-5, then that doesn't stop a team like the New England Patriots from trading up into 4 and 5 at that point to go get Mac Jones if that's who they're really targeting. And do we think that the Patriots would really not have the guts to make that kind of move? Do we think Bill Belichick wouldn't blink twice making that kind of move if he thought Mac Jones was going to be his next Tom Brady, a guy that carries a lot of Tom Brady elements to his game? I could see it. So I don't think that there was any guarantee that they could get up into it. It would have been a risk for them. And if you're going to risk to get up into 6 and then you miss out on your guy and then you're selecting there and you don't have a great plan for what you're going to then take there at 6, then that puts them in a bit of a bind. Where's my mock draft? Okay, we're getting calls for the mock draft. I'll get it posted up. Here we go. So here's my mock draft. I ran a couple of these. They basically all ran right around in the same way. This would obviously be a dream scenario, and I will preface this by saying I probably don't think my Quinn Miners pick is going to last to that point. Maybe, but maybe not. So I started out with 2 different trades. I sacrificed this season, our next season's 6th round pick and 7th round pick to make these happen. It was the mock draft simulator with the trades doesn't just give you any carte blanche to make any trade. It's got a relative decent little inhibitor in there so that you have to make something that's realistic in that stance. So in this one, I received 64 and 176 to move 56, and then round 7 of next year. I then traded 69 and 202. I traded to then get, once we were then picking at 64, I traded them back again to 69 to get 202 as well. I traded with the Bengals, and they got my 64, so I went back 5 slots. I moved round 6 of next year. That's all the draft capital I'm giving up next year. I do understand we're without a first-round pick next year as well, but this is something where I feel like I want to take advantage of this draft. I want to grab the guys in the back of this draft. I want to get some of the talent this year that's very unusual for being available at that time of the draft. So then I finally do select, and with number 69, with a number 69 pick, I need my draft music. I should have put on this. We go with Creed Humphrey, center out of Oklahoma. I think this is one of the safer center picks in this entire draft. This is a guy who maybe you can't say he's going to have superstar type potential or star potential like maybe a guy like, Dickerson out of Alabama, but he's still a very solid guy. He is a good technician in there. He's a wall. You're not going to drive him back. He played some guard early on in his career, so he has some history of also playing that, which allows us a little bit of positional flexibility. But I like him coming in and right out the gate competing with Ethan Posick for that center job. Let them fight it out. At 129, I go back. It says that Quinn Miners is a center. Some people have him as center. Some people have him as a guard. I think he could handle left guard. I think he's going to be able to be a left guard at the next level. And so he was too good a value to pass up at that point in time. I just like him as a player that much. I think he can move there again. Worst case scenario in all this is that you got 2 guys in Creed Humphrey and Quinn Miners that are, you have maybe a star at center if you really got to move Miners in, because he plays center, he potentially has a star there. And you could eventually move Creed Humphrey to left guard. He's not a guy that's just necessarily like Posick was coming out where he was only a center. His guys played some of that guard role, so you could maybe look at flexing him that. You're adding talent here to the offensive line. You're adding young talent, and you're adding very cheap talent over the next couple of years with these 2 drafts, with these 2 selections. Next pick at 176, I go for Paul Sinisibo, Stanford quarterback. Seattle once went to Stanford for a cornerback way back in the day, and they came out with some pretty good results having done so. This guy opted out last year. His 2019 tape is pretty good. He flashes enough elements in what you'd look for in our game. He can play the zone cover role. He's very big, long. He knows how to protect over the top in cover 3 situations. I like just a lot of the elements to his game. He was rough around the edges, and it would have been nice to see another year of tape, but this is the bucket we're all standing in this year. Every NFL team is in this thing. There's no way around it. Number 202, I went for a technician in Alaric Jackson. This is a guy who I think at the next level will probably be moved over to right tackle because of some athletic limitations. But at left tackle, he held up well. Held up so well, in fact, that he was able to keep future first-round pick Tristan Wirfs over at the right tackle role when they were both there at Iowa. Iowa is known for producing their linemen. These guys just come off the conveyor belt one after another, NFL ready, handling, holding up, ready to go. I think Alaric walks right in the door out the gate, and he pushes Brandon Shell at the right tackle role with the potential of maybe he is a guy with his ability to be as technical as he is to hold up long-term over at the left tackle position. I don't think it happened, but if you can just say his bottom end is that he could be a pretty good right tackle in this league, that suits me pretty well. Last pick for me I had was in the 7th round here was Ilmar Smith-Marset. That one's for U2K. Had a couple of receivers up on the board at that time. I wanted to come out of this with a receiver. I also had the chance to look at Robinson out of Alabama, which was very tempting, a running back there. But I like where our running back room is overall for the most part as we stand, and I felt like receiver was a little bit more of a need at that point. Like his upside, he has a lot of speed. He's got a little bit of size and length to him. He's got an interesting array of kind of skill sets, some good yak. I just like him as that upside. I don't think he played with the greatest of quarterback play necessarily there at Iowa. So this would be essentially what I would look at in the draft. Pretty much if I ran this through 10 times, this would be right around what I would like to do. You could probably maybe back up off of a Quinn Moran's and grab another potentially cornerback, or go with another wide receiver early on in the draft if you wanted to at that point. But it was my mock, and I did what I want. So I want an offensive line. This would give, at this point now you've given Russell Wilson three offensive linemen in the draft and Gabe Jackson to buffer up this offensive line moving forward on top of the 3rd round pick of Damian Lewis last year. I think that's going to make him fairly happy, and again, keeps it keeps it cheap and inexpensive we move forward over the next few years. When Dwayne retires, you can pay for a left tackle at that point because the rest of the line isn't going to be as costly, and that allows us to just go on the market and grab a guy. All right, let's go back to the chat here. John, wouldn't it be better suited if they drafted Lance, keep Garoppolo, and groom him into the starter? That's, John, what I thought they were going to do when they made the select initially, because this is a guy in Lance, averaged 18 attempts in 2019, the year that he threw for 40 touchdowns. He was able to be very efficient with limited attempts, which I think would appeal to San Francisco. But then also with that said, as he did, there was some read option stuff in there they do. San Francisco's not as much a read option team. That would have made the most sense to me, John. But unfortunately, I think that he's going to go for more of a sure bet, more of a guy that's more polished out the gate and ready to hit the ground running in Mac. I really think it's going to happen. Adrian D, what's up, man? Back from Thursday's stream, and John is Seattle's GOAT. He is Seattle's GOAT. And that needs to be honored in the Seahawks Ring of Honor. That's how good he has been. I'm sure he's going to eventually get there along with Coach Carroll, Adrian. I would be shocked if it didn't happen eventually. So he will be in there. Both him and Carroll as the tandem will eventually get into that Ring of Honor. Maxwell Stern, Reed, and Clark back together. Yeah, back together again. The Chiefs have made some smart moves. Though, again, I think the thing that's been a problem for the Chiefs over the last few years is stopping the run. It's been something they have not done well. It's not Frank Clark's forte. It's really not Jaron Reed's forte at this point in time in his career. I do wonder how good they're going to be at stopping the run if that doesn't end up continually being, again, as it's been, a little bit of their Achilles heel. Larry Bird, chance Sherman and or Tate comes back. I think that there's a very good chance on both of them, Larry. I was a little bit pessimistic with Tate because of some of the history, but I think the Sherman stuff, if I had a meter that I was moving along, which I'd call the Sherman meter of probability, being him coming back to Seattle, you start the offseason, you're probably at like 20%. I think that needle's moved up over into probably 60, 65% range of things. So we're I think, better than 50-50 that he comes back here. I probably wouldn't be the least bit surprised to find out he just went out and found that there wasn't much of a market out there for him. Many teams that wanted to go in that route. So I think he's going, that being the case, why not repair the legacy a little bit, take the equivalent money for a place that I've been at before that is a scheme fit for me at this point in time in my career. Fish Angel, I just want Antonio Brown or Elijah Moore with Owe and Acebo. Well, you must have liked my mock then, Fish. Owe is definitely freaky. He tore up a pro day. Another one of these guys that had this like incredible 40 times jumped everywhere. His tape is definitely inconsistent. He doesn't wow as much in that respect, but he's a guy that's a late riser right now at draft boards. More and more folks are liking him. You're hearing more and more talk about him. I don't think he would be edge one off anybody's board at this point, but he certainly should go in the first round. Randall says maybe Shanahan's boy Sarkisian gave him some info on Mac Jones. Could be on that one. I mean, it could be just somebody got sold on him so hard with it that it was just like, that's all I need to hear, And I think already, if Mac Jones didn't exist in this universe, I think that there's already a thought process in Coach Shanahan's mind of this whole thought process of I need to go get the elite quarterback thing. I don't need that because my scheme is so brilliant and I'm so brilliant that I need just this, and that in my quarterback as opposed to all of this other stuff. I think it's a little bit of hubris there where a coach thinks like that, but I could totally see a coach doing that. I mean, we had our own coach, in my opinion, that ran into a little bit of the same mistake. I think Mike Holmgren, and he did a lot of things right come in here when he came over from the Packers, but I think one of the places that he truly made a mistake in was not respecting the quarterback position and understanding how nice it was to have difference-making talent at the quarterback position to make his offense function and work. Joe Montana, Steve Young, Brett Favre. Now you're going to go get Matt Hasselbeck? One of these is not like the other. And I went back even at the time when that happened in my own brain, just thinking about it. I'm just like, I had to believe, like, he just thinks he's so brilliant. He just thinks he's so smart that these obvious limitations of this quarterback that he's bringing aboard, he thinks he can overcome it, and it happened. And we see it in coaches. I think it's an issue for some, and I think this is where Shanahan is one of the more brilliant coaches in this league, one of the smart coaches in this league. But I think this is one of those places where I think he might be a little bit having a blind spot on. I do not have any worries. I might be missing the boat on the Wilson Field stuff where I haven't been as hyped up on them, and I can see where I'm missing that. in that evaluation. Not with Mac Jones. Everyone can hype him up as much as they are. He'll be fine. But top end Kirk Cousins, I gave up 3 first-round picks and a third-rounder to move up to number 3 overall to get that. And not even top end Kirk Cousins. I'm getting rookie contract Kirk Cousins. That's where it's like, that's not, to me, good value. John Robinson says the 49ers have to take Fields. I would think he's a way more accurate passer than RG3 ever was, and most of his flaws are mechanical. Could be with him. I don't know. He's also a little bit short, not short, but he's a little bit under, does Shanahan favor having more guys that are a little bit taller, especially because so much of his offense is hitting throws over the middle of the field and short. Shorter guys are going to have a little bit of an issue with that. They're going to want to throw a little more out to the sticks. They're going to want to throw a little more to the hashes. Outside the hashes. I would wonder on that. Seahawks Network, I DM'd you on Instagram. Wico, is Twitter better? Twitter is better, Seahawks Network. I looked for you on you might not be hitting me up on the Instagram on mine, because I looked it up for the message and I didn't find it in there. But yeah, hit me up on Twitter, because then I can get a hold of you quick. So pop me over there. Saying John Robinson, when Owe looks like a freaking freak, imagine him at Sam. He would look weird in Sam. Sounds like they're going to be moving a little bit of Darrell Taylor over to the Sam. There's been some indications this week we're going to see Taylor getting moved over there a little bit, which I don't really know what to think about that one. EW2K, you're right about Shanahan wanting a better version of his Washington football quarterback, but the wrong one. He wants a better version of RG3, not Cousins. Fields or Lance will be the 49ers quarterback. We'll see, 2K. We'll see on that, man. I like doing my bold predictions here, and this is a spot this is my bold prediction for y'all, is I think he's going, I think it's crazy as it is, I think he's going to go Mac Jones. I can see this one coming down the tracks, and I can see how it all logically fits up in his brain for him to do that, make that selection. I would be freaked if he grabs either those other two guys are more scary to me, 2K, and you're right. Those guys make more sense. Those guys are sort of the no-brainer selections you would make if you were making that spot there. But this is one of those things where I'm just predicting he's overthought himself a little bit. Randall says, first no Gallman and now no Rondale. I know, it's brutal. It's brutal. Why do I? My man, how you today? Why do I? I'm doing great, bro. I'm doing great. Having a good, just nice, calm, easy like Sunday morning. I'm Lionel Richie up in this. Because I'm easy. Adrian D. To be clear, to clear things up, the media created a big story between Wilson and Tate. Some minimalist things were true, but most were lies. Well, Adrian, as Daniel W. put up there, as far as he says, I know girls who know Russell's ex-wife. They grew up in a small town together and confirmed it's true, being the rumors. Now she's just an alcoholic Karen. But I as well heard from some insider info on this, Adrian, from people more connected within the building there, that there was something to this. Is it truth and fact? No, but Adrian was supposedly there was something to this. It was more than just some weird rumor come out. It's an awful specific rumor to come out if somebody was inventing that rumor. And then you go, well, where did it come from then if it was invented? The food gamer, the 49ers said that Jimmy G is their quarterback. Would be so funny if they picked Mac Jones. That S would be the funniest thing ever. Honestly, do you think they're going to get it in the first pick? Food gamer, I do, man. I'm making my prediction today. I've thought a lot about this. I've listened to a lot of different people talk. There's people throughout the league that are giving indicators of this, that it's going to be this. As I was speaking to 2K a second ago, there's not really a huge reason for Seattle to sit here and smokescreen this and try to hide it or really keep everything in the back. Or what are we going to do? You don't know. We can go here, go there. Huh? So, outside of them worried somebody's going to trade up to number 2 in the Jets to go grab them, they're sitting there knowing they're going to get their guy. And it would be very funny. But yeah, I think I could see it happening, man. I could see Shanahan making that kind of move. And maybe it is Fields. But I'll tell you, I could see with the holes and problems he's got in his game and the things that need to be fixed as far as Fields is concerned, it's going to take some time to do that. That means not winning in the now. Does Shanahan want to wait to not win in the now? Does he want to go grab the quarterback that's going to take him a little bit of time? Trey Lance ain't ready right now. I mean, he's ready. He can come in and maybe do a few things, but he probably does need a year. to get himself fully right. Do they want to take a year down and do they want to kick that year down the can when they just gave up one of their first round picks that then maybe a top 15, top 10 type first pick if you go that route? I don't know. I don't know if Shanahan's in that mode to do that. Brad Roberts, clean shaven. Yeah, I'm going to be doing the beard. Beard will make a return though. Seahawks Network, I like the Wood signing. I like it okay too. $3 million is a little bit much for me, especially in this landscape. He's to me like $1.5 million type player. You give him a couple $100,000 in the signing bonus, but he had a very good year in 2019. Had a very good year for us in 2019. If he can replicate those results of production, then it's money well spent. Why do I keep reading rumors for what those are worth that Sherman and Seattle are still talking? I've heard the same. It's not a full-on certainty at this point he's coming back. It's just I would say we're the probable team that it points to. And I think it'd be a smart signing. Randall McDaniel says, I think the consensus among scouts is add up to .06 to a handheld time. That sounds about right to me, Randall. I mean, it does factor year in and year out to that approximately. Some of these, though, like Rondell Miller running a 4.25. So he would have run a 4.31 on he's fast on the football field. Don't get me wrong. He's fast. But is he 4.31 fast? Is he like near combine record speed fast at 5.7? I don't think he is. I don't think so. But he's club. To me, he's like a 4.38. He would have run like, into that 4.38, 4.39-ish that you usually see to me. Adrian D., the Reed signing from the Chiefs was so good. Reed had his double-digit sacks when he was lined up with Frank Clark. He is. I mean, he does benefit at his best as a pass rusher when he's got edge rushers pushing stuff back up into him. But that does also limit his value as a 3-tech pass rusher in this league, especially when you combo at Adrian with the fact that he's not as good a run stuffer as he once was. He's not going to hold up against double teams like he did at Alabama. Alabama, they would put him at the 1. You'd stick him right between the right guard and the center, and off the snap, he would be a wall. You would not move him a single inch. Their linebackers could flow. Everybody was able to get their job done. Quentin Williams, I think they had always a couple of defensive tackles there at that time that were coming through. Everybody was able to get their job done with what he's doing. He's doing a lot of the dirty work. He's been less of a dirty work guy now, and they're going to probably move him back to 1-tech with Kansas City more often because Chris Jones is a 3. So then how is he going to hold up? There's some questions there. There is some questions there, but it was a good landing spot for him for the reasons you said. Had his best year alongside Frank. Frank's back where they're with him. But I will say this as well, Adrian. The thing you got to factor in is Frank's not been great over the last couple of years. It's one of those narratives that's sort of slow to get digested by the fan bases out there nationally, especially here in Seattle, because a lot of people are like, oh, it's a bad trade. It's like, yeah. He's 72 out of 79 edge defenders over the last 2 years as rated by Pro Football Focus. That's not a great grade. That's not a grade that you should be paying $23.5 million for. And he's been getting progressively not as good. B2K Seahawks need to be thinking of a number 2 wide receiver, not limit themselves to focusing on number 3. We've had some success with physical freaks, so you know what I say. Let's go, baby. Baby. That's right. I watched a little bit of his tape. Great yak guy. Very interesting guy. He's definitely got that size you'd look for if you're making the transition to the Rams type offense for the new receiver model you might be looking for. Fish Angel, I still don't know why we don't have AB yet. In one article, it says the Ravens and the Seahawks were the only teams giving offers to AB, but the Ravens got Watkins, so why don't we have AB yet? Well, the Ravens definitely need to add a lot of wide receiver firepower, Fish Angel, so they might not be limiting themselves to just one guy. And Sammy Watkins is not a guy that you really want to rely a lot on. His health is dodgy. He's good for about 6.5 games a year. So they still probably are looking at as well potentially maybe adding an AB as well onto it. He's not going to cost a ton. Oh, you guys getting some wind? It's windy in the Tri-City, says Brian. You guys stay safe, man. Keep that head on the swivel for those trees, Randall. Goodness. The Food Gamer, you think the 49ers won the trade? I think they didn't. No, at first blush, I don't think that they did either. I do this sometimes. It's sometimes based upon one of two ways that things go. Just like in this free agency, I always said, well, if we don't bring back Dunlap into this, you can be doing all the sing and dance and la 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 land that you want to do, but it's not going to add up to diddly squat to me at the end of this offseason as far as seeing the potential of this team. And you could have gotten an equivalent player to Dunlap, but that type of player, if you just left that, if they had just gone through the road, Kerry Hyder and went, okay, we're good, let's move on. I would have went, no. So if the Niners go out and they get a Lance or they go out and get a Fields, then I'm okay with that trade from the Niners angle of it. There was not a pathway to them getting back the next quarterback that they need to have, and the quarterback position has been holding them back there. Held them back in the Super Bowl. You know, and the only reason they didn't hold them back in the conference championship a couple of years ago against Packers was because what did Garoppolo throw in that game? 8 attempts? Literally, I'm not overstating, like 8 attempts for the whole game. So they definitely need an upgraded quarterback. You look out around the league, Watson's out. They probably weren't huge on Darnold. You know, they were flirting with Cousins and Minshew. I mean, they were connected with Minshew a couple of weeks ago. So from that angle of it, if you overpay to go get the guy that was not going to be available by other means, then can't argue with it. It's a good move by that team, and I would applaud them. But if they're going to select Mac Jones at that place, and you're going to make that kind of trade for a Mac Jones type who's not going to, in my opinion, significantly upgrade the position past Jimmy Garoppolo, might be healthier, might be out there more often, but I don't know that he's going to impact the game any more than Jimmy did. And that, to me, is where it becomes silly a little bit. But we don't know if that's where it's going to go. Again, this is more my prediction, and we're long off from knowing which way it'll go. Wide. There are so many good, short, quick wide receivers that can yak. I think they would be a good fit in the new system. Shi Smith, Dwayne Eskridge in the 4th or 5th. I like both of those guys okay. Both of those guys have certain questions with them to their game. I have looked at both. Take a look here. So Eskridge, I went deep on my notes on this guy. Very good at getting separation off the line, adept at shimmying the defender backwards before breaking inside. He can almost get open at will with that move. He played outside mainly, which I like about Dwayne for his size. He's only 5'9", but they had him outside often, which is then you're not just getting a slot specialist only guy. He is a little bit dropsy. So he had 16 drops on 123 throws his direction. But he absolutely, I liked him a lot. You know, he instantly gets his pedal to the floor after the catch. So that helps him out in the yak. Like you said, he is going to be an absolute yak monster. My bottom line on him was I said he's size and level of competition is really the only question with Dwayne. Unlike other 5'9" receivers in this draft, it appears he can play outside at the next level, not just a slot guy. The potential is there to at least be a slot at the next level is maybe a floor for him, but he offers potentially so much more. He does have only, I think, 30-inch arms, which is going to scare him off from Seattle. His ball skills aren't always amazing, and he is 24 years old. So he's got, he does have a couple of those back-end questions with him with it, where it's like, the 30-inch arm thing is going to scare Seattle if they look at him as a guy that can play on the outside. If they see him as that, then that alone would be enough. That alone would be enough, in my opinion, to have him go, we're not there. Shi Smith, I called him all I need is one hand. He dropped a ton of one-handed catches on his highlight films. He's got a different body type. He's a little bit top-heavy as a receiver. And he looks like everything's kind of up here, and then it's really small down low. He's got great jumping ability and explosion in the build-up to his route, but he's not sudden off the snap. Acrobatic catcher. You can high point him and trust him despite his limited size, which is nice. Defenders putting their hands on him throws him off a little bit, so he struggles with physicality, which I didn't love necessarily. He was good in Senior Bowl practices. He showed a knack for getting open. The Senior Bowl, you want to always give that little bit of look-see when you see where they're at going up against guys that are going to be drafted. But my problem with Shi is that he's just not the fastest guy or the best athlete. I think he's only going to be a slot guy at the next level, and my notes had him as just an okay yak guy. He's not bad yak, but he's just okay. And if I'm selecting a guy like that that's only going to be in the slot, I need a little bit more yak. This is a little bit of our issues right now going on, I think, with Lockett a bit. Just doesn't give you a lot of yak. Mark Hawk says, to Al Wood's credit, he was huge in a number of 3rd and short and 4th and short and 2-point conversion stands for the Seahawks in 2019. Pass rush was non-existent, though. Puna is now 3-tech. It would look like they're going to give Puna a try at 3-tech, Mark, that's for sure. Al Woods is a 345. Hard. Both him and Brian Monet basically rock 345. That's pretty big to put a guy at 3-tech and expect him to get any kind of pass rush. But he was okay. Actually, you'd be surprised, Mark. He was our 3rd best rated pass rusher on the team in 2019. As funny as that is to say, we didn't have a good pass rush, though, too, Mark, did we? So, well, he wasn't exactly going up against a lot of competition there. Michael says, seems some sacks come with the edge guesses the snap timing, but these are the same guys that jump off sides trying to get sack numbers. How do you really assess these players? Are you talking about in the college tape, Michael? Are you talking about like the defensive ends in this draft? Because there's guys that are all over the board in that respect. Getting off the snap, there's guys that are slow off the snap that are super quick. There's guys that are super quick off the snap that are then very slow. I didn't see a lot of timers. There's not a lot of timers in this draft of guys that are right on that edge, just trying to jump the snap. Maybe old Jalari's a guy like that, but not Basham, not Quiddy Pay. But this is where it comes back to sack number. Michael comes back to, for me, it's where you really want to take a player in his metric. If you really have a chance to really want to look at him closely, an edge defender specifically, you would look at, okay, sacks are a number I'm going to take a look at. Edge, I'm going to look at his pressures. I'm going to look at his quarterback hits. Obviously, the eye test helps. His pass rush win rate. How often does he win in under 2.5 seconds? This will give you a more complete snapshot of the player as a pass rusher, as opposed to just using sacks, which is in, like Jaron Reed's case, are built up completely upon the rest of the talent that he has around him, and thusly needs to reduce his consideration as an effective pass rusher necessarily. Oh, you guys are in some wind. Man, take care, y'all. Get those candles ready. Get those candles ready. UE2K says 49ers Dolphins trade was a quarterback under team control on a playoff level team is the blueprint for Super Bowl runs. Very true. Very true. Again, I like it in one way. I don't like it as much another way. Maxwell says it does hurt me that the 49ers get a quarterback on a rookie contract. It does hurt. It does hurt, but it's not necessarily a guarantee to a pathway of success. It's been a pathway to success for teams. It's a blueprint for teams to get to success, but just getting a quarterback on a playoff team does not in itself equate to ultimate success. And this team does still have some question marks around the roster as far as it exists right now. That doesn't, to me, just make them, especially playing in this division, getting that rookie quarterback on the rookie deal suddenly, oh, it's certain now that they're going to be good. You're after this third year, you're in line to maybe potentially. After this third season, Bosa could come at you and say, I want to be paid. You're going to have to do something with D Ford's contract, so he goes away. The Armstead deal starts to cost real money. The Fred Warner stuff kicks in. You lost secondaries. Your safeties aren't the deepest core there. Trent Williams is pretty old over there at left tackle. How much does he have left? Your running back situation is not the greatest, in my opinion. And I like their receivers, but Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel are pretty much almost about all they got. So it's not a team to me that's necessarily a playoff team, even as I think about this out loud. I would understand the 49ers much for a second best quarterback draft, but the third is not good enough. What do you think? Adrian, I would understand if the 49ers gave up that much for the second best quarterback in the draft, but the third is not good enough. What do you think on John Lynch's general managing? I think he's up and down. I think he's up and down. Sometimes when they make moves like last year, I love doing the DeBoer Buckner trade and then getting that back for Kinlaw and flipping out a guy that you were going to have to pay. Still a very good player, but super top of the market. You had Armstead at the same time. You wanted to keep one of the two of them. You kept Armstead. You flipped the Buckner, got value back. You weren't going to get that same value back for Armstead probably. I like that kind of trade. But then they flip it on the other side with this type of deal, or you've got the linebacker they took out of Alabama a couple years ago that was a little bit of a head scratcher. They make moves at times. I liked Ayuk. I liked Samuel a couple of years ago. So it's some solid, some stuff where you're kind of like, with. But I think overall Lynch is one of the better general managers in the league. He is one of the better ones. And on this deal, I think he's listening to his. If they are going for Mac Jones, it's because he as a general manager isn't guiding this selection necessarily. It's because he's listening to his coach, who's telling him he's got a love affair with this kid out of Alabama. Gibster, Marquez Stevenson could be a Lockett-esque type guy. I love Marquez Stevenson. He's one of my favorite receivers in the draft, Gibster. And welcome on in the chat. He's actually got a lot more top end than a guy like Lockett because he can play on the outside. I believe he's 6 foot plus tall. He played with absolutely atrocious quarterback play there at college. It was like make my eyes bleed watching that quarterback play there. But he is a guy that's great after the catch. He can do all of the little gadgety stuff you want to do. And then I think he's got some potential top end if you actually get him a quarterback who can get him the ball down the field. And he's a legit, to me, 4-4 type guy out there. Very, very, very fast. So I like Marquez, like him a lot. And if he's a guy that in a couple of my mock drafts I ran through, when I had a couple of 6-rounders when I was working and whatnot, I was able to pick him up as a guy that I've been looking at. So I liked it. In the text world, you didn't miss much, man. We're just laughing at the fact that maybe we got a little bit of some in the chat agree, some don't. Maybe that the Niners might be looking at Mac Jones on the third overall pick here that they just traded up for. And then we've got Al Woods re-signed. Jaron Reed was, of course, cut. Now he's signed with the Kansas City Chiefs on a 1-year, $7 million deal. So we flipped out $8.6 million of Reed for Al Woods instead, saving $5.6 million. Ethan Tex World, what do I think of cornerback Tyson Campbell? Dive into Tyson Campbell, of course. The nice thing with Tyson Campbell and the nice thing with South Carolina and the nice thing with Syracuse is that you have 3 teams that have 2 cornerbacks on either side that are going to be drafted in this draft. And so what that means is that a quarterback cannot necessarily just pick on one side or ignore a half of the field, which is what tends to happen with a lot of these upper crust type cornerbacks. And so it's been helpful with that, with watching these guys, being Tyson Campbell's got Eric Stokes, and Melifonwu's got Trill Williams. In South Carolina, J.C. Horn's got Israel Makamua. So you've got an ability to really see what they can do. They're going to get tested in the games you watch. I like that about Campbell and Stokes. They held up reasonably well. I think I like Campbell better than Stokes by a decent amount. I just like his overall natural feel as a football player out there. He's just got a little bit more in the natural instincts game, whereas Stokes is a little bit more of a faster guy with some coverage ability. He's got a good speed for his size. He's with the longer cornerbacks, they need that good closing speed because they're going to be a little slower and sometimes flipping their hips. That's what it showed up on tape with him over and over again, where he's going to play, and he's another one of these I tall Seahawks corner zone players in college where they're playing a lot of that cover 3, a lot of that off-man coverage, and where he's got to see a route jump up in front of him and, it's a comeback, I got to drive up on this route. You're going to need that good instantaneous closing speed to then jump on that route. Or if you've lost a little bit through your hips getting flipped open and you've lost a yard or two, catching back up on a play and being able to get your speed back up. He shows a really good ability to do that. I loved his great closing speed, which I think is going to make him just a natural fit in zone in general. I would love him. I've got him as a second rounder right now. I don't necessarily want to select him there because I think we'll have bigger needs where we're selecting. And there's going to be other cornerbacks later on in this draft that are very near, I think, in talent to where he is. But he's a little bit more ready, I think, out the box than some of these rougher corners, Paulson Acebo or Mukamua. He's not, I think he's going to be able to hit the ground a little bit faster. The thing I liked about with him too, and I think will lead to him getting some interceptions to the next level in zone, is he's a quarterback eye reader. Some of these zone cover guys are receiver readers, where you can see their freaking helmet locking in on the receiver, and they're just watching him, and they're trying to play to the receiver within their zone. Whereas what he's going to do is he's going to watch that quarterback and then keep his eyes on the quarterback and adjust himself appropriately to what he's seeing. It's a harder little kind of skill, I think, to necessarily have if you don't just have it out the box. And he's very good at it and uses his eyes to direct him where he needs to go in his zone. This part of what makes him, I think, a really smart zone player. He's an excellent tackler. Hard to get away from him if he gets his hands on you. If he's got your hands on you, you're getting tackled one way or another. And he will try to rip the ball out. I loved watching. His film is just filled up with him tackling, of him just trying to tear the ball out at every turn. He has a couple times with some success at that. In the couple of the games I watched, Eric Stokes was really getting picked on a little bit more than he was. Quarterbacks were a little bit hesitant at times to attempt him. When they did, he was there and ready to make a play on the ball. I can't pick a lot of part of his game, to be honest with you. I liked it up and down all the way through. Maybe the one thing you could say with him as a second-round pick you don't have is a lot of the flashing wow factor to his game, something that just sets out itself far ahead of everything else. He's just solid right all down the line, just boring and solid, but a very good player nonetheless. Brian Myers, feeling like the Niners are all smoke on and look for your pick. You be Penny Sewell. Brian, well, they've got two different tackles there. They just signed Trent Williams to the biggest left tackle deal in NFL history. And I think that they have Mike McGlinchey on a contract extension as well. So if they're bringing in Penny Sewell, are you then bringing in Penny Sewell to move him to right tackle at that point? And then you're moving on from McGlinchey? And maybe, but there's been no indicators that's what they're looking to do. Nathaniel, how you doing, Nathaniel? And what's up, Brian? It's good to see you on in here. Brandon McDaniel says Al Woods is the Clint McDonald guy we need. He was a pretty good pass rusher for us. I will say that. Somebody say he did a good job in the pass rush. It opened my eyes a couple of years ago looking at the stats and seeing that at the end of the year, he was the third best pass rusher for you on the team. We had horrible pass rush throughout the year, but I thought it was saying something that him from the defensive tackle position was accomplishing that. Gibster says Sims got the McGlinchey pick right back in 2018, but since then, Sims hasn't gotten a 49ers pick right. Makes sense, yep. So maybe he's not as dialed in as maybe we're thinking with it. But there's been some other guys that are hearing this throughout the league. I can't, off the top of my head, I was hearing it just before I went live, but there was a couple of folks out there in the league saying they're hearing from sources that that the 49ers are looking at Mac Jones, that it is, and maybe it is a smokescreen. Maybe they got some weird thing in play that they're doing that's just to throw people off the scent. But again, as I kind of opened up here on the stream, there's a little bit to this to me and why they might consider this that goes beyond just maybe the love affair of Mac Jones and liking him as a player, and maybe more towards lessons the Shanahan coaching family has learned over the course of the last 25 years. Whether those lessons are right or wrong, lessons they might have learned in how they deal with or how they look at the quarterback position and what they want in that quarterback position specifically. See, I always know Mac Jones at first is asinine. Nathaniel, did you see Schneider is voiding deals in 2023 when Russ is probably will leave? So at least he's realizing he must do something now, regardless of what Pete said. Yeah, I think that they've taken advantage of this offseason like they've had to. I mean, you were up against the cap. You didn't have a lot of draft picks. You needed to get some stuff done in free agency because you couldn't get it done in the draft necessarily. That made there was only so many ways to do this. In voidable years, converting base years to bonus. This is the only other method you have to create that kind of cap space. And I applaud the fact that Schneider has been opened up and willing to do it. When you look at next year right now, you've got 33 players under contract. You've got approximately, before these voided years came into place, at least you had about $90 million in cap space. With able to move some more cap space beyond that if you wanted to with a couple of other players that would make a lot of sense at that time. So there's no reason you can't dip a little bit from the future pot to serve the now. And I think that's what they're doing, and I like it. I like it a lot. Jake Guerrero. How you doing, Jake? This is Laughing Out Loud. Thoughts on giving Malik McDowell a second chance? I think he's a camp body for the Steelers. They're going to throw him in there and see what he is. Look, he's a freakish guy, and he came out when he was really, really, really young. So he still only is about probably like 25, 26 years old at this time, just getting into that, just getting into essentially what would be the prime of his career. We just saw a guy in Alton Smith take a couple of years off, come back in, still relatively young because he came into the league just like this kid did at really, really, really a young age. So he still has at least a little bit of time on his side to make this happen if he's truly committed into it. I think that there is probably something to be said about the fact that the head injury he sustained was enough to scare Seattle away permanently beyond all repair. We'll see if that's... I think Sue probably was still, the immaturity stuff was still showing up too, even after the injury thing. But good on the Steelers. It's a low-risk, high-upside move. They can cut him in camp if he's just a shell of what he showed as a prospect. So I don't think that there's any major risk for the Steelers in taking that chance. But I would be very surprised if he's got anything to really show at this point. It's hard for players to take that much time off and then come back into the fold. You got to be a real freak. Ethan's Tech World, I would personally want Seahawks players from the past. I personally don't want Seahawks players from the past like Tate or Sherman. I prefer going forward and not bringing the band back together. I think in both of those two cases, Ethan, it's less about bringing the band back together and just more about you can get good value at a lesser cost for a need. And we need this wide receiver room to be filled out better. Last year, you were operating too often on the necessity of having Moore and Swain as guys, getting valuable targets in games that were very important. I think we need to upgrade those positions. I think Tate is an upgrade over Moore, and I think he's an upgrade over Swain. Now, granted, maybe he's more of only a slot guy at this point, so comparing him to either of those two guys isn't really a fair or appropriate, but I would go for Antonio on top of that too. So I would be doing more than just Tate at this point. And likewise with Sherman, when you look at the corner room right now, Ethan, I'm wanting to see them draft a cornerback, but I don't want to rely on that cornerback to be a starter. And you got Witherspoon and DJ Reed as your starters right now. Is Sherman an upgrade as he is right now over one of those two guys? Probably. Yeah, I think he may. Unless Witherspoon just takes that full step forward in his potential and truly becomes more of an elite type that he does have the talent to be, but has not yet really fully tapped into consistently, then Sherman is an upgrade. So it's really just about what's an upgrade for where the roster is right now, and does it come at a little bit of a lesser cost? The answer in this case, I think, is a yes and a yes. Didn't we sue McDowell? I don't know if we did. Maybe. Why? San Francisco just traded 3 firsts, one with the 12th pick in the draft, and a third. With the 12th pick, it's more than what Chicago offered for Russ. All that for the chance to draft Fields, Lance, or Jones. Well, coaches fall in love with quarterbacks in a draft, man. Quarterbacks get those guys that are their guys. It's my guy. He's my guy. He's one of my guys. And they're really big on saying that kind of stuff. And I think that there's an easy way for somebody to look at any one of those three guys. I could see a head coach falling in love with for certain reasons, and them not being crazy for doing so, especially if the coaches are cultivated a certain way. I could see Coach Carroll falling in love with a Trey Lance, just like I could see a Shanahan falling in love with a Mac Jones. These are just the type of quarterbacks that sort of just tickle their funny bone. It's just the way they like to roll. I don't know if he got sued either, Jake. We'll have to. That sounds vaguely familiar, though. That does sound. Gibster, Jay Cutler was actually the best quarterback from that 2006 class. Yeah, that 2006 class was not the most. That was not the bestest of quarterback classes. But yeah, he eventually moved on from Cutler, Shanahan, or maybe Shanahan left and then they moved on from Cutler, but. He was never really able to get Cutler up to I think, as high end as he probably thought when he was drafted. And if you look at the Shanahan family and they look at the last 2 times they picked in the top 15 picks, they've gone for more freakishly talented guys rather than getting the guy that is more of the mold of a Mac Jones. And is there a lesson that they've learned within that? In the same draft you get Robert Griffin, you also got Kirk Cousins. Was there a very keen lesson there that popped up for Shanahan? In that moment, maybe. Fat Daddy Stacks, what's up? What's up? How late am I? Oh, I'm only an hour in, man. We're just getting the engines rolling. The heater's just turned on, man. The AC's just clicking in. Nathaniel Parks, Belichick wouldn't move up in the draft. His dog would, though. I agree, but I don't think he would either. But the question comes into play: does Shanahan have the worry that there was going to be a team? I mentioned Belichick, but it could be any team. Was there a team that could fall in love with Mac Jones and move up for him at that point and take him? That's probably the spot where they maybe were a little worried of. Brian Myers says Mac Jones that high would come back to haunt them. IMO. Yeah, I agree, man. I'm with you. I think it'd be a bad move by them to do that, especially when you have 2 better talented quarterbacks, in my opinion, looking them in the eye there. But I could see it. Jake, dang, only wonder what kind of player he could be. Oh, Brian, thank you for mentioning that. Do please smash that like button if you happen to be watching right now. I really do appreciate it. Helps the channel grow immensely. We got off the last stream, we went 7 hours. We got 40 subs off the one stream, and it's because you guys were smashing that like button. So thank you for doing that, by the way. I forgot to mention that. But do please hit that like button. Gibster, Matt Ryan was the number 3 pick. Was he the number 3 pick in that draft? Was that the draft, Gibster? UGK, Jets are still an unknown player. If they have a particular quarterback they want, a team could make a move ahead of them. Think they want a top 3 quarterback and will be okay with either Fields, Wilson, or Lance. Could be. Hard to say with the Jets. I think that there's so much with Wilson right now where you got people trying to put Wilson up in the near trade, Trevor Lawrence element of things. It's like, but there's some, hard to see them passing on him at this point. UGK says, well, I love your draft. Filled with guys I love, no complaints. Like Shakir Brown a little better at cornerback, but that's nitpicking. I'm okay with. I watched Shakir Brown's tape the other night. UE2K. He remains one of those guys, along with a collection of in this draft of cornerbacks that I would be perfectly happy with / smiling if we pick up. The cornerback draft is one of the better ones I've seen in history in the last 10 years for Seahawks zone corners. 6 foot tall guys with 33-inch long arms who can play zone really well, who can tackle, who got ball skills. I mean, it's wondrous. It's wondrous. It's like walking into Willy Wonka's chocolate factory and you like sweets. It's pretty amazing, actually. Randall, you make a great point regarding Niners and Shanahan. That roster isn't built a way to let Lance or Fields develop. Guys got big deals built for the now. It's kind of part of the problem builds in here. Is I think there's something to Randall, the thought process of they're going to bring in a little guy. They're going to bring some guy in that rough around the edges who can start initially, and then they're going to run with Garoppolo next year. And then you're getting a year closer to having to pay Debo, a year closer to paying Bosa. Now things stop getting as cheap. You're already paying Armstead. And again, I don't think that the roster is going to necessarily be as good as it's been recently. I think they've taken a hit or two over the last couple of years as well. Losing out to Buckner, losing Solomon Thomas, seeing Sherman go with what leadership he was obviously kind of providing there. Oh, we'll see with them. Brian Myers, any chance Texas takes Cosme? Any chance Texas tackle Cosme last to the Hawks, or we trade up to choose? He could. The thing with him, Brian, is he's a he's pretty good, pretty solid technically speaking, very tenacious and nasty out there. He really goes for it, in my opinion. But athletically, not the greatest. Not the greatest athletically. He's going to rely on fundamentals. He's going to rely on technique. I'm not sure about his length either. He's a guy who might push up at the next level to right tackle, and if enough teams think that he's not a legitimate enough left tackle, he probably would then drop. But my opinion is, Brian, he probably ends up going somewhere right before the teens in the second round is where you're going to see Cosme go. So he probably doesn't last to us. Randall says Creed Humphrey is well equipped for this offense, and especially pass pro. That's what I was looking at with the Randalls. I think he'd be perfect in this offense. I think he would fit really well. He's got enough of the movement to do the stuff. Again, not the wow factor of Dickerson, but just super solid all the way down the line. And a guy that I don't think is going to have a lot of miss factor to his game. I think he's going to come in and be pretty solid for whoever picks him. Maybe not star potential, but he should be a above average center in this league to me as his bottom end. And I really like grabbing something like that in the second round. Brian Myers is also thinking Sebo doesn't last as long as your prediction. I think it's a guessing game on that, Brian. You don't have 2020 tape to go off of. He opted out. His 2019 tape is a little bit rough. This class is loaded with cornerbacks that have his size, that played in zone, and played better than he played in 2019. So you have players who have more recent tape, better tape than what Sebo put on tape last year. A lot of extrapolation if you're talking about him going up into the third, fourth round at that point. I don't know that I see that based off of what he shed, but it could happen. And if it did, Brian, I'd be okay with that because there's all these other corners that you could then pick from. It's really just that they're all going to be fit. They're all going to be just fine, I think, for them coming into this scheme. I wouldn't normally say that, but this year's just weird in that realm. Who are our other cornerbacks you got on your board? I'm not as high as on Acebo. Well, so you got Israel Makamua is a guy that I've obviously pointed to on him. Let me go through a couple of mine here. I got Tyson Campbell's a guy I like a lot. Of course, that's more of a second round guy, I guess, if we're splitting hairs. Let me see what I got here. Really don't know at this point what's going to happen with Caleb Farley. He might fall quite a bit, having now had back surgery. Of course, none of these guys are going to be cornerbacks. Kelvin Joseph, don't know where he's going to land. I like him quite a bit. Obviously, he'll probably go up a little bit higher because he's a little bit more freak show with the skill set. I got through a lot more of these corners. I got to bring up my list of corners. Let me just bring it up on the deal. Bring it up on the thing. Here we go. We'll grab it here. Shakir Brown was somebody that 2K just mentioned. That's another guy I like. Asante Samuel I like. Afatu Melifonwu I think he's good. I'd be okay with Eric Stokes. Even like I like the other guy better, but Stokes is fine. He ran a 4.2 and he's 6'1". Who else we got here? Sean Wade, if you're having him in the 7th round, I'd be relatively okay with him. I think he's not going to have a lot of top end as a player, but he's got so much familiarity with our scheme. He understands did all that like kick step stuff over at Ohio State. He would be a fit. Cameron Bynum out of Cal, solid guy, unspectacular, but another guy that I think would just be a fit. Like he'd be nice. Nothing wrong there. Rondarius Williams, another guy that's getting slept on, I think, a little bit in this draft. I'd be perfectly happy with him. Another guy, again, 6 foot plus. So you could really grab any of those guys in that same realm of where I got Paulson, and I'd be okay with it. Seahawks Network, just 2 weeks ago, the fan base was crap on John. Now they're praising him like a god. I've always thought he's a top 5 general manager. Yeah, and I think, too, the Seahawks Network, sometimes it's hard for folks to understand that there's things Pete's doing here to sometimes make him not always look great when Pete comes in and exerts his authority. When that happens, I think at that point in time, it's hard because Schneider is the one it looks like, when you have a trade like last year for the Adams trade where, okay, two first-round picks and a third-round pick, like that's a lot for a general manager to be giving up for a safety. It had Coach Carroll's fingerprints all over it, him going to John saying, get it done. I don't care how you get it done. By God, get it done. So I would believe that being the case, that there's times where he's made to look a little bit worse, but it's some of the stuff you got to look at it with him is understanding where he finds the value, where he finds a Poona Ford undrafted free agent or a DJ Reed in a trade, off San Francisco's scrap heap, or Carlos Dunlap for a 7th rounder, or his ability to embrace this offseason, the voidable years in a contract to maximize out this season. While not necessarily selling the future whole hog down the line. He balances a lot of different plates and keeps them spinning. And I like John. I agree. I think he's probably top 5, if not top 5, definitely top 10. Brandon Eichrick, I really love Dickerson. He's so nasty, perfect for the Seahawks. Are his arms going to be too small for them? Probably not, because he's got a little bit more of general size to him, and he's not an undersized guy to go with smaller arms. He's a big guy then who might not have super long arms. The thing they might be hesitant with him is the injury history with him, Brendan, that might freak them out. He's had a couple of ACLs, shoulder, ankle. This guy's definitely got some injury question marks. I do kind of think he is going to be available for us, though, to look at as an option in that 2nd round. I know people think he might get selected higher, but I think that injury history is going to bump him down just enough at that point. And there's some other prospects that are going to be a little cleaner, not with the injury problems, where teams will just kind of wait on it a bit. But I understand why you like him, Brendan. Nothing not to like in the tape of Dickerson. He's a leader on that team. He flashes. He'd be a 1st-round pick if not for the injuries. Seahawks, would you rather have Antonio Brown or Golden Tate? I take Antonio Brown because Antonio Brown, I think at this point, is going to be more effective on the outside than Golden Tate, and he can do all the things Golden Tate can do from the slot if you need him to move in there as well. Jeffrey Nicholson, John is a super savvy general manager, smart as hell, very smart, and with an ability to think outside the box that I like as well. He will think of things and think of options, think of trades, and they'll go outside of stuff that you might normally think is there or will be able to be made, and they figure it out. So I like the ingenuity and the imagination that they sometimes bring to bear. And again, I have an instinct on this where at times, especially when you go to the draft, like an LJ Collier pick, I've always, maybe I'm just putting John up on a pedestal here, but I've always thought that was a Carroll pick coming in, and he pushed for that pick saying we need pass rush. And John saying to him, my God, man, there's been 17 of these men selected in this 1st round. You want to take the 18th in the 1st round? And Pete said, you damn right I do. And John said, no. And Pete said, yes, you will do it. And you will own it, and you will love it in the press conference. You will sing his praises. Call him heavy-handed. Call him heavy-handed. So I'd expect that he takes a couple of those swats on that a little bit. But I agree. John's smart. Brendan Eichrick, Lockett's 5'10", and he looks quite small. Imagine Rondell Moore or Elijah Moore. Yeah, they are definitely, both those guys to me are probably slot guys to the next level at their size. That is their limitation to their game with it, Brendan. I think Moore is a better yak guy. The thing with Lockett is he pairs his size up with being a guy who dies really easy after the catch. So he looks a little small out there, and then when he makes the catch, he falls down like a kid who's playing with big boys, and he doesn't want to get hit by the big boys, so he gets down to the ground or gets out of bounds. And that makes him look a little bit at times like he's kind of avoiding contact and whatnot. Whereas a guy like Elijah Moore, or even more out there, those guys are more, they'll run like running backs with the ball in their hands after the catch, which does supply a certain amount of value to this offense, especially this offense, which is going to be built more around the yak than the previous offense was, which was more built around, I think, hitting the deep shots and the big plays. Seahawks Network would rather have Mark Hawk, any idea on the June 1st roster cuts at wide receiver? I haven't looked at it yet, Mark, but I will. I'll add that on my list and take a look at it. I've been meaning to take a look at where teams are kind of standing right now. Just got to wait for some of these sites to update with all the contract numbers so you can kind of look through it. They're a little slow to go on that, but it's a great idea, and I will definitely take a look at what we might be looking at. I would like to see the thing in looking at this draft that I noticed. You get to the second round point, all the top wide receivers off the board. You bank out of that. You go back a little bit in the third round. Now all the top-end wide receivers are really off the board. It will be hard to make hay while the sun is shining on the wide receiver position in this particular draft with our limitations. We're probably going to have to get a couple of veterans brought into tow. It's just the way that this draft, I think, is going to shake out. It is a very deep draft for wide receivers. It is, undoubtedly. But so many are going to go off the board from right about pick number about 6 to about pick number about 39. You're probably going to see darn near 13 wide receivers taken off the board at that point, in my opinion. John says maybe Salah kind of let his buddy Shanahan know where he's going to go, which is why they traded up. Maybe 49ers have action on Wilson. Could be. I don't know if Wilson would be as much totally as a fit in what Shanahan's looking for, because again, I think that he's going to gravitate towards more of a guy who's 6'4" rather than this. Wilson looks 6'1" on the field. They measured him out. They're telling me at his pro day he was 6'2". I don't know on that. I think he's 6'1". Check. Mic check. Okay, we're back. Sorry, I got muted there. So the question was, do I think the team's slightly trolling Russ by adding Sherman Tate? I don't know, and thank you for John sending me that text. Let me know it was muted, by the way. Appreciate you. I don't know. I don't know if it's that. We certainly still have not got an absolute dead red indicator here that Russell Wilson is certainly going to be here for the ever in the long term. I mentioned this over and over again, and it continues to go week after week after week. We have yet to hear Schneider come out. We have yet to hear Coach Carroll come out and say that we love Russell Wilson. He is our quarterback now and in the future. We're not going to consider trading him at any point in time. That still has not come out, and you would still expect at one point or another them to give that kind of statement if their inclination is to keep him long term. But they have still kept this thing out to where a year from now you can move on from him. They've still kept this out where this still gives them the flexibility to do so. We still not have heard of them taking his base money this year and turning it into bonus conversion as they could have done and saving $10 million in the immediacy right now. Haven't done it. And you wouldn't do that if you were intending to try to move him next year when the dead money goes from $39 million all the way down to $26 million in a trade or whatnot. So that's been one of the interesting things, is that the Russ stuff still hasn't gone away, unfortunately. Still continues to be out there sort of spinning around. Ethan Tech World says John Schneider's doing really well with these pickups, but he's absolutely killing it with these contract structures. Like Carson's cap hit is $2.5 million, and Hyder's first-year hit isn't even $2 million. Absolutely phenomenal. Now, he's one of those guys that said, I did not want to pay Carson. No how, no way. There's not a price. But $2.5 million, that's the price I'll pay. That's the price I pay. It gets to a point of being just silly not to do it. And it would be silly not to do it at that price. And it's him going outside of his comfort zone here. He's not been a voidable year type guy. That's not been his way. That's not been his manner. He's been a guy that wants his 2 and his 3 year plan and his precious cap kept in the right areas. But John's gone outside his comfort zone over the last year to try to get this team into winnable place. That's how you end up with three picks at this point. You know, do you think John Schneider wants to come in this draft with 3 picks? He loves drafts. He worships drafts. He's at the altar of draft pick city every morning, you know, facing east. You know, so to lose these draft picks, to use these voidable years in this contract, it speaks to the fact he realizes Coach Carroll doesn't have a lot of time here. It speaks to the fact he's trying to keep Russell Wilson happy, and he's trying to do whatever he can do. And that's all you can ask of a general manager is just do everything within your power to fix this, to make this the right. And that's what he's doing. And that's why I've applauded so much of what he has done this offseason. Seahawks Network, Mac Jones better thank his teammates because they single-handedly hyped him all the way up to the top 5. I don't know if you've seen the interviews, but Waddle and Smith were asked if they liked Tua or Mac. I did, yeah, and they both preferred, of course, Mac Jones. It's one of those ones I always laugh at, where you've got a guy like Tua who comes out in his first year. It doesn't look so good. Now, Dolphins' offensive line is a work in progress, and they don't have a lot of skill position guys on the outside, but hell, Fitzpatrick came in there and looked pretty darn good behind that same offensive line, you know, and I didn't see any real flash out of Tua. Now, obviously, I wasn't high on Tua coming out of college last year anyway. I worry about the injury, and I think he's got more of late Russell Wilson career mobility rather than early Russell. Like, he can't get away from guys really. I came back time and time again, went, okay, so you're saying Mac Jones is better than Tua, but what are you really saying to me at that point? You know, if Tua's a bust and you're telling me Mac's better, that doesn't exactly tell me that Mac is an elite talent. Enrique M. Niner fans are now saying Fields is better than Wilson just because they won't be able to get him. Yeah, I could see. That sounds like a Niner fan thing. I could see that. UE2K, the Seahawks Network. I'm sorry. Gibster, Shanny took Cousins in the 4th round. If he wanted a value guy, he'd get a guy further down the draft. He's going up to the top 3 to get a guy with unique traits. Could be, but there's also a significant difference between taking a guy in the 3rd and 4th round versus taking him in the 1st round. A very significant difference here, Gibster, and one that he would have learned with Cousins. Because what's the problem with Cousins at the end of the day? Was it that he didn't want him at the quarterback? No, it's that they had to write out the 2 franchise tags, and then they couldn't do a 3rd franchise tag, and then they didn't quite want to pay him. So it was really more about didn't want to pay him the money. Didn't want to get a Cousins where you're paying him the money. So what do you get by getting the number 3 overall pick? You get theoretically 5 cheap club years of control before you get to the franchise tag. And that's what he's looking at through the lens of, is before when I had Cousins after year 3, by the time he's at a starter, I got to do something with him. I'm going to have to put a franchise on him. I'm going to have to, he's essentially, you've got a quicker path to free agency by being a later round pick than you do by being a 1st round pick is what I'm saying. That 5 years of cheap club control, I think, will be very interesting to Shanny with this guy as he develops along with that. So it could be the one thing that just is a counter to that. Y2K, really liking this offseason. I do feel $3 million is kind of high for Woods. Still, he feels a need. Will he be playing Puna at some 3 tech? We have pretty much 3 ubiquitous defensive tackles at this point. All of these guys can do some 3 tech. All these guys can do some 1 tech. You don't have anybody that's really purified to one or the other. Woods at 345 is really not going to be at that weight, be super effective as a pass rusher. He did all right a couple of years ago, but I would like to think that they're looking at Puna Ford at 6 foot, 300 and thinking, let's get him over a 3 tech and see if maybe he can do a little bit of, come along in his development a little bit more over there. He's not shown a lot of it in his past. He has been more of the 3 tech guy, penetrating kind of penetrating 1 tech, not 3 tech. He's been more of a penetrating 1 tech, but I would expect them to kind of just rotate all those guys through. Maxwell says, man, I hope no Creed Humphrey falls to us. I hope Creed Humphrey falls to us, I think is what you're saying. I'd like to see it too. I'd feel good about the center position if you're sitting with Humphrey and Posick after the draft. Aaron Sherwood, we've seen John turn 4 picks into 11 just 2 years ago, so it wouldn't surprise me if he triples our draft picks. He very much could, Aaron. He could. He's going to be a little harder because, when you move out of the first round to a second round and what you pick up off that versus what you're moving from the mid-second round to, let's say, early third and what you're going to be able to pick from that. But I would expect him to still, even within those limitations, still be able to build up some more picks than just what we're at. I'd expect them to find a way to get to at least 6 picks in this draft, if not up to around 7 picks when it's all said and done. The Silver Shrew says if the Jets select Justin Fields, the 49ers choosing Mac Jones or Trey Lance would be entirely possible. It could. I think that they've traded up here for this spot because they have a guy they're targeting regardless of who the Jets go after. I think Shanahan has his guy, has who he wants. So I don't know if it's for Mac Jones for sure, but I think that there's one above all others that they value. One ring to rule them all. One quarterback to rule them all is how Shanahan sees it. And I think there's one there that he's probably gravitating towards, regardless of whatever the Jets do. John Robinson says the Redskins made the playoffs with RG3, who was a one-read quarterback like Lance or Fields, and who needs Lance or Fields, and who needed time to develop. Yes. Part of that was, John, that what they did is they had drafted Robert Griffin and I think realized right out the gate that he wasn't going to be a guy that was going to be able to run their offense. And so they made do and they started installing Baylor's offense within the Washington football team's offense. Now, these offensive designs and twists and turns that they added in at that time, specifically the read option, which they were the forerunners on at that time with having the quarterback running the read option, was not because they wanted to do that. It was almost out of a necessity that they did it, John, and they did it with great results. They got that to, as you said, to a essentially what was then to the playoffs. But what also happened during that time period? Well, RG3 got the hell beat out of him, didn't he? It wasn't exactly a recipe for a long-term productive solution at the quarterback position. In fact, RG3 was never the same from that season of going for those wins and just trying to make it work. I would argue that he wouldn't have taken a lesson from that of saying, yeah, you know what I need to do is go back and get one of those mobile quarterback, one-read quarterbacks again and do that again. I think he would have gone in the other way, especially considering that on the other side of it, you had Kirk Cousins as this active alternative looking you in the eye, and that alternative played much better and has had a much better career than Robert Griffin has. What's my username on IG? I think it's like Seahawks Nester. Let me look at it. I'll look it up. I'm barely on there. I'm so many apps and things to try to try to pay attention to. Shoot. I don't even know how to use this stupid thing. I'll get it posted. I'll post it in the description link here after the show. Oh, it's _Hawks_Nest_YouTube is on Instagram. So that's my Instagram. I got to do something with that though. I've been neglecting it. Not a big picture taker. Heat Cranks, how you doing, Heat Cranks? Oh, that's who I was asking. So yeah, Heat Cranks. So Seahawks_Nest_YouTube. You'll see a bunch of the thumbnails I've had on the channel there. D-Nugget, Heat Cranks, you got any update on Jadeveon? Is he going to the Brownies? D-Nugget, can we get rid of Diggs and bring Sherman in for leadership and better energy in the backfield with Bobby? You could theoretically get rid of Diggs because I think you do have a guy in Blair that could play free safety. But I don't think that you're getting rid of Diggs because you got Sherman as leadership. I don't think one affects the other really at this point, being that they both do play two different positions. I think Diggs probably remains for another year. Silver Shrew, what do you think of Justin Herbert before the 2020 season? Did you think he would perform like he did, breaking rookie records? No, I did not. When I watched his tape at Oregon, I wasn't impressed by it. It did look like to me, and what we look at in retrospect for why this showed is that the Oregon coaching staff was holding him back. You know, that he was asked and instructed to do certain set things, not asked to scramble around much, for instance. So the big knock on him was, well, everything's got to be scripted up for him perfectly for him to flourish. And then he has a rookie year where he's flourishing off everything off script. Everybody's going, what the hell is going on here? And it's because the coaching staff had locked him into not allowing him to do that. And that was a limitation. Nobody was really aware that the coaching staff had done it that way. And they allowed him finally in his last bowl game there to just play out and to play like he did that final year. And in that bowl game, maybe you could have seen those elements propping up at that point. But, it was a thing with Justin Herbert where he started out before he's drafted where he's drafted. It's the previous year. It's like, well, if he comes out in that draft, maybe he's the number 1 overall pick, but then he goes back to school. And then, so there was a little bit of that. People had known where his value was and realized this is a real special guy, to where then it just sort of dropped down because the performance wasn't there in that year of coming back, but wasn't back because of the limitations of the offense. But no, I can't take any I was on that boat. No, I wasn't. No, I didn't know that he was going to be a bust, but I wasn't, for where you're going to be picking in the first round, top 10 wise, I didn't know that there was enough certainty with picking him there to know that you could feel good about that. So much the NFL now is off script, and you want to see on tape of the guy, him performing well off script as a quarterback. Because just like in the same realm of, I don't like, when I look at Mac Jones, part of the reason I don't like going Kirk Cousins, cheap 5-year club control for Kirk Cousins in the first round, is because mobility is becoming more of a factor for quarterbacks with every increasing year, not less. Having statue guys is not going to be a thing here to me in another 10 years in this league. So you need to have an eye when you're looking at quarterbacks for mobility. It's got to be a factor in their game, and if it's missing, it's going to limit it. It's going to limit, in my opinion, some of their upside. Najee Eastwick, Hawks draft picks have been bad last few years. Hopefully not having high picks. They address needs and pick the best player available. They're doing as much as they can with all the moves they've made in free agency, Najee, to put themselves in that position to be able to essentially pick the best player available. For the most part, you've got to need at center. You've got to need at linebacker. You've got to need a wide receiver. So they could also slide back in the realm of picking for need. And that's what they've done in recent drafts. You picked a guy, I think to a degree at least. They're better last year, but in the other drafts prior to that, it was more need. Last year, I think you could point to and say, there's a little bit more of this. They must be picking for the guy they want. Jordan Brooks is going to be a middle linebacker of the future. That was a pick to the future, in my opinion. Darrell Taylor was a guy that I think they thought they were going to get a lot of production instantly out the gate, and was more of a need pick of any of the picks. But Damian Lewis, you already had DJ Fluker here, and you still made that pick for him, knowing Fluker was on the roster. So it wasn't a pick of need. It was a pick of, this is the best player. I like it when they're in that realm. Every team should be in that realm. I think few teams are actually truly able to fully operate in that realm of just picking the best guy up on their board. Why do I? The only Russ trade I would be okay with is the Jets. They have the number 2 pick. Zach Wilson might be the next great one. No chance Russ wants to play for the Jets, though. We don't know if he might be one. New York is a big market, wide, and he wants to go to a big market. But I agree. I think the fact that at the end of the day, too, they've got a defensive-minded coach, and I think that would preclude something like that from happening. To me, the only other team that can come in at this point in time and jump into the fray are the Dolphins. They've certainly have loaded themselves to the hilt now with draft picks this year to make a run at Russ if they wanted to and didn't think Tua was their guy. I mean, they've got everything you could want more. Number 6 overall pick in the first round, where you could probably get Lance. That would maybe appeal to Seattle. But I don't know where the coaching staff would be on Zach Wilson. It would be interesting to see where Schneider and Carroll are with him, because he's not exactly what they've looked for in quarterbacks in the past. But then I'd probably be along with you and to think that if he was there and they were picking there, that they would probably take him. U2K, with a rookie quarterback, 49ers reset the clock. Think they might be willing to pay JG this year and move on next year. They might be playing the long game. It could be a part of this process where they're doing it that way, 2K, where they think that they are able to get something back from Jimmy G if he has a good year here with them. I don't think he's going to have a lot that he's going to return them back in trade value past a third-round type pick, really, at the end of the day. But they could be going that route. They've opened the door to that being a potential here, certainly. Misfit Dink, how you doing, Misfit? Antonio and Hollywood would be perfect. Together with the Ravens, yeah, they're both cousins, so there's a familial connection there. If Antonio wants to go to the Ravens, Hollywood certainly has not been able to really tap into much through his career. He's, I think, not benefiting from having Lamar Jackson and some of his limitations throwing deep down the field there to a degree. But I also do wonder where Hollywood sort of factors out at. Why do I? Reed does get some sacks, but so few pressures and can get blown off the line. He is so overrated. Average defensive tackle with the niche trait of tackling the quarterbacks the few times he is left unblocked. I agree, why do I? I think he's a guy he's got this one thing that he's done. It's like a guy who comes in this league and realizes he gets sacks and it pays if he gets sacks. So I'll just think about getting sacks and everything else that doesn't matter. And he's kind of been proven right. He's gotten paid. And he's gotten paid again now by Kansas City. Nobody was willing to trade from him, I will say that, and I don't think he was probably looking at a huge market out there after this release, but he's been able to sort of take that one trick and turn it into this thing, and it's like, he's okay. He's okay. Certainly wasn't worth $8.6 million, and I probably wouldn't be paying him $7 million that he's getting paid from the Chiefs this year. Silver Shoe, Al Woods is not as good a pass rusher as Reed, but he is better at run stuffer or near the same level as Reed. Al Woods is a better run stuffer than Reed at this point because Reed's been minus that game. That's how Reed got to the point of only being rated, 56 by Pro Football Focus. That's not a good rating for a defensive tackle in this league, 56. Al Woods on the other side of it in 2009 up over 70. I think he's better in both. Honestly, at this point, I would say he's better both as a pass rusher and as a run stuffer. Reed will get more sacks, but again, one of the things that I've hammered on here with this Silver Shrew is that you shouldn't really look at the productivity of a player as far as how are they as a pass rusher, just and look at the sack number and go, oh, here's sack number. That means this guy's an effective pass rusher. You look at pressures, quarterback hits, win rate, all of those items, I would guarantee you the 2019 Al Woods beat Jarran Reed of this year. So that being the case, he's a better run stuffer and he is a better pass rusher. Nas says Finn's got away with highway robbery. It's looking a little bit like that to me, especially if Mac Jones is going to be the selection. Misfit Dink, if Fields isn't gone at 2, 49ers are definitely picking him up. I don't know. I'm making the argument here in this stream, Misfits, that it's going to be I think Mac Jones is where they're looking at right now. Rosalind Smith, Seattle's going to win the division again. That's who I got winning it right now, Rosalind. I got us winning the division. So I have 13-4 is where I've got us sitting right now. Ethan's Tech World. Dolphins could probably get any player or players with those draft picks. Or are they just set for the next couple of years? Well, I think I mean, if they're going to sit where they're sitting at number 6, to me, you're probably looking at being able to go get a guy like Jamar Chase, the best wide receiver in this class. You put that with Gesicki that they got there, Jabari Parker. With Parker that they got there, I think they're starting to round out a nice little receiver crew at that point. So that puts them there to be able to do that. I think they just take the picks and start loading it up. They're already a team on the wise. Now you start tapping into that. Outside of them potentially making some crazy trade for Russell Wilson. Which they very well could. And it could have been that the Dolphins were looking to take these trade assets and move it on to Watson, but with Watson's situation being what it is, they'll move to plan B, which could potentially be Wilson. I don't know if that's where they're going to go, but they've got the ammunition to do it if they wanted to. Randall says, if we're trying to mend the fence with Russ, I'd imagine bringing back Tate, who went at him publicly, who went at him and Tate, we all know the rumor, won't go great with Mr. Unlimited. Might not. It might be something we can look at in understanding that there's going to be indicators here, Randall, if they're going to intend to go this next year of this is a 1 year off, we're going to make do, everyone's gritting their teeth and just bearing through this until we can get through to move him. There'll be indicators of that if they go that route, and that may be an indicator of that. There should be some other indicators that should be comboed with that before we come to a conclusion to say that we know it's to make Russ mad and to dig at him. I can't imagine that a team's going to roster build and roster construct with the thought process at the forefront of their mind. Let's do it to piss off this quarterback who's burned some of our bridges. I think that they're not that. I would like to think they're not that petty, Randall. And again, I can say with both Tate and Sherm, there's a reason to open this up to say, is Golden Tate better than Freddie Swain if Golden Tate's due to be the 4th receiver on this team? Yeah, he's better than Freddie Swain. So that, to me, is an upgrade, and it's not going to cost you a lot. Is Sherman a better cornerback, potentially, than both of the 2 cornerbacks we currently have on this team? Yeah, probably is. So it really comes down to that point for me of how do you improve the team? What moves improve the team? And if they improve the team, that's probably more at their forefront. And if it happens to irk Russ a little bit, well, too bad, so sad. We're improving the team, Russ. I think, and if it accomplishes both of those things, Randall, I'm sure that wouldn't hurt the situation. D-Mac. See you in the chat, buddy. God's finest. Why would Seattle take 2 centers back of 4? Well, Quinn Miners, Gods, was actually playing guard last year at the collegiate level. So he played some center at the Senior Bowl, but he's a left guard in how I'm forecasting him out the next level. So you'd have him backing up essentially Gabe Jackson. Slash is a guy who could play center in a pinch if you need him. And then Craig Humphrey, likewise, can also play some guard and some center. Both of them have flexibility in positioning and that they both have played the position in the past. You're not going to have to move them over to guard, and they've never played that position. And some people have Humphrey's best, highest end at the next level at being at guard. So it's get you some talent, fills it out, but they're not both centers. I would not take two centers with my two picks. That's just how Pro Football Focus has them written in right now. Silver Shrew, what do you think of the NFL expanding to 17 games in a season? These players are already having a hard enough time staying healthy on the field. They're battered and bruised, and some of these teams are taken down to nearly nothing by the end of the year. Outside of them, they're going to have to expand the rosters, in my opinion, if they're going to do this. And they got to allow the rosters to go significantly larger than where they've gone. Continue to allow the practice squads to be up near 16 players. Give these teams that kind of flexibility, and I'll like it a lot more. But as it stands now, without adding those things, I would be a little bit. I'm kind of like, I don't know if it's the greatest for the product. Tommy Eden, what happened to Magnum PI? Well, I got a job interview this week, Tommy, so I got to do it. But I will grow it back if I can get this job. I'll grow it back instantaneously, and we'll get the Magnum PI before I got to go here. I got to do a Magnum PI one. Conspiracy Clowny, don't forget Kittle. Oh, that's right. They do have George Kittle there. I forgot to sell on Kittle, so he is a guy there as well. Nick Reeder, Benjamin St. Just. I'm not as high as a lot of other people are on him, Nick. I know people are definitely loving him. The thing I've maintained on those folks that like Benjamin St. Just is go watch the Penn State film of him. Go watch the Penn State film. It's not pretty to look at. And I don't like the natural instincts there. It looks really rough. Looks like he just came to the position. Looks like he just came to football, and that's certainly what his story tells us. You give that guy maybe a little bit of room to maybe adjust and get better at it, but there's too many other cornerbacks in this draft. If it was like last year's draft at the zone cover corner, if it was last year's draft with the 6-foot guys, he'd maybe be more open up to me. But I like some of the other guys that are going to be picked right up probably around him. To me, he's an undrafted rookie free agent at this point. UE2K, NFL's expanding to 17 for one reason, money. That's right, they are. I agree. It's all about money. Randall Shanahan would be wanting to replicate Matt Ryan with Mac Jones. Matty Ice went number 3, was never a physical specimen. Matty Ice had a good arm, not necessarily elite. What a great, another great comment, Randall, on that. And that backs a little bit what I'm saying too. Yeah, Shanahan also had his history as an offensive coordinator with the Atlanta Falcons. Did he have a freak show quarterback there with plus side mobility, plus arm, all that? No. Matt Ryan's got about an NFL average arm. And to say he's got average mobility, I think is being generous. But Matt Ryan's really smart. Matt really understands how to break down defenses. He understands how to control a football game. And yeah, fantastic point. You know, you can look at a Kirk Cousins, Matt Ryan type, and those are in sort of that same mold. And has Shanahan kind of fallen in love with those type of quarterbacks? Maybe. That's all I'm contending here. I'm not saying I know it for sure. I'm just saying maybe he's fallen in love with those guys. And it will make me laugh very hard come draft day with the number 3 overall selection. The San Francisco 49ers select Mac Jones, Alabama. Daniel, do you really think what really held Adams back was his multiple injuries last year? He just didn't look too great outside of the sacks, especially in coverage. Well, when you look at him historically speaking, Daniel, let's go back to college at LSU, where Pro Football Focus grades those guys in college football, just like they do on the pro level. They look at every single play that they played of every college career. And then you look at his first couple of years there with the Jets and how he played with them. He was an upper level cover safety. He did a very good job in covering up and doing that in that role. Now with the Jets, he was being asked to cover running backs and tight ends, which is what you should be asking a guy of his skill set to do. You would have never asked Cam Chancellor to guard Stephon Diggs. You would have never asked Cam Chancellor to take Julian Edelman up the field 50 yards on a fly route. That would not have been any point in time we ever saw Cam Chancellor put in those positions. So why was Jamal Adams put in those positions last year? That's part of it. Part of it as well, to what you pointed out, is, yeah, I think that you can factor in the injuries having affected him. You saw it on another play where he should not have been 35 yards down the field covering Cooper Kupp. But there he was in a playoff game where it really mattered and we really needed to win the game. And you could see he couldn't even lift his broken-ass arm up to go up and make the interception. I think that it affected him in a big-time way, but I would expect him to come back next year and hit more historically to what he has been, historically speaking, over the course of his college career and his early NFL career, rather than take that one season in a new scheme where he arrived at the very last minute to the team. No training camp, no off-season camp. It's a scheme that's completely different than the scheme that he just previously had played in. And then he's beaten up and more injured than he's ever been in his whole career. I take all of that in together and I go, probably not going to play at that same kind of level that he played at in coverage last year. And he was good as a run stuffer last year, and he was pretty good as a pass rusher last year. So there were elements of his game where he was plus in, but I think it's been highly overstated, his deficiencies in coverage. And people are really glomming on to me to sort of sample size versus more data that you have to go off of, more of years of data rather than just 1 year of data. D-Mac. D-Mac, Rondell Moore, Purdue, better than Tyreek Hill. Oh, D-Mac coming in with the hot take today, D-Mac. You know they got him at 5'7", D-Mac. 5'7" he measured out at his pro day. I mean, the guy lifted all of the weight in the world. He like squats 700 pounds and benches like 600, and he ran a 4.25 and jumped 43 inches. But 5'7", that's the only part that we lament, D. It's just like, man, that 5'7". Adrian D, I would love just one season of all teams doing great. Imagine the games if every team was greater. All teams doing great. Well, the NFL does it as well as anybody, Adrian, because it's the best league of all sports as far as parity, in my opinion. Because of the salary cap, as hard it is, by how it penalizes the good teams, I think football has done a pretty good job of making sure that they keep that balanced and that it's not all just onto one team. It definitely benefits those organizations that are run smartly, but that's the part about football I really like. Tommy, do you think because of the vid with no combine, maybe it's not such a bad year to have a few picks, or do you think it's more important than ever to have picks? I think it's less important, Tommy, to have early round picks this year and more important to have more picks. If having more bites at the apple is pretty important in prior years to Schneider, it should be really important this year because good quality players who just didn't put enough film on tape, who didn't get enough of the benefit of a combine to show out at, are going to fall in the draft. And with those fallers, you'll be able to get multiple players at that point in the back end of the draft, cheap club control for a couple of years. I like the idea of that. So get more picks at the back of the draft, sacrifice for the higher end of the draft to get that done. And I think that's exactly what John Schneider is going to probably do. Ethan's Tech World. Yeah, I definitely agree with Creed Humphrey second. I didn't realize Campbell would be tracked all the way up into the round 2. I was thinking Humphrey for second round and maybe not. I think Campbell's going to get up into at least the third round, Ethan, in my opinion. He's just such a clean prospect, and he doesn't have a lot that you can really take apart in his game. If he is there at the fourth round, Ethan, I would take it. But part of this, too, as well, is that we're going to trade back here, too. He's going to want to assemble some more picks, and the places you're going to have to do that with is in the second round and in the fourth round, because then you go all the way back to, the seventh round or something like that at the end. So, yeah. Sippies, Sports Show. How you doing, Sippies? Thanks for jumping on in. Seahawks Network, most guides are an upgrade over Ursula and Swain. Facts. Jay's got that shave, also got a new video out. Can you watch later? I will. Yes, Jay's, for sure. Just do me a favor, put it in the description section. I think I've asked you on that before. I was looking the other day for your deal there. Just put it on that description section, or I think you also put it in Discord. I'll try to look it over there again if I can. But the description section of the video is helpful because it pops up on my notifications and then I can see it. But welcome on in, Jace. EW2K, I understand the love for Mac Jones. As a less mobile quarterback, he has to rely on ability to read defenses and make good decisions quickly as opposed to relying on his legs, a great commodity in the NFL. Right. And that's also, what would a smart offensive coordinator want? A guy that's going to be able to go through his read and go through the way I've set this up. I've set the stage for you to be successful in this play. I've given you this easy completion if you just execute it in the way I need you to execute it. It speaks to that coach, an offensive coach with that kind of mind is going to want a guy who executes the things he wants and is not going to be as much a guy that gravitates towards the guy that plays off script or who can just play backyard football. Thank you for smashing that like button, D-Nugget. I appreciate it. Please, everyone in here, do smash on that like if you haven't already. If you like it, of course. Jace, Brandon, I had a 20-second video reacting to Dunlap, and at that moment, it has 325 views. Great job, Jace. Great job. That's the way to go. That's where I would stay with it too, Jason. I think the shorter videos out on YouTube do better with that. The shorter you can go, the better. And do please go over there and sub to Jason's channel. He's a mod on our channel here, and young guy up on the come with it there. So go sub to his channel, Seahawks Network as well. We got Jose Rodriguez in here. A lot of guys that are doing some great Seahawks content here on YouTube. Please do go out there and support your local Hawks channeliers. Jay Almeida, I'm a 49ers fan. Jay, how you doing, Jay? Welcome on in. We take all fans in here. We get many from our NFC West brethren come on in, so you're welcome in, man. Respect your team as well. I have a lot of respect for Shanahan. I think he's one of the smartest offensive minds, not just mine. I think he's one of the better coaches in the entire NFL. And like I was saying earlier, I think your general manager is more hit than he has miss. So I like what you guys are doing. It's going to be very interesting to see what you do with the quarterback. Who you guys want a quarterback, Alameda? Are you liking these Mac Jones rumors, or are you feeling more the Fields, or even Lance? Seahawks Network, I love Jamal Adams, but I hate the trade. Same. I think I've landed more in that realm myself at this point in retrospect on it. I think what really the part I hate is I just don't like desperation. I don't like when you as a team get stuck in a situation and you have to make multiple desperate moves year in and year out. It's a bad place to operate from as a franchise, and I think it gets you into trouble. And I think that did to them a little bit in that degree. But I do like Jamal Adams, and I think his top end is still on the way. Silver Shrew, ever think of trading Quandre Diggs and replace him with Ryan Neal or Marquise Blair, or use him for one more year? He was one of the guys in my offseason proposition, Silver Shrew. I had two guys that I would have moved on to reclaim some draft capital for this draft. One of those guys was Tyler Lockett. One of those guys was Quandre Diggs, where I was then going to align and slot out Marquise Blair to then the free safety position coming back. Save $5.5 million off of Diggs' contract hit this year in the cap. Then also save about $10.5 million off of Lockett, which then I would have put the resources back in other places. Ryan Neal's only going to be able to be a strong safety. You're not going to be able to ask him to play really any kind of cover, single high stuff. Doesn't quite have the speed to be able to do that. But Marquise Blair does. He's got legitimate like 4.45 type speed out there. So he could handle that good enough for you on that outside. Plus a lot of where the NFL is going is a lot more of the cover two look is coming back more into play now as well. I think in Seattle's embrace this too. We're not as regimented in going to single high, play in and play out. We're doing a lot more of the cover two look stuff. A lot more, old school kind of look to it. It's coming back again. Jay Alameda, the Seahawks need offensive line bad. Agreed, Jay Alameda. That's been where I won in this draft. The first couple picks where I went in our draft, I did a mock draft, and I'll post it here for new folks that are in. I'll let it show up. Here is my draft, Jay Alameda. Where I have us going is looking at Creed Humphrey and Quinn Miners as our first two picks, and then going and getting Alaric Jackson as well later on. So I think three men invested into our draft are going to be offensive linemen if things go the way I'd like to go. So Jay Alameda, hopefully the Niners draft Lance. I like Lance. He would scare me. Probably the biggest scare factor for me, probably of any of the quarterbacks you guys could pick, would be probably Lance to me. Alameda. You probably have Fields being the safest, Lance being the wildest variance, or I guess Mac Jones being the safest, Lance being the wildest variance as far as freakish goes, and then Fields landing somewhere in between. Jace, wow, Sean Wade went from potentially being a first-round pick this year to after the season him looking like a fifth-round pick or below. I don't think he gets taken anywhere inside the sixth round, Jace. I mean, the film that he put up this year was not good. Not good. He's just like Shaquille Griffin. If you guys want to know what Wade is, he's like Shaquille Griffin minus even a little less tackling. And not Griffin in the good way. Like it's the one flash play, and then he gives up a lot of plays in front of him. He's got good technique. He knows how to do back pedal, looks fluid, keeps himself protected over the top, but he gives up everything in front of him all day long. It's wild. But he's 6 foot tall. He's got the speed, got the measurables. Randall says, who do you think our top 3 to 4 wide receivers are at the start of the season? I think we need 2 more, one free agent and 1 rookie. If we think Russ is the quarterback in 21, I'd imagine Tyler stays. I do. I think at this point, I land on the line of, I think a trade would have happened for Tyler if it was going to happen, so he probably does remain, but I don't think he gets on a contract extension. They're just going to play him out for the year and then let him probably walk. So he's going to remain. You're right. We do need a 3 and a 4. I would say Antonio Brown's the guy that makes a lot of sense as the 3. I think I'd like to still look at Josh Gordon if we can get some confirmation from the commissioner's office that he is available. And then, yes, I would look then in the draft to go take a guy at that point on top of it and then round things out like that. Maybe even look to make a trade for a wide receiver Randall. If there's a guy out there that you can get for a future 5th or something that's a team's willing to move off from, I might even be open to something like that. The one place I don't like in my offseason plan or even in my draft necessarily is not being able to address the wide receiver position a little more thoroughly. Jay Almeida, did the Seahawks trade their draft pick? Yeah, we traded for Jamal Adams at the start of the year, so we're out a 1st rounder and a 3rd rounder and a 5th rounder and a 6th rounder as we stand right now. We're a little light in our wallet right now, Alameda. Chase, are there any center prospects in our range that you really like? Creed, obviously, by my deal there, you can see, Chase, I like me Creed Humphrey. Quinn Miners can play, I think, both. I think he's got a future where he can play both left guard or center in the next level. So I like those guys. There's the Myers kid from Ohio State, who you could maybe get a little bit more later on, who I think is pretty solid too. Haven't looked at a lot of the center class past that. They're on my list as some of the next ones to take a look at. But I think any of those guys would be pretty darn solid there in the 2nd round. Randall, I'd be okay with Josh Reynolds. Seems the free agent list has been picked over a few times. I'd be okay with AB too. DK, TL, and AB plus rookie and Swain is interesting. Yeah, I think it'd be interesting. I think it'd be okay. I'd be okay with that. I thought Josh Reynolds signed somewhere. Oh, there we go. E2K. Yeah, Reynolds signed with the Titans. So Reynolds is off the board, unfortunately. John Robinson says this is definitely going to be an exciting draft. Get your popcorn ready. Oh, it'll be a wild one, John. And we're going to be doing, by the way, for you guys watching, I'll be doing 3 full days of live streaming the draft. So you guys want to watch me get haggard over 3 days and lose my voice and freak out when the Seahawks pick, because the last 2 years I've lost my stuff when the Seahawks have picked. It's not been a happy time. Jay Alameda, do you think the Seahawks should trade for 2 or 3 first-round picks? No. I think we should trade back and collect extra picks in this draft. Pick at the back end, pick a lot at the back end of the draft. Rosalind Smith says if Russell leaves and y'all end up with Sam Darnold, you're going 7-10. Very well could at that point, Rosalind. You're right there. We're much worse if Russell goes somewhere else. John Robinson says Reed signed for $8 million. Why couldn't they find a trade partner? I would have to hazard a guess on that one, so I'm not really too sure. Just probably not anybody willing to. I mean, the Chiefs are willing to sign him, but they're not willing to sign him, and not willing to take the $8 million hit and have to give up draft capital for him in addition to it. So probably came down to that. $8 million was quite a hit to take on your cap hit at that point, while also giving up a draft pick to make it happen. Sometimes that's just enough, John, especially with the way that people value their draft picks now. Jay Alameda says, I wouldn't mind Wilson getting traded out of the division. I bet you wouldn't mind that. But it's not happening, my man. Not going to happen. We're going to keep him at least for 1 more year. I hope. He's got to. Tommy, Sam Darnold looked great at USC for 1 season. From what I can remember, way overhyped, IMO. I'm not high on Sam Darnold, but I think that the whole breaking him down to the bottom level right now is a little bit premature. He's gone from a situation to the New York Jets that's been dysfunctional, to say the least, and has been dysfunctional for years. No quarterbacks are thriving in that environment. And he went on to a team that had no playmakers, no offensive line, not really much of any defense, not really any running back that he could lean back on. I don't think he's exactly been given all of the opportunity to be able to flourish. Look at Jared Goff when he comes in and what he's given. Sean McVay is an offensive mastermind, a pretty good offensive line blocking in front of him. Same thing's true with Carson Wentz when he walked in. And Wentz has this off season last year where he falls off the table and looks just like right around Darnold, look worse than what Darnold's looked like for the Jets, frankly. But then he goes and gets fetched by the Colts as this quarterback of the future. Well, Wentz got a lot to be able to operate off of when he walked in the door. He had playmakers to throw to. He had okay running backs. He had a great, fantastic, one of the best offensive lines in all the NFL. And that allowed him to flourish. I think Darnold gets a little bit of a bum rap with that. I don't think he's a star in the making or whatever, but I don't know that he's necessarily 100% absolutely a bust at this point. I need to see him being given an actual opportunity somewhere else where he's got a little bit more to work with, or the Jets are giving him a little bit more to work with. Jesse Lund, why not play Bobby in between Brooks and Jamal at linebacker? Well, you're saying you want Jamal to play essentially Sam linebacker, but play it in more of the traditional 4-3 scheme rather than the 4-3 under, where you'd have him behind the defensive end, essentially. They could do that. Jamal certainly played some linebacker with the Jets. He had a good amount of rotational snaps as a linebacker playing for them. So he could do some of that. You could also do stuff like, Brooks is coming off the field in passing down situations, probably if he's playing the will. So you could also have Adams playing safety early downs and then have Adams come up and play the will on passing situations and then bring Neal in as your safety in that situation, or have Marquise Blair then back as your safety at that point, and flip it around. So they've got some scheme flexibility and some positional flexibility with that to move that around. But I don't think you'll see Jamal at the Sam necessarily, because in our situation, Jesse, the Sam is a 4-3 under Sam, which means that he's lined up over the top of a tight end on the offense's strong side of the formation. So he's got to usually set the edge, which you're not going to ask Jamal Adams to do. There's a reason why KJ Wright was good at it. The reason why Bruce Irvin was good at that. You got to be about 6'3", 6'4 plus with some size to get that done. Rosalind says Pete needs to get his act together before Seattle as the last ones in the division if Russell leaves. Well, it looks like they're trying to, Rosalind. They're trying to get it together. That's been the indicators, at least. I don't see Rams doing anything this season. I've got the Rams right now as number 2 in the division. So I don't think that they may get. I think they can sneak into the playoffs still, especially with the extra playoff team that's now in there because you don't get 2 first-round buys. So I do have them making the playoffs next year. I do. But they've taken a couple hits this season. And Alameda thinks Stafford's past his prime. He is a little bit, but it's a little bit the same thing I'm talking about with Sam Darnold, where it's, you're a quarterback put in a position to not be able to play for an upper-level franchise or a franchise that's got their stuff together. When you're playing for a dysfunctional team for 10, 13, 14 years, and then you got to go to a legitimate team, maybe there's some top end that's still not been quite tapped into, Alameda. So you look at Carson Palmer, Bengals, goes to the Raiders, looks cooked with the Raiders, looks done. Comes to the Cardinals with Arians, who's a complete fit for what Carson Palmer brought to the stage as far as a quarterback with his deep ball accuracy and just the ability to make any throw in the game that you need him to make. He probably had some of his best years of his career there, at least one of the best years of his career there, playing there. So sometimes it's about situation. Rosalind says the Rams and the 49ers getting better quarterbacks, and here's Seattle trying to play hardball with Russ. What a joke. I don't know where they playing hardball with Russ, Rosalind. I don't know where they're playing hardball. They've made a lot of moves this offseason to try to placate and make Russell Wilson happy. Jace, I don't understand why people are comparing Mac Jones to Tom Brady. Is it because he looks exactly like Brady with the shirtless picture? People said he looks like Brady when he was young. It's Brady. It's the reason that you make the comparison is because you have a guy that's not upwardly mobile, some mobile maybe limitations compared to what you get as far as normal quarterbacks coming out. You have a guy that is, not been hyped up along throughout his career there with Alabama, just seen as sort of solid. This is like with Brady having his deal back in the day with, Drew Henson with Michigan, where Brady was actually like sat down at Michigan at times because they would bring Brady out or Drew Henson out there, who was the freak show guy, the five tool guy. Then when you look at them throwing the ball, Jace, they've got, they're very accurate. They throw with great anticipation. This is certainly hallmarks of Brady's game. And they both maybe don't have necessarily the biggest, hand cannon, laser rocket arms. So probably a little bit of that. Intangibles being things mentioned with them a lot. Sam Z, Bullard to replace Reed. I don't know if Bullard's even on the roster anymore right now, Sam. You've got Hamilton, who the team is supposedly kind of high on, but we also might be seeing a little bit of Poona Ford moved over to the 3-tech. MS Monk. I feel like Seattle will be better this year. Monk, I do think that they're a better team this year. I think that they've improved themselves, and I'm still anticipating they're going to continue to do some more improvements to get past where they were this season. But I am anticipating that we are marginally a little bit better than we were last year, especially when you consider in that we're getting the new offensive scheme. We're taking our offense from 1987 to 2021. That alone has got to help things out quite a bit. Connor Jennings, do you think cornerback or defensive tackle is more of a need in the draft? To me, cornerback becomes the need, Connor, because that's where the talent is. You could come into the 5th round, and if you could collect a couple extra 5th round picks or a 5th round and a 6th round pick, I'm not overstating this. You could come out of this draft with potentially 2 future starting cornerbacks on this team in this scheme. You've got cornerbacks that are pure scheme fits in this draft. They hit all those marks Seattle likes in cornerbacks, being 6 foot plus, 33-inch long arms, familiarity with the zone scheme. I think it would be one where if you could come out with 2 of these guys, you really could get 2 starters, and that's where the value is. Defensive tackle is just not as strong in this draft, especially when you get into the 4th, 5th, 6th round. There's some decent guys on the top end. Later on in the draft, it's a little bit sketch. Just a little bit sketch. So probably corner. The Hawks Nest, did you do your mock draft? Yep, it's over here on my left shoulder there. I'm going to keep it up there for you guys so you can see my mock draft, how I kind of rolled through on this one. Trade back a couple times in order to assemble those extra picks I was looking for, and I went offensive line heavy. Heavy. Rosalind, I know he's not going anywhere, but you got a lot of fans that still thinking that. They just need to clear the air and say he's not leaving. Rosalind, that I agree with you. I agree with you 100% there. That's the part where it's been a little bit odd to watch the front office and Coach Carroll not do a press conference, not release through the media that Russ has our full support. He's our quarterback in the now and in the future. It's been the one thing that has been just a little odd, and that in combo with a lot of these guys like Schefter that are plugged into the league who are telling us that the trade is not completely off the table. It's been mostly removed off the table, like all the contents have been picked up, but it's still somewhat just kind of hovering over the top of the table and could be dropped back down on the table at any point in time. I don't know if it's accurate or not, but there's enough people saying it, and there's enough where it's still kind of sat there and spun a little bit in the background that gives me some concern and pause. And certainly if they came out and they just put the kibosh and said, he ain't going nowhere, Russell's staying, you guys need to shut up, that would clear that air. That would at least close the book. And Russell's done that to the degree of doing the Go Hawk thing again now and supporting the moves they've made in this free agency period and trades with Gabe Jackson would be good to see from the other side of it. JS says Reed got $7 million, laughing out loud. Yep, 1.6 less than he was going to be due to count the books, or a little bit less than what he's going to make this year with Seattle. Randall says, I want another game breaker. I lost my deal here. Randall says, I want another game breaker. I think a rookie quarterback on the field with Russ, a rookie will benefit. I think a rookie on the field with Russ will benefit and develop quickly. Not the biggest D. Moore fan, but we have to place 35 catches and 6 touchdowns. I do agree as well, Randall. I do think receiver can be a position that does take sometimes a little bit of time to develop, and we need more of instant production on the football field this year. I do lean in the respect of we get a couple of certain veterans out there, and be it one maybe via trade, I'd feel maybe a little bit better with that. But I can't deny that this is one of the the wide receiver class might be the deepest positional group in this draft. So to not go out and get one would probably be a little bit silly in that respect. Yep, Monk, Jaron Reed went to the Chiefs. Sam Z, can the Chiefs stop the run? No, they're not going to stop the run. Now, with Jaron Reed and Frank Clark on the field, you now have 2 minus defenders as far as stopping the run, and the Chiefs already struggled as a run-stuffing team. They don't have the greatest of linebacker play either. I think it's going to be their Achilles as we stand now unless they do something to address it in the draft. John Robinson said, could the 49ers be thinking that you get an athletic quarterback in the first, beat the hell out of him, and draft another after 5 years of trading him, avoiding crippling your team a la Cousins? They could. The thing that comes back to that again is that what would the lessons learned by Shanahan recently when he's had those kind of things? And he's not been a large history of Shanahan's wanting mobile quarterbacks. In the way that they've looked at quarterbacks, historically speaking, it's not to gravitate towards the mobile ones. The one time that they gravitated toward the mobile ones and gave up a king's ransom to go get him, they gave up, sounds familiar, right? King's ransom to go get a mobile quarterback. That blew up in their face. That move failed for them ultimately, while just going for the safer guy worked out. I think that, to me, that's the lesson that they learned there, John. I don't think that there's any indicators here of a lesson learned here of we've got to go get an athletic quarterback. Look at the guys that they've had there recently as their backup quarterback situation, John. It's Beathard and on down the line. It's not super mobile guys. It's guys that are going to be able to get to execute the offense. That's what he tends to lean towards. Sam Z, I'm a Lakers fan. You guys are about to pick up somebody, aren't you guys? Marcus Aldridge or something. Tommy D, what is it with the Chiefs and the Seahawks pass rushers? I don't know, man. They just love our team, I guess, Tommy. Something they just Andy Reid really likes how Coach Carroll does what he does. Do we sweep the Rams this year? Probably not. Probably split. McVay just owns Carroll too hard to think that he's gonna sweep them. Washi, are we going to do a call-in show today? I may, Washi. Let me see where I'm at here. I'm kind of trying to just do a quick stream in and out. I did a 7.5 hour stream here a couple days ago, so I don't know how long we get on the call-in show. It's going to be definitely like a 5.5 hour stream. So I don't know if I got that in me today to do that, but we'll see where we're at here. UE2K. Tommy says, I think the Finns need to go all in on skill position players. They have to compete with the Buffalo scoring. That is my take. They go Pitts. They could go Pitts, but then you got Gesicki there. That's my thing, because I looked at Pitts really hard. The only thing, if you're going to take Pitts, that you're going to wrap your head around essentially at that point, is that you're essentially going to be doing a lot of Pitts just out at wide receiver, which he's probably could play wide receiver and play it great. So I'm not necessarily against that either. And so if they went that route, it's really to me 50-50 between whether it's Jamar Chase or Pitts. I just look at, with having Gesicki already there, a receiver becomes a little more of the need position for them at that point. They could look at the star ability of both Jamar Chase and Pitts being very close to each other, especially if they're looking at it through the lens of Pitts not being a tight end, but mainly being more of a wide receiver type. But either way they go with that would be a smart. I think I would agree that either way they go there, Tommy, would be smart. Football dude, you look like Matt Schaub. He's my uncle. Just to let you know, he's my uncle. I think that's a compliment. I'll take that as a compliment, football dude. Welcome on in, man. John Robinson, Cedric Wilson, a wide receiver. He's okay. I'd be interested in Fitz. If Fitz doesn't give you a lot, there's not a lot left there in the gas tank. But I mean, as a third down guy, as a slot guy, he's a very good blocker from the wide receiver position. That's going to have some value to us potentially. So I'd probably be more on Larry between those two. But I don't know. Is Larry really going to play another year? LSDB, how do you feel about the Rams and 49ers having such bad off seasons, especially the 49ers? 2 years back-to-back where they lost a lot of their best players. The 49ers is a little bit's going to be dependent on LSD, what they do with this pick that they've traded up for. They put a lot of their eggs into this particular basket, and a lot of the success of this offseason built upon that pick and what they do with it. They go get a young quarterback who's got the freak show kind of talent levels to him, being a Trey Lance or being a Justin Fields. I think it's a lot better of an offseason for them because they didn't have a pathway to getting that quarterback before, and they certainly aren't going to have a pathway to getting that quarterback into next year with how weak next year's draft for quarterbacks really does look. So from that standpoint, you got to applaud them a little bit. Now, they have lost some talent, but they kept Trent Williams there as well, who still remains the best left tackle in the sport, bar none. They get Bosa back next year. That's going to help. They get Ford back, D Ford back. That should help them out as well. But they're going to have a lot of work to do. And I do have them at the bottom of the division right now, LSD. I just don't know if there was a lot they could do this offseason to get out of being out of the bottom of the division, considering where they drafted, considering what they're dealing with. It wasn't really that the Niners were doing things so poorly. It's just that's just the nature of where this division is at, and what the great moves the rest of the division were making. It was going to be hard for them to overcome that with what they had due to lose, especially not having their quarterback position as locked in as the rest of the division goes. Afix 22. And I don't think they had a bad offseason, the Niners, by the way. I just don't think that they've just lost some talent. Just like the Rams. It's not that the Rams have necessarily had a bad offseason. It's just some things have come to bear that have been building up on them a little bit. So it's like the Bill come and do it at a bad time. Randall says, I think you made a compelling case for Mac Jones. My money is that they draft Fields. He's played enough games to not be a total project. He's more athletic than I think he gets credit for. I agree. I think he's not given as much credit for as well as he does move, because he does try to be, I think, more of a quintessential quarterback rather than being a mobile move type quarterback. And if they selected him, I would be concerned. Just like if it's Trey Lance, I am concerned. So, and maybe I'm just overthinking this. Maybe they really just look at it as they should. And it's Fields all day, every day, 7 days a week, twice on Sundays. I hope so. Brian Myers, Hawks prediction, 56, Tyson Campbell, 129, Jabril Cox, 250, Kairos Tonga. I'd be okay with most of that. I'm not as high on Cox necessarily in drafting essentially what, doing in what you grab Cox, you don't have a pathway to putting Brooks on the field at that point because Brooks can't play Sam. And I think Cox is specifically going to be just a will in this defense. The other issue I have with it, Brian, is you didn't address anything in the offensive line. So I like Tyson Campbell. I like Tonga too, but you just kind of picked where you selected rather than doing the trade back thing. But you got some solid guys in there. Solid. John Robinson and Alan Lazard at wide receiver, 6'5" dude with 71 PFF grade. Could block well in our system. He is a very good blocker. I think Alan Lazard is currently right now a street free agent. He'd be interesting. Golden Tate thread, person tweeted at him saying, come home, and he said, okay. Well, he might be interested. Are the front office interested in him? That'll be the question on that one. But there does seem to be there's been some rumors of this. This has been going on for a while, Kyle. I remember at the start of the free agency, there was some connections between Golden Tate and the Seahawks right at the beginning, and then it sort of quieted down for a second. Randall, I'm no less certain today than I was last week that we don't trade Russ. Still no word we converted of salary. If not this year, it's definitely in the cards for 2022. I still lean back on that. I made the prediction at the time, even once we had the confirmation that Russ was coming back to the fray, and I said it, and I'll say it again. Outside of us making a run at a conference championship, outside of us getting back to the Super Bowl, I do believe that Russell Wilson's probably going to move on next offseason. I don't say that with that being what I want to have happen, but I do see that as being a little bit of, if we're looking at the indicators, if we're looking at what this situation is telling us, the fact that Seattle's been so quiet front office-wise, the fact that we've got not the indicators, they've converted the base to bonus and taking advantage of this year. Even some of the signings you see this year, which as good as these signings have been, have all been of sort of the one-year side of kind of variety with the voidable years and the ability to get out. You've left yourself a lot of roster flexibility for next season, having nearly $90 million to spend as we currently sit. So I think there is something to that, and I'm not yet at that point where I'm completely, he's here 100%. You could still see a draft come into play, and if anything, more so now even than last week, because the Dolphins now thoroughly have a package to offer to pluck Russ if they wanted to. The Silver Shrew, guess I have a better... Silver Shoe says, I guess I have a better fraction of a chance of succeeding in the NFL since I'm slightly taller than R. Moore, laughing out loud. Hey, maybe so. How are your hands, Silver Shrew? Can you pluck it? You got a good catch radius? Are you sudden? LSD, how 49ers lost a bunch of their most productive defensive players the last 2 years. They've lost 3 starting wide receivers. Laughing out loud, even if they drafted wide receivers this year, they've lost their best targets. They are a tiny bit top heavy, I would say, LSD, to your point. I mean, they are tiny. They bring into the fray last year Trent Williams and add him aboard. That was a huge upgrade over where Staley was at that point in his career. Brandon Ayuk looks like he's going to be a very good wide receiver in this league. That's where they have definitely added in a good direction of things. But Kinlaw's got to develop. They're going to need that guy to come along. They're going to need Bosa to be able to come back and not have any lingering effects of his injury. And certainly losing some of the secondary players like they've lost has got to hurt. We'll see. I think they'll be a solid team. I just think that they're in the division where they're unfortunately fourth on the rung where they stand right now because of what the other teams have done. John Robinson, Sproles was 5'6". Yep, but Sproles is the Seahawks Network comments right below that, John. Darren Sproles was only a running back. Darren Sproles was not a wide receiver. Maybe you could move Rondale Moore to running back. He's got the size. He runs like a guy you could do as like a third down back. But then again, that at that point, if you're doing that, you're limiting his value. He's not looked at as a receiver anymore. Now he's looked at as a running back. But yeah, just like you'd never see Sproles at 5'6" on the outside, it gets hard to think about Rondale Moore being on the outside at 5'7". Oh, Tobias, thank you for mentioning that. Do please smash the like button if you happen to be watching and just new on into the stream or watching this recorded. Helps me show up on the algorithm. Helps me pop up. Helps me grow. Toby Eaton says, laughing out loud, I was 5'7" receiver going to college. Never made it on the field. Could have played with Ryan Leaf, though. Ooh, that would have been fun. He could throw it a country mile, Tommy. No college quarterback I've ever seen you could throw a deep ball where the wow factor of watching how far he throws the freaking thing. I mean, you got the impression the guy could be standing on like the 10 and he could throw it across to the 5-yard line on some of the throws he would make in college. Just amazing. And yeah, I think it's hard, 5'7", and you're talking about the tough thing for a 5'7" guy, and you can even do it on college to a degree, but you get to the NFL level and you got a quarterback who's got to look over treetops that are all 6'4", 6'5", and he's got to try to find that 5'7" guy underneath. And the guy just disappears. The guy's very hard to see sometimes at that point, I think, is the reason you never see it. But say nothing of the fact that the catch radius goes down. And then when you look at Rondale Moore's tape, I mean, all they really were doing with him, it was bubble screens, slants, drag routes, just get the ball into his hands and let him work. They weren't doing a lot of having him run traditional wide receiver type game. LSD, if 5'7" offered any advantages, it would be in the NFL right now. I ran a 4.8 in 7th grade. I had a 43-inch vertical from standing completely still, and I was easily the most athletic kid in the Pacific Northwest. Well, you definitely would be at that range. It's pretty freaky. LSD mad. I had Mad Hops disease. Nice. Seahawks Gaming, Yellowwood signing is an L. He's nothing without steroids, and he's getting paid more than Carson and Hyder unless there's a void year. Well, I mean, he's getting paid more than Hyder and Carson, but let's be real about that. Seahawks Gaming, he's getting paid $500,000 more than him, and both of those guys have had multi-year deals. So you had an ability to spread the money out a little bit more. Maybe he was on roids in 2019. Maybe. I mean, maybe. But if we're going to go off the data, look at last year, Jarran Reed had a 56 Pro Football Focus rating as a defender. Look, in 2019, the last time that Al Woods played, he was up over a 70. So at least as far as that goes, and again on a rotational basis, I think I'm okay with that. If it was to save if you had to clear out Jarran Reed in order to bring in Carlos Dunlap back into the fold, if rather than just having Carlos Dunlap, you get to have Carlos Dunlap, Ben Samayoa, and Kerry Hyder, and I got to release out Jarran Reed to make that happen, I do that all day. And I think that's a smart decision on their part to do that. Emmanuel Mendehan. Hello and welcome to one of my few patrons. It's good to see you in here. I'm going to be doing those videos. By the way, for you folks, if you're looking to watch some scouting stuff here on my Patreon channel, I'm going to be doing some scouting on college prospects here. I'm going to start kicking that off. I would do it here on the YouTube channel of it, but YouTube are a little bit Gestapo with letting you do the college tape. They basically take all the videos down if I was doing it. So I've got to do it in an alternate place, unfortunately. So I'm going to be popping over there and putting some scouting videos together, just watching some tape on guys. So if you're interested at all, pop on over there, join up on as a member up there. Manuel says, I'm still on cloud 9 for the moves made earlier this week. Happy Jarran Reed joined the Chiefs. Thought it was about money on his end, signed for only $5 million. Yeah, he wanted an contract extension. He wanted legitimate money. And something with his Emmanuel is sometimes players are not willing to do something at given a team that they're currently on, but they will then be willing to do it once they get released from that team. It can be infuriating. It can be frustrating. But it is a little bit of the nature of the beast as it concerns the NFL. So I wasn't surprised to hear he was going to be signed for less. We knew that was probably going to be what happened. That was also probably why he wasn't going to be moved in a trade, because nobody wanted to carry an $8 million salary of him on the books this year. And they certainly didn't want to trade for the opportunity to have that chance to do that. So it made a lot of sense. I'm riding pretty high as well on this Emmanuel. I'm fairly happy with this offseason so far. I still think there's some more work that needs to be done, but I don't think the Seahawks are finished. And I think that there's going to be releases and cuts and movement all throughout this offseason as much as any offseason we've ever seen. So fantastic job by where Seattle's at. I give them right now an A- grade for this offseason where we stand. Hopefully there's more to be done, but they're certainly taking the right steps, in my opinion, the available steps that were there to be taken to take a step forward. Pepper Dog, how you doing, Pepper Dog? Welcome, welcome. Got some new faces in the chat. Good to see. Seahawks Network, I'm like 99% sure Blair ran like a 4.45. That's what I think it was too. That sounds right, Seahawks Network. 4.45. He's fast. He's fast. He's not Earl Thomas quite fast, but he's one of the faster safeties that we've had run through here in the last 10 years. In fact, he's right behind Earl in his ability to be that fast. I think he completely can play the single high stuff for us. LSD, that's what 49ers have been doing, frantically trying to put a team together, but 9/10 they've signed have bad injury problems. They definitely have some injury concerns on that team with some of the guys they've signed. I mean, there's got to be some worries there, and they've gotten older in spots. It's kind of a weird mix of a roster a little bit and how they've structured it. But their offensive line should be good. But Alex Mack has been going backwards for a couple years now. Not good in pass protection. I'll tell you what, we're going to get some pressures up the middle on that team. Jeffrey Nicholson, I'm not sold on the Seahawks. I'm not sold the Seahawks are done adding to the offense and defensive lines. I'm not necessarily either, Jeffrey. They don't tend to carry the 4 defensive tackles, especially when you have guys on this roster like LJ Collier, who can maybe kick inside a little bit, or Kerry Hyder, who might have a little bit of an ability to kick inside and pass rush. They've got essentially those guys who could be de facto 3 techs, and they've got a variety of 1 techs on the roster. Could they look at another pass rusher? I mean, maybe, but I think it would be coming in conjunction with then the cutting/trade of LJ Collier and Rasheem Green. It would mean they'd completely bail on those 2 particular guys if they're gonna add another pass rush, because it becomes a number game. As you sit right now, you've got your 4 youngsters: Collier, Darrell Taylor, Rasheem Green, and Alton Robinson. Then you've got Kerry Hyder and Carlos Dunlap. That's your defensive ends at that point. You're only going to have 3 defensive tackles in your roster building with those guys. So somebody's got to get cut if you bring on somebody in addition to that. Somebody has to. We got a $10 super donation, super chat. Ray Jackson coming in with the super donation, my sir. I salute you and thank you for your donation. It is very much appreciated. He says, Brando, do you believe the reports that the Chicago Bears layered 3 number 1s, a couple 3s, and a couple defensive players on top of that, and Seattle said no? If true, Pete loves Russ hard. I love Russell Wilson, but wouldn't turn that down. Well, welcome on in, Ray, and thank you for your $5 donation. I really do appreciate it. I would not be surprised. We've heard variants on what the Bears truly offered. I would not think that that's what they probably offered, because what happened here is after the trade got killed, reports came out what the offering was like a day later. The Bears reportedly offered 3 first-round picks and Akeem Hicks and Kyle Fuller and maybe like a 3rd rounder in addition to it. Now, it was the Bears, I believe, that released that information. Why would they release that information? Because they wanted to look like to the public like they had really offered everything they could. They did all they could. We swung as hard as we could. We said it with our chest. We came ready to bear. Now, what they didn't anticipate, I think, was that the general reaction nationally was going to be, you guys offered, you tried to steal. You tried to steal yourself a Wilson. You tried to do some shenanigans here. That's nowhere near the value, as evidenced by the fact that you released both of those 2 players after the trade went through, meaning that they didn't even value those players like they were proposing to value them within the context of the trade. So I think what you might be hearing now, if you're hearing any other further reports of, oh, no, it wasn't just 3 first-round picks and these 2 defensive players. It was also 3 3s. And oh, no. And then they also had offered a 2. That, to me, is this general manager and the coaching staff, as they've done through this whole process, which is they're playing a PR game to try to save their jobs. That's the whole reason they made this big, dramatic, sweeping crap where they're like, we're gonna go all in on Wilson. We're gonna, here we come. Get ready, Seattle, because we're about to offer you something you ain't never seen. They didn't really do that, though. It's all talk. A lot of I'm hearing a lot of talk out of Chicago. I hear a lot of talk. I don't see a lot of delivering. You really want him? Then show me you really want him. And what I contended from the start is Seattle was not going to be in a position to be able to negotiate this situation, because then it becomes public. Then it becomes a matter of certainty that they have to move on from him. They always wanted to keep in the background of that, just up into it to say, let's just hold on to this just in case we want to keep him here if we don't get the offer that we truly do want. And they haven't got that offer at that point, and they're not going to negotiate it. You as a team want him. You need to come in and blow us out of the water. You need to just blow us up out of the water. We're not going to counter your offer. You're going to say, here's an offer you cannot say no to. It's the Godfather style. That was the whole guy in the movie The Godfather. He said, I love him, make him. How are you going to get him to do what he wants to do? How are you going to get him to do what he wants to do, Godfather? He says, I'm going to tell you I'm going to get him to do what I want to do. I'm going to tell you I'm going to do it. I'm going to make him an offer I can't refuse. That's what you do. Give him an offer I cannot refuse. My eyes are so big by that I go, yes. That is what a team is going to have to do if they want Wilson. And anything short of that, we're not moving him. And I think it's more of a tactical decision than it is a decision of one that they love Russ so much. I just think that they understand the value of Russell more than it's we love Russ so much. So come in with the right offer, I think you can move the needle. But I don't think anybody's come in with that offer. I think it's been pretty weak sauce so far. LSD says, I hate when all NFL coaches and owners try to put a center at guard. Hardly ever works. Agreed, hardly ever does work. Thing I like with a guy like Cree Humphrey, for instance, though, LSD is he's a guy who's left guard first. He's played guard early on in his career. So he's got some history established playing there before he then was moved into center. It's those guys that have been natural centers like Ethan Posick was throughout his whole career, and then you tried to move him to guard at that point once he got to the NFL level. That's where I take a little bit of umbrage with that. Randall McDaniel says, Sam Darnold wasn't great at USC, was a turnover machine. I never got the hype. Has flashes, but the ball security is my beef. Well, those are valid. That's a valid beef to have with him because he did have ball security going back to college, and he's had continual ball security issues here, both fumbling and in interceptions. You know, it's been that way for sure. Dom Weirdo, how do we have 5 picks? Don't we only have 3? I traded back, Dom. So if you look at my chart, the first 2 moves that I make in my draft chart is I trade back. I first trade my number 56 to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for 64 and 176. I also traded 2022 7th rounder to go to 64. Then at 64, I move back. I get then pick 69 and 202. I move 64 to get those picks, and that then gets me more draft picks. I would expect if I was a gambler and I was guessing and I was in Vegas, I would all but put all of my money on this black that you're going to see Schneider trade back and get multiple picks in the back end of this draft. He's not just going to sit on 3 picks or 4 picks. He's going to want 5, 6, maybe even 7 draft picks in this particular draft. Daniel W., I think Sam Darnold can be really good. He had 0 offensive weapons, 0 line. A highlight reel is overrated, but please, when you get a chance, look Sam Darnold's highlights running for his life every play. Oh, I agree with it, Daniel. I don't need to look at it. I agree with it. I think he's been short-sold a little bit. I'm not at the place of thinking he should have been the number 1 overall pick, but can he maybe potentially be a solid quarterback in this league? Maybe. I don't think we can make that assessment until we've seen him completely being given the chance. You know, his coach for the most period of his time of his career has been Adam Gase. You know, Adam Gase in Miami went there and was head coach and was not a good head coach in Miami and didn't get the most out of Ryan Fitzpatrick. Now Ryan Fitzpatrick goes to the Tennessee Titans and suddenly he's an above average league quarterback. You know, why can't Sam Darnold make that same kind of change? I don't know. I mean, are we thinking that, are we underselling how much Adam Gase could be damaging quarterbacks? We got another super chat here. Oh, Washington Fist Quest, thank you for the $5 donation. I salute you, sir, and I thank you for your donation. It says, thanks for another great live feed. Have you ever thought of recording the audio and posting these up as podcasts? Go Hawks Nest. If you guys would appreciate that, I've been trying not to double up. I've got my Apple Podcasts going, and I can certainly just download this, convert it to audio, and put it up on Apple Podcasts if you guys want me to put it there. So if you guys are feeling that, then I got no problem. It's one extra step for me to put it. I just figured folks might be a little annoyed me sort of double dipping the chip by having it posted on YouTube and then doing my Apple, where I usually do Apple Podcasts. I usually do kind of a separate thing. But I'm down to. I'm totally down to. And thank you for your donation. I do appreciate it. And I'm behind the chat a little bit, but I'm not horrific today. I'm relatively close, so bear with me on this. We'll get back up here. D Nugget says, I think Bruss might not be any better situation or success elsewhere. Pete just needs to adjust and we could be great. I agree. Talking about great. I'm sure you guys heard the story this week of Nick Saban talking about the transition he made about 6-7 years ago. Old school coach, and he's speaking specifically to his old school designs of thinking you need to run the football and play to the defense and control the football, and that's how you win games. And nay, not how you win games. That's how you win national titles. And what he said at that time, he said, we would have continued to win doing it the old way, hammering it up in the middle. But I changed to more of an offensive-heavy approach, passing approach, and that meant more national titles, continued national title success. And it's that same kind of change that I've spoken to with Coach Carroll needing to make that same change. The same change you saw Bill Belichick make halfway into Tom Brady's career, where he was the same like-minded approach. These defensive coaches, I'll tell you, they're all the same. They're all the same, these people. They love themselves a running game, and they love themselves to control the clock, and they love themselves to build up a nice defense and a good special teams unit. But when Belichick realized he had a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime, he became the first team in the NFL to start to embrace the spread formation concepts at a large level. Really embrace them coming out of the college system. And that's the thing I think we need to see Coach Carroll continue to start to do. Did a little last year and letting Russ cook for a bit of time there. Needs to continue to do that and open that up. Passing on first down, running up tempo, not needing to be so scared as you're playing offense, not playing to not lose, but playing to win, playing with a sense of aggression. Trade Lockett, says LSD, for a second and a third round picks plus a prospect, save $13 million, make Russ mad. Laughing out loud. Yeah, maybe. It depends on what you... there's some folks who have said that you trade Lockett instantly makes Russ mad. I've countered with this and said it only makes Russ mad if you don't find an equivalent player to put back in position there. You know, if Josh Gordon comes off suspension, if you sign Antonio Brown, if you take that second round pick and go get another receiver on top of that, on top of having added Gerald Everett this offseason, you think Russ is mad at that? You think he's still stomping the ground at that point? I don't. I think he feels pretty good. Kyle Mulkey says, PFF on Friday said that Seattle's front seven is a mess and that we still have no pass rush. Also said that the Bears signed Dalton to add to the trade offer for Wilson. Clearly, they do not watch Russ's Twitter. Yeah, I saw the same show on that, Kyle, and I was like you, sort of scratching my head, saying, "What? Huh?" I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess they just, you know what? Some of this is they're looking at the scores of like Carlos Dunlap. This is some people have done with not being as hyped on Dunlap is they'll show you his PFF score from last year, which is way down from his 2019 year. The thing I contend with that is that you actually have to divide last season for Dunlap into two, versus pre-coming to Seattle versus post-coming to Seattle, because I think he became a completely different player. He was in Seattle. He was in Cincinnati not being given consistent playing time. It was very random and all over the map. They were trying to get their young guys in there and their footing. When he came to Seattle, he became one of the more devastating edge rushers in the sport when he came over there. I think they're also probably not as high on some of the prospects that we have in development that we think are going to pop. We think one of Darrell Taylor, Alton Robinson, LJ Collier, and Rasheem Green is going to give us something. We do think that. So they don't. Maybe it's understandable why they don't, because it's not a known quotient. But I think that they were sort of flipping, and they were like, oh yeah, they signed Hyder too, and oh yeah, maybe Mayoa, and they weren't as maybe seemingly as aware of our current situation and where we were at as far as our team. It was kind of like they were just going down the list, and we were the next one on the list that they just sort of haphazard through. It seemed like one of the hosts on that hadn't even done any research prior to that. I usually love PFF stuff. That was a little bit of a weird show on that one. ESPN and FS1 also said Russ is stuck in Seattle and that the trade is still on board. Could be. I mean, there's still some stuff that's been popping back there. I still wonder, with the moves they've made, it just doesn't seem like it points to that to me. I mean, you're bringing in a guy at that point with these moves you made. They don't exactly go along to, we're going to bring in a young quarterback, or Andy Dalton's going to come in here, or Sam Darnold's going to come in here. I don't know. Brian Myers, Swain's a good fourth or fifth wide receiver. I'd have Swain as maybe a fifth wide receiver. I don't want him as a number 3 or a number 4. Chat's going off here. Yeah, I'm not on the Freddie Swain train. I know there's some folks that like some of what he does. I think he's going to be okay, but he's just a guy to me, and I think we need to get more difference-making at the wide receiver position. Not stars, just a little bit more of a difference-making ability out there to be a little more productive and not be so top-heavy in how you're leaning on your receivers. To be fair, the only reason it blew up in their face was they didn't let RG heal. He had an absolutely amazing rookie year, but they played him injured, and that ruined him. It's a possibility, Daniel. We don't know that for sure. You know, we don't know that RG3 was going to come through along and then develop as a quarterback further. You know, you could make the argument RG3 tapped into his top end immediately, into what he was going to be, and that he was a guy that was a lot in the same realm of a guy like Lamar Jackson, where he's going to come out and he's going to be very dynamic for you, and he's going to set the world on fire as long as he can stay healthy and be able to utilize his legs at their utmost. The second he loses his legs, he's not going to be able to develop the upper level stuff at the quarterback position to be really, really good. And I think it's fair to say that, Robert's gotten a lot of his mobility maybe back from that injury at times in certain spots that he's been, but he's never been able to really tap into any of that. And again, it comes down to, if the lesson to be learned from Shanahan's standpoint there is he going to learn the lesson of saying, well, the Robert Griffin thing was the right thing to do, where I had to change my whole offense to fit this guy and his limitations, and then even doing that and then retrofitting my offense to fit to his limitations, he then goes out and gets injured by doing that. Maybe that would make me a little more hesitant to go down that path again, in my opinion, but maybe not. LSD, I almost broke my laptop when I found out they let Moore go. Lockett is trash. Dude hasn't been the same since his injuries. Slow as hell. I'm definitely a little lower on Lockett than some others are out there at LSD. So I don't know if I go to say he's slow. I've got my issue with him is I just don't think he's going to have the size in this new offense to be able to handle up and do some of the blocking, like the reach blocks that he's going to need to do on like a defensive end. He doesn't have a lot of yak ability. I don't think he's got a huge catch radius. These are things that I'd like to look to maybe improve up at the position, especially if we can move off some salary and whatever. But I think he's here for another year. Glory, the toe tap king cannot be replaced. Laughing my ass off. Randall says, it seems like the Dolphins have their eye on a specific player to so quickly move up from 12 to 6. Maybe Penny Sewell, maybe 6, and 3 other ones is more attractive to Hawks than number 12 and 3 ones. Well, it's got to be more attractive in the respect of you have more of a chance at Trey Lance. I was on Trey Lance before we found out that Schneider went out to his pro day, because you could just see on tape, this is a guy that's going to fit into what Seattle is going to want from the quarterback position. So it makes a lot of sense in that realm of it, is that I don't think you're getting Lance up at 12, but you got a good chance to get him at number 6. As well as I think that Penny Sewell is going to be off the board. I believe, in my opinion, if I'm looking where he's going to be taken, I see the Cincinnati Bengals taking him and putting Jonas Williams over on the right tackle, getting Penny Sewell at left tackle. I think they're going to try to get their guy some protection. They're doing A.J. Burrow bad if they're not getting him some offensive line help, in my opinion. That's, to me, the no-brainer move for them to make. And then the Falcons have just tremendous flexibility about whatever direction they want to go at that point. Jeffrey Nicholson says Lockett is elite. I think it depends on what we're talking about him doing, Jeffrey. And it's a matter of, is Lockett a top 10 wide receiver in this sport? I don't know. I don't think so. Is he a top 20 wide receiver in this sport? I don't think so. Maybe this place where we'll have some debate. But part of it with me, Jeffrey, is I'm just not. This is a big, huge logic experiment when it comes to Lockett. Are you going to be willing to pay Lockett a contract extension this year as he is due? You don't have the money to do it. He's going to want to be paid more than he's being paid right now. It's going to be hard to lower down that first-year contract, that cap hit, because he's going to be paid more, much lower than what you're already spending on him this year. And then you have next year's specter of DK Metcalf facing you and the potential that you're going to have to sign him to a $23 to $24 million a year deal. Can you invest that much into your receiving core at the same time you're investing $40 million into the quarterback position? My answer on that is a no. But I know some people are perfectly happy to spend $80 million on 3 offensive players. Jan Jeffrey, the thing with the not having the great yak, and this is a little of understanding too, Jeffrey, of us, we're moving into a new scheme. So we're not the same scheme we were before, which was more predicated upon the deep ball shot and hitting it deep. It's going to be a lot more of Russell playing on time and taking what the defense has given him. This means receivers are going to get the ball in their hands, and they're going to need to be able to work in space. So you brought a guy in Gerald Everett in who's one of the best yak tight ends in the entire sport. Probably the best yak tight end that the Seahawks have had in the history of their time as a franchise. So you're going to need receivers like a Cooper Kupp is, like a Robert Woods is, able to be good after the catch. So Lockett and his deficiencies in yak, what are the worst yak guys in the league as far as they got advanced, there's advanced metrics they do as far as your yak expectation. You make a catch, they're watching you play. This is what you were expected to get in yak versus what you actually got in yak. And he's always one of the league low guys in that respect. So it's just as much of, it's not as much a scheme fit for the new scheme. And again, for some of the things I've spoken to about just the cost. And I don't think Lockett's mediocre. I think he's a good receiver. It's just the quantitative value about where he is as a good receiver. And then do I want to invest in him in what he's going to be in the future? Or am I actually paying for past performance at that point? Ray Jackson says, Brando, do you believe the reports the Chicago laid 3 number ones, a couple of threes, and the 2 defensive players? I don't, Ray. I don't buy it, man. I don't think that they offer that much, because we would have heard in that initial point right after the trade news broke that it was Chicago. Here's Chicago's best offer. That was their front office leaking that. They would have leaked those threes at that time. They would have done all that, but they didn't, because they didn't want to. They didn't realize there was going to be as much blowback versus that offer, that their fan base was going to hit them about that. I'm like, that's not enough. Why don't you really make a trade offer? Why don't you be serious? You know. LSD, I love Lockett. We just need to get rid of the contract. That's basically my bottom line. He's fine. Lockett's fine, but the contract's the problem. Randall, I maintain the fact that we don't have next year's number 1 is a big reason we don't trade Russ now. Very well could be. Very well could be. It certainly is possible. Washi, honestly, I think this team is a boom or bust. The man who holds the keys to the team's success is Shane Waldron. He's going to be a big part of the process here, Washi. It's going to be very reliant on him getting this going and getting this going right. LSU, Washi, I like the bread trim, looks better. I'll be getting the beard back here. So I got my I got an interview this week, so I had to get clean shaven for it. Joshua, do you know the Browns are winning the Super Bowl this year? I don't know that I know that, Joshua. I think I'll be very impressed if they get Clowney, if they can pull him back into the fray there. But I don't know that I see Baker Mayfield winning a Super Bowl. Just hard to say Baker Mayfield Super Bowl winning quarterback. That one gets, it's like stuck right here. I can't do it. It just doesn't come out and sound right. Silver Shrew, I thought Larry Fitzgerald retired, but I guess he still wants to keep going. If the Bucs don't sign him, I wouldn't complain if the Hawks sign him for really cheap. I wouldn't hate it. I'd be okay with it. I know he's old as hell and doesn't have a lot there, but you got to feel like he adds to your team. Got to feel like that. Sean M., any free agent wide receivers you see Seattle bringing in? Oh, the list is getting lean, Sean. The list is getting very lean. I think Antonio Brown, Sean, is the guy that sits at the top of my list that would make the most sense. Upgrades the receiving core. Russ wants him bad. You make Russ happy. He's got still, I think, some talent left to play both on the outside and the inside. Gives you a hedge if you've got to move on from Lockett at some point this offseason. He'd be the guy probably that stands out to me above anybody else. There's really not a lot else out there. Maybe Golden Tate's a guy you would look at as another guy. But past that, there's not a lot of other great options. The market's gotten very, very thin for wide receiver. You're probably going to have to look the draft here at this point or a trade. Ray Jackson, Brando is a Hawaiian Marlon Brando. I don't know what I'm going to do. It's so hot here. I don't like the pineapple. The pineapple is too sweet. I don't like the sweet pineapple. I do an okay Brando impression. It's not great. It's okay. U2K, Larry is a Hall of Famer. Don't want him. He's still got great hands, but no separation skills left. Get younger at the position. Seahawks should do the hard work and find young talent. No more last drops. I'm not like if he comes aboard, okay, I wouldn't hate it, but he's not a priority or anything like that. Adrian D, just got your Patreon. Hope to see great content. Yeah, and it's not been bumped up much lately, Adrian. So I will be on there this week, pumping some videos out onto my Patreon page. I'm gonna be diving back into these prospects. I've been wanting to do it for a while. I'm actually maybe even do one here tonight. Put one together. So thank you for subscribing on the Patreon page, and I will be getting some special content out over there. I do appreciate it. You are awesome. Brian Myers, Cade McGee. I'll just watch the first 3 quarters of the Broncos Super Bowl. Oh, you're responding to Cade. Sorry. Dominic Morales. How you doing, Dominic? With the Tampa Bay signing Fournette over AB, does this mean a strong push for Seattle to bring in AB? Yeah, I've maintained, I think, with the difference maker here could be the difference maker, I think, of what it was last season, which is I think Tampa Bay offered a little bit more money than Seattle offered, which was the difference maker to bring Brown to Tampa Bay. This year, I think Seattle's going to sit in a position to offer maybe just a little bit more money to Brown to bring him to Seattle. I don't expect it to be some market-setting deal or it's going to cost us a lot of years or a lot of money. It'd be a low end deal. That's just going to be what it is. But I think we can push it a little bit past that. And solid point, Dominic, maybe for the reason being that they just kind of gave the last of their ducats out there over to Fournette to make that happen at that point. So solid point. And I absolutely think so. James Valvis, Fitz would never play here. It's one thing to play for another team and another to play for a rival. Would taint his legacy in the desert. Very well could. Very well could. Solid point, James, and you might be right on that. I don't think it's likely he would land here. If I'm making a guess on Fitzgerald going to like a hometown team like Minnesota or something, go back and play for a hometown club or went to college at Pitt. Maybe Pitt's plays for the Steelers or something, along that line. I think the Steelers could use maybe a slot guy. But he certainly shouldn't be a priority. It's not going to guy like somebody said, there's not a lot left to his game. That tank is pretty dry at this point. You got a couple of drops of gasoline left in there, and that's about all there's really going to be. Randall McDaniel, Pete's reaction to Saban's statement was, these whippersnappers think they know how to play winning football. Facts, man. Facts. He's probably like, Saban, why'd you say that? Don't you know what these people are going to say to me now? And he had to know at that moment. James Valvis says the Bears offer was a joke. It was a joke, James. It was a joke. It needed to be you were paying for two things with Russell Wilson. Number one, you're paying for the Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of the prime, which no NFL team in the history of NFL has ever traded. So you need to give up the juice to get that. But there's a second aspect to this, which was the $39 million of dead money hit. If you're going to pay if you're going to have us hit this $39 million on our cap to give you our Hall of Fame quarterback who now comes to you on a discount, that's going to be the case. Then you got to find the equivalence of 5 first-round picks for us. I don't care how you make that happen. It can be 3 first-round picks, 3 second-round picks, 3 third-round picks. It can be whatever it is to make that Jimmy Johnson value chart work out. But that needs to be what you are bringing to the table. And the Bears didn't come close with their offer. It was an absolute joke, especially for a team that made so much drama about how hard they were going to go. Well, we're all in on Wilson. We're really going to push here. Really? That's your all in? I thought it was pathetic. I thought it was it was like a PR offer move so they can come back to the fan base and say, well, we did our best. Silver Shrew, if Nick Saban ever returned to the NFL, which is unlikely, what team would be the best fit for him? Probably similar to what Urban Meyer is doing with Jacksonville, is to come in and have the quarterback situation settled out so that he can manage through the rest of the team. I want to say the last time that he was with Miami in his stint as a head coach there, that was a very short stint and did not go very well. I think some of the problem came into place, and it was a struggle at that time for them to find their quarterback. And so much of that is where the onus is for these kind of coaches to come in from the college level and be successful. I mean, they think it's been very helpful for Coach Carroll to have Russell Wilson taking care of the position and not having to think about that position in any way, shape, or form, just putting his concentration and lens to the rest of the team. So that would probably be what would be the main prerequisite, is a team that's got a good quarterback situation and a lot of cap space so that he could come in and try to create a winner instantaneously. He's not going to want to slow build that thing. He's going to want to turn it on its head and have it go right from the jump. Ray Jackson with another $10 donation. Ray, man, you're double doning. You get the double salute from me, my guy. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. He says the Adam Gase hate is beyond ridiculous at this point. He wasn't on the field swatting Darnold's passes down. Is Gase a wanker? Probably, but not the root of all NFL evil. Agreed. I don't think that Gase is the root of NFL evil. My thing with Gase that I would contend on at Ray is he a guy who really should have been given a head coaching opportunity? He did his greatest work with Peyton Manning as his quarterback. He built off the reputation of Manning, who basically is his own offensive coordinator, to go get a head coaching job with the Dolphins, and then goes with the head coaching with the Dolphins and does not do a good job with the Dolphins. Does not turn that team's fortunes around. And he got a guy in Tannehill who was a top 15 pick. And if you're an offensive-minded coach, that's your forte. If you're an offensive mastermind coach, and that is your forte, and you have Ryan Tannehill, and you have Laramie Tunsil blocking blindside, and Juwan James blocking on the other side, you should be able to get the top end out of that quarterback. For that quarterback to then go to a defensive-minded head coach on a different team and then find his top end there, I do think that that is an indictment on Adam Gase's coaching abilities. Then you follow this up with watching Darnold arrive there and see any kind of lack of development in Darnold's game to go with that in conjunction with what we saw earlier. I don't think it's a determinant, an absolute, that Adam Gase is the reason that these two quarterbacks weren't able to flourish early on in their career. But there are some indicators there, Ray, that it could be the case. That this is what's happening here, that these two players are essentially been given a little bit of the short shift by a guy who really shouldn't have been put into a head coaching role. Could very well be at the end of the day, Ray, that just Adam is at his best being an offensive coordinator. You know, there's guys that are better coordinators than they are head coaches. There's a lot of those guys. He may just be that kind of guy, but I don't know how he is as a development of a quarterback. I can go back to Peyton Manning. I can go back to he seems like he needs to have more of a guy in place that's a certain thing than having a young guy. But thank you for your $10 donation. James Volva says, any Bears offer that did not put Mack and Smith on the table was not serious. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen him, James, at that point. Move Mack, go get the first-round pick. Move Roquan Smith, go get the first-round pick. Package that together with the 3 first-round picks you got, and maybe we can start to talk. That, to me, is the way you do that. I don't know, like, necessarily bringing in like Mack, because it's still like you're taking the $39 million hit, dead money hit. Mack still carries a pretty high base salary at that point. It's gonna make the cap tough to work around. We needed more of the draft capital in that deal, to me. And he is worth the coin, I'll say that. Former Jet coach Raheem Morris. Yep, and the Raheem Morris. Is Raheem Morris right now the defensive coordinator on the Cardinals? I think that's right. It's the other guy. Can't remember his name. I get them confused, those two guys, Raheem Morris and the other one. They both were head coaches. 49ers have put together a good team, but they've benefited by being terrible every other year. Yeah, they've definitely benefited by having those bad drafts where they get a pick of the high at the draft. I mean, they assembled their defensive line by being bad for a few years and then just went defensive line heavy. It was smart, but it required them to be bad to get where they got. It's not necessarily they've been as smart as, like, say, the Rams have been and be able to still be very good in selecting back into the draft. But, they're still dangerous. That's for sure. By the way, I'm wasted, says Ray. Sounds good. You're having a good Sunday, man. Seahawks Gaming, can't believe John Randall played for us. He did. He played for us. He played well, too. Solid 3-tech when he came back in here, man. He still had a little bit left to give, and tough. That was the year he came back in that we had the Hasselbeck in Green Bay. We want the ball, and we're going to score game. But he was a very effective player for us. He came in, and he was not just completely done, as we've had some aging guys come in at the end of their career, Franco Harris types. He was not at that place. Good player. Very good player. And in his heyday, he was a hell of a 3-tech, man. Todd Bowles, that's who it was. That's who's at the thing. That's what I was thinking. Tommy Eden, lock it up to Arizona game, was setting the world on fire, then dropped off the map until the San Francisco game. Not sure what happened. Maybe it was the scheme. Hard to say with that one, Tommy. He does seem to be a guy that comes up for certain games and he'll have 10, 11, 12, 13 catches, and then he's gone for 2 or 3 games and then comes back up for the catches. And I don't know if I can point to exactly why that is. Why there's been people that said maybe he got beat up again last year as he had the prior year, that he was dealing with some injuries at the end of the year and that took down some of his effectiveness. But there is a little bit of a question with him at times in consistency. It's good to have the boom games where you go for 14, 15 catches, but maybe we need more of the just count on you for every game, 6 to 7 catches a game, moving the chains out of the slot, which I don't think we sometimes see enough of. But again, I don't know if I can blame it on him because it's a matter of it could be scheme, could be their plan of attack was to go all DK at that point or to work in the 3rd and 4th option outlets. Hard to say without knowing what the game plan was. 2K Seahawks way, bring every washed up Hall of Famer you can for one last payday. He wasn't washed up, man. He did well for us. The one last year he was here, he held up together well, and we needed the 3-tech. We didn't have a good 3-tech at that time. We were really light at the defensive tackle position, so it was a need, and he came in and filled it really well. Randall McDaniel, can Freddie Swain develop into David Moore? No, I think David Moore had some true freaky elements to the size that he brought as a deep ball kind of receiver that I don't think Swain has. I know Swain ran a 4.4, but football speed-wise, I think David Moore was just faster than Freddie Swain is, and I think Freddie Swain's a little lighter, a little easier for guys physically to kind of lean on him on routes up the field, where it's a little harder with David Moore, who put out 26 reps at 220 on his pro day. I mean, he was absolutely just stacked on his pro day as far as what he put up there. So I don't think he can develop into that myself. I think Moore was a little bit more of a tiny bit more of a special talent. David Moore just got a second contract in this league. I'm not yet convinced that Freddie Swain's going to get a second contract in this league. Baker Mayfield was actually decent last season, says Raya AX. He was. I'm having fun with you, Raya. I don't hate Baker Mayfield, so I'm not a hater on him. He's a good quarterback as long as he has all things kind of put together, but that's fine. There's a lot of those quarterbacks that as long as everything's fine and put together, they can be really good. And he's got a lot of stuff that's really good there. Tough thing with Baker is that he got better once OBJ went out, and OBJ is going to return. I think the Browns would be smart to move off from OBJ and just get a different playmaker in there, because I think it kind of messes with his heads a little bit, and he can play a little more in the flow of the quarterback position when he's not thinking about Odell in the back of his mind and Odell getting his. But the Browns are going to be a dangerous team. And I was one of those guys, Raya, last year. I got laughed in my chat last season before the season because I said the Browns were a playoff team, and everybody thought I was crazy. So I've been on board with you guys, you Browns teams. I like to give Baker a little bit of a hard time because he's got a lot of commercials, and he's got a little bit of a personality at times that I'm just kind of like, all right, dude, you know. Ray Jackson says Baker Mayfield Super Bowl commercial. Darker H. Oh, okay. What's up, Darker H? Did you change your name? Kyle, do you think there's still an issue with Waldron and Carroll? Waldron's let Russ cook and lets him control the offense a little more since Russ picked Waldron, but Carroll wants to run the ball more. I don't think it'll be as much of an issue because I think Waldron comes from a balanced attack with the Los Angeles Rams. McVay's never been a pass-heavy guy. He keeps things balanced. If anything, that's going to fit to more of the designs and machinations of Coach Carroll. The more of the key, I think, for whether it will work with Waldron, Russell, and Carroll in that dynamic is the allowance to have Russell throw on first downs, because prior to last year, over the course of the 3 to 4 prior seasons, Seattle ran the ball on first down at a higher prevalence than any team in the entire NFL. They were the most predictable team on first down, more than any team in the NFL for multiple years, multiple seasons. Then last year, you turned it on its head, and you became the team that passed more on first down than any team in the NFL. I mean, you switched that thing 180 different degrees in a different direction, which is great to see. But they didn't stick to it. I think that was one of the let Russ cook things that fell away as the year went on, is it was more of running the ball on first down again about halfway on into the year. Those two things, that and running with tempo, allowing a little bit more up-tempo offense and throwing on first down, I think will be the nice little compromise state that they can get into, Kyle, where you're able to make Russ happy while still keeping Carroll warm and comfy at night, knowing that he's got a balanced offense and he's not going to pass the ball too much. Raya, or I should say Darker H. I think Antonio Brown is still a great receiver. He had 500 yards and 4 touchdowns in 8 games last season as wide receiver 3 in a completely new system. Yeah, I think I think he can be really good in that. He does have a little bit of playing in that system previously, of course, because Arians was the offensive coordinator for Antonio Brown when Antonio was there with the Steelers. So he had a little bit of familiarity with it. But I think Brown's got the best upside of the PO players out there, and I don't think he's going to cost a lot. And this is really, for me, about improving the team more than it's just about maybe in love with Antonio. But I still like him as a skill set. UE2K, Baker got better when OBJ got hurt. Facts. And Chubb and Hunt getting 30 carries a game always helps. Yeah, they doubled down on that running game, didn't they? UE2K. They've got a good team too. Good offensive line. They made a nice signing with Hooper, who fit in there really well. They've still got David Njoku, the Hunter Bryant kid that you drafted last year, was one of my favorite tight ends out of last year's draft. Solid. Randall says, I think extending Tyler would be a mistake. He looked exhausted last year at the end of the year. Yeah, he did. Looked like he was kind of just the same as he did look the prior year. It's like if we could have 9-game seasons, Locke, it might be great. But 16, 17 games, it seems like his little body breaks down a little bit. LSD, I don't mean to bring it up, but I miss Baldwin. Dude could catch, run routes, and was a super underrated blocker, like a really good run blocker. Yeah, fantastic run blocker. I've gotten a better appreciation for doing some of these great Seahawks moment videos where you could see him, beat in a Bears game, the first game that Russell Wilson went off, where he's got this seal block, and Marshawn runs right behind him off the seal block, and just Baldwin's got his guy he ain't moving. The Super Bowl on one of the fly sweeps that Percy Harvin runs, Baldwin gets right in there and just puts the block up on the corner and then just mirrors him all the way through so he gets his back turned so Percy can get a couple extra yards from going off of it. Baldwin was a great player, one of the better receivers in Seahawks history, in my opinion. Won't quite make the Ring of Honor, but we definitely missed him when he left. It definitely was it left an opening as much as any player that we lost to the Legion of Boom era. Seahawks Gaming, I think nobody wants to sign AB because he got a court case in December, and we do not want another Dunbar. Maybe not. We'll see how it plays out. I think everything's really fluid right now, so it's hard to predict for certain, but maybe not. Raya, I don't think the Steelers need another wide receiver. Yeah, they have problems with drops, but all three of their receivers are very young and talented, and they probably won't want to bench them. Probably true, and I think J.J. Schuster does most of his best work from the slot as well, I think, with those guys that are there. So, yeah, you're probably right. I'm more guessing off the top of my head, which is probably not the best time to try to guess that. Kind of surprised he's just not retiring, to be honest with you. Ray Jackson, I don't know. I just hear Adams Gase is Peyton Manning's dude, and if anything like Peyton Manning, he's deep into the details, which won't work for a lot of young kids without the last name Manning. Yeah, it's just look, a guy gets there's a lot of coaches in this league like Eric Bieniemy who've got quite a good pedigree going back beyond just one quarterback who was a Hall of Fame quarterback that they worked with who can't get a coaching job. Adam Gase gets 2 coaching jobs at 2 pretty high-level positions in this league back-to-back without getting any success off of his first run. I don't think that there's anything I think it's completely valid to question his skill set as a head coach and question whether or not he had done enough to earn his way as a head coach in this league, and to make a determination that he wasn't, and that in some ways he's not the type of guy that you want to, as you spoke about, as your head coach, to bring in a young quarterback on, because he's had 2 of them that have basically failed out underneath his care. I think it's valid to knock him for that. It doesn't mean that he's a god-awful coordinator. He doesn't have a place in this league. It just means that shouldn't be a head coach probably, and maybe we can question a little bit of his value as far as him up against other offensive coordinators in this league. Randall says, do you think Waldron, Pete, and coaches already have a playbook or a rough outline at least? Wouldn't you think they put it in Russell's hands at this point? It's just so quiet. It'd be crazy not to have it in his hands the day after Waldron arrives. I think you would have him sending the playbook to Russ to let him study, knowing the studier Russell is. You want him to know it inside and out come mini camps, training camp, whenever. So I would be surprised if that's not already occurred. They just haven't probably reported on it. But it has been quiet. It's been odd how quiet it's been from the front office and Coach Carroll specifically. I would have expected at least one press conference along this path, and we've had nothing, just nothing. Not even a press conference on the signings they've made, not even something like that. You had like Coach Carroll behind Puna Ford after he signed, taking a picture with him. That's about as close as you've gotten. If you want to talk tank, get Adam Gase. Isaac Valdez, thanks for subscribing. I appreciate you, Isaac. Appreciate you big time. Thanks for checking out the channel. Ooh, James L. Lanthan, subscribe. We're chaining some subscriptions. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Appreciate you, James. Thank you, sir. Always love the new subs. I love seeing new subs. U2K, AB is really not a fit for this offense. The scheme requires wide receivers to block, like for real block. I don't think AB is about that life. I'd rather get Russ a C or a wide receiver built more like DK, someone like Bebe. Oh, you like yourself, Bebe. I'm okay going that other route with a 2K. So if it's not him, I think you got to upgrade the wide receiver position here. And just in doing those mock drafts last night, it's really hard to get that guy in this draft. You'll get maybe your guy in the 6th or 7th round who's maybe got some more potential than a Freddie Swain did last year in the 7th round, but it's not vast. And it's not a certainty. And I'd like to get a little more certainty at the wide receiver position as we go into the season. Michael Parker, do you worry about DK's antics and temper tantrums? It hurts the team. Can Pete get him to focus on the team and not his own brand? You're not alone, Michael. There's a variety of folks here in the chat that I've talked to that think that there's a little bit of diva tendencies here in DK Metcalf. From my standpoint and just the knowledge and history on receivers, it's the knowing that receivers have always been divas in the modern era. They're all over the place. It's the nature of how they are. You can be mad about it and frustrating, but it is what it is. Can you control it enough within the realm of the team to where it's not a problem? Yeah, I think you can. I think some of DK's issues last year were understandable. There were times that this team just didn't even throw to him, didn't even target him. And then you'd hear people go, oh, man, Ramsey locked DK down. He put the clamps on DK. Like, well, did he? Or did DK get 2 targets the whole game? If Russell doesn't throw him the ball, it's like you don't even give him a chance. If Russell throws him the ball and he drops it, or the guy's there and makes a play on the ball and has a pass defense, that's when you get clamped and locked down. But I think there was just times where they just weren't even targeting their best receiver on the team. And to me, that should frustrate my receiver. I want my guy to be frustrated in that moment and go, what the hell is going on? I saw nothing from DK last year of any point in time, even in that Ram game, that was something to me that's going to make me that worried about him long term or anything else. I think some of it was a little bit understandable to me. Tommy Eden says we need a Hines Ward type for number 3 wide receiver. Well, this could be, Tommy, why they're looking at Golden Tate too, because Golden Tate, of course, when he came out, was compared often to Hines Ward as sort of the player type he was coming into the league. So they may be looking at that as that kind of guy. And probably Tate could do a little bit more of those type of things. So he'd be the most likely guy of any of the candidates out there right now in the open market, Tommy. Michael Parker says, trivia, how many Hall of Fame players made a stop in Seattle? Jerry Rice, Franco Harris. I think we had a purple people eater too. Yeah, Marshall. I believe Jim Marshall was here at one point in time in the 80s for a hot minute. Yeah, did we have somebody else? It's a good question, man. I'll think about that. I don't think we had anybody else. Obviously, we had the Randall on there. But I don't think we had anybody else. I'll think about that. That's good trivia. Edgerrin James. Yeah, Edgerrin's good. If he's not in the Hall of Fame, he'll eventually get there. Tommy Eden says, I guess you could count Warren Moon as a Hall of Famer who made a stop in Seattle. There we go, Tommy. Yeah, that would be another one. So we've had a couple come through. Trying to think about who we've had in here that might be on that slate of things. I feel like we're missing another one too that's like somewhat obvious. I don't know. There's one off the top of my head. Raya says, where do I think Le'Veon Bell will end up? I think Le'Veon Bell is not going to be on a football team next year. I think people have seen enough at him. What did he average, like 3 yards a carry last year after taking that year of football off and all that? Like, it just, I don't think anybody looks at him and really sees it. He went to Kansas City, didn't do anything with them. I don't think there's much there for him. I think he's reached the end of his road. And you feel bad for running backs because they can't get paid on the open market. And he was out there trying to get paid and nobody's paying him. And they were trying to put him on the franchise tag. And he sort of held the line. I'm not doing the franchise tag. I'll wait a year and then you can force my way out and you'll trade me and somebody will pay me. And it kind of worked out. He did get paid. So it worked out a little bit in him, but he did lose some money by doing it that way. And it, again, just illustrates how hard it is for these running backs to go out there and get their money. I mean, Carson got $2.5 million this year. It's in this year's contract. Like, you got more money than that. You got more guarantees, but it's just tough. Yeah, don't get me started on Hutchinson, either one. That bitter pill still sticks in my throat. Seahawks Gaming, we had Terrell Owens. That's true. Terrell Owens was here. Jahari Evans. I don't know if Jahari Evans is going to be a Hall of Famer. That was a bad one, too. That was a Tom Cable. Like, how about the Raiders offensive line? All those Raiders offensive linemen wanted to get out of there away from Tom Cable this offseason. That's the new scuttlebutt, is that they all got tired of him and wanted to just get out anywhere else. Isn't that interesting? Ray Jackson says Baldwin was a good player, but a total dick to the highest paid player on the team who he resented. There was definitely some issues, it seems like, between Russ and Doug. There were some schisms there. It was very schismy. You Ray Jackson says, by the way, I'm not advocating hiring Adam Gase unless Russell Wilson wants that. I don't, even if Russell wanted that. If I have to watch those googly eyes, dear God, no. No, dude, no googly eyes. LSDB, trade Lockett to the Bengals for a third rounder. And Auden Tate, he's 6'5", 228, and he can teach DK how to use his size. Sounds good to me. I'd prefer a second rounder, but if all you can get is a third rounder, I'm willing to do it. It frees up that cap space to go get some other players. Sean Harker says Jax may have an interest in Lockett with Shoddy and Bevel there. Yeah, very well could. And like I said, I think if you're looking at a team that would trade for Lockett, to me, it would be a potential trade of a team that's bringing in a young quarterback who wants to have a good slot receiver who knows how to sit in a zone and read zone and do the right thing and be in the right spot for his quarterback to provide him that kind of security blanket, because those young developing rookies are going to already be limited a little bit in what they can do and where they can go with it. So I makes a lot of sense. Makes a ton of sense there. For them to go that route. Will they give us a high second round pick for him? Probably not. It'd be a high third rounder at that point, probably. But again, I make that move because I'm looking at this as a long-term situation as much as anything else. Randall says Golden Tate had the most success of any player after they left the team in Pete's era. I would say he did from a production standpoint, Randall. I think Russell Okung has probably made the most cheese moving on. Man, that guy, do you see guys what he did with the Bitcoin, where he got paid in Bitcoin last year, and then the Bitcoin went up over the last year, and he tripled his money. He was like the third highest paid player in the NFL last year when you factor in his Bitcoin increases. I thought that was pretty crazy. Yeah, he's a dude. He definitely, there wasn't a lot of guys they move off from. When Seattle moves off from guys, they don't tend to have much left. They tend to be about done. They get the most out of that they can. Jay says, I think J.J. Schuster kind of suffered from the same thing as OBJ, too much early success, insane first couple of years, and then they look like they just like being a football player and not the best. Could be that. I mean, the scuttlebutt with him coming out was he was like one of the hardest workers on the team at USC, and he was a hard worker coming out the gate. I would be interested to hear if the Steelers front office feels like that work has gone back a little bit, if that's the word from it, that he sort of got comfortable and was sort of like, I'm good. I've arrived. I've done it. I'm here. I don't know if it's that is the case with him, but it certainly seemed like it's either that or he was very reliant on having a guy like Antonio Brown, a upper talented receiver who will take a lot of the attention away, that once you make him the number one guy, he's not the same versus having a number one guy on the opposite side from him. Tommy Eaton's got another former Hall of Famer that played here, and Kevin Mawai, guy that when we let him go, I was not happy with. That's another one of those guys, he goes, I think they were able to get Robbie Tobeck, I think, in here instead of Mawai at that point, Tommy, but that was one that definitely sort of hurt at the time, because you knew that guy still had a lot of really good football ahead of him. He wasn't super old at the time that he was being moved on from, and just a real everything you could want kind of, I think, from that center position. That was a tough one. That wasn't like the Pete Kendall done, where Pete Kendall just talked his way out of town. He just kept popping off, and he just got real mouthy, and so he eventually moved on from him. But the Mawai one was a tough one. Sebastian Janikowski said Jay said Sebastian Janikowski might be Hall of Famer one more day. Yeah, he may get in on the Veterans Committee. He may. He did that. He played like 20 odd years as a kicker. Sometimes that's enough to get you there. He might fall just a little short. I don't know if he's got the accuracy stuff that'll be, he might get dinged for some of that. Randall McDaniel says the defensive tackle from the Vikings here a few years. I think he's all. There we go. Sorry, I had a little bit of a blip there. The chat was just mentioned, that was Randall. Something Randall. What was the first name round for the Vikings? But yeah, he played good here, John. He was pretty darn good for us. He was solid. Dwight Freeney, that's another one. Yeah, Dwight Freeney played here for a while. So we've had about like 9 or 10 Hall of Famers come through for a cup of coffee. John Randall, that's what it was. Jay says that was John Randall McDaniel. LSD, Jason, to be fair, Juju Smith-Schuster's nowhere nearly as bad as OBJ is. I think Juju just does a bunch of dumb stuff to expand his brand. I think it's been working so far. Yeah, it's more, he's not quite to that realm of OBJ, which I'm firmly of the camp in OBJ where it's like he doesn't like football at all, in my opinion. He just likes being a football player and all the things that come with it. I've thought about that with that guy for a while now. Ray Jackson with another $5 donation. Third dono of the day, Ray. Thank you, sir. I do salute you, and I appreciate you, man. Thank you. He says, DK is DK. Honestly, guy can't catch. Look, I know he's a bodybuilder in a wide receiver uniform, but the dude has to catch when it's necessary. He's not T. Lock. Well, I think that his hands are not preeminent, not the best in the league. I don't know if I lean on him as much, Ray, as some, and you're not alone in this. There's other folks feel he really struggles with his hands. I don't as much feel that he struggles as much with his hands. I don't think it's as much of a problem, and I don't think it's as much an issue it's going to hold him back. I mean, if he's horrible with his hands and he got 1,300 yards in his second year, that's pretty good. And when you look at the first 2 years of DK Metcalf's career, he's had as good a production as any NFL wide receiver in his first 2 years. Better than Rice, better than Terrell Owens, better than go down the line. Pretty much anybody but Randy Moss, he's had a better first 2 years of his career too. And he's very young, only 22 years old. So 23 years old. So to me, there's still room and time for him to reach his top end. When Tyler Lockett got in this league, he was, I think, already at 22 years old, 23 years old when he got here. He wasn't developing through the first couple of years on the line. He's a young guy. He's coming along. There's room for it to get a little bit better. But even if he slightly struggles with his hands and he's giving me 1,500-yard years in his prime with 14, 15 touchdowns a year, I think I can work around some dodgy hands if that's what he's giving me. I think I can make do with that, But thank you for that $5 donation. I appreciate it. Devin Hester was here for just, Devin was here, wasn't he, Randall? That's right. Devin Hester's another one. He will go to the Hall of Fame. I 100% think Devin's going to make it in eventually. Tommy Eden, Kenny Easley. Well, I don't know if Kenny Easley was here for his whole career, though. I don't think he might have played for a second with another team for a minute before they cut him. LSD just wants Auden on the team. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Dark Rage, the other day I was streaming until 12 a.m. Yeah, I'm not going to 12 a.m. today. We'll go a little shorter today on this stream. But yeah, I got so hyped up by the Carlos Dunlap signing on the last stream that I just was riding high for hours. I lost complete track of time. Plus, you guys have been so much fun talking to you guys in the chat and just going through the options and all the possibilities. HBI, stay live, baby. We got stuff to talk about, Jerry O'Malley, Mark Lewinsky had a nice little career revival after leaving Tom Cable's grips here. Facts, Jerry. Facts. That one hurts a little bit, doesn't it? And that's one that definitely hurts, where it's like you drafted the guy, you knew he had some upside, he had some physical ability, but he just wasn't a Cable guy. And Cable's one of those guys, I think he held back our offensive line for years here, thinking he could just get by with guys, always selecting the run blocker first over the pass protector and thinking he could somehow teach pass protection when that really doesn't seem to be exactly Tom Cable's forte. It hurts to lose Mark. He's now one of the building blocks up on that Colts team, and they got him at a decent little price too. He's not signed for some huge contract, just did a good deal for them. LSD says, do you think DK has been acting out because Russ and Peace keep gassing him up so much? Russ publicly says he thinks DK is a future Hall of Famer, laughing out loud. No, it comes back to watching a couple of the games this year and understanding why he was frustrated at moments that he was frustrated. When you're one of the top 5 wide receivers in this league, you got that talent to do that, then you need to find a way to get that guy 10 targets a game. Get him 10 targets a game. Get the ball to him. Look at the first Cardinal game against Patrick Peterson. Russ did not target him, would not even look his way until the end of the game. And then when he finally looked to him at the end of the game, he damn near won the game on our own. Remember, he had that bubble screen that David Moore got called for the bad block on, that he housed it at that point and would have won us that first Cardinal game, which, by the way, would have put us up into potentially that first-round bye status for last year. That would have frustrated me as a receiver. And you saw it happen in the Ram game where he has to go through the Ram game where you don't target him. And then everybody after the Ram game is talking about how Ramsey, locks him down, draped all over him, didn't give him anything. You didn't target me, Russ. Target me. And in the Rams game in the playoffs, when he really had his biggest freak out that everybody's going to point to, well, we weren't again targeting him. And again, you saw Russ have to come over there and slap his hand because I think he was a little upset at Russ, not necessarily the scheme or the coaches, but Russ, give me the ball, Russ. Why can't you, what is holding you back from targeting me? And you saw later on that game, he finally did throw him down the field and got a 50-yard touchdown catch in that game. It's not, has DK been wrong? Has he been off? That's why I have some patience for and don't call him a diva. If we don't target you and then we lose a game because of lack of targeting you, I'm going to be a little mad about that. And I'm glad you're mad about that as a receiver because you should be. It's kind of stupid. Utilize your best offensive weapon. Shouldn't be that hard. Seahawks Gaming says Sean Springs or Marcus Trufant. Neither of those guys are going to go into the Hall of Fame. Neither of those guys are Hall of Famers, unfortunately. But those are good players. Good players. Hall of very good. Just not Hall of Fame. Sean Harker says DK is going to be the highest paid wide receiver in the league, bro. Yeah, absolutely he's going to be. And if we weren't willing to pay him, there'd be 31 other NFL teams that would be happy to pay him that mark. Edgerrin James also stopped in Seattle. I agree. I think he will be a Hall of Famer when it all is said and done. I think he's going to have enough production, both running the ball and catching it out of the backfield. He just put up so much yards. He's just kind of undeniable at that point. Randall says, I wonder how much it would cost Cleveland to move off of OBJ. I think this would be year 3 with them. Baker seems much better without him. The Browns would be smart, in my opinion, to move OBJ because they can get some assets for him. They were better without him last year. And then to the third point of this, Randall, is that they are not actually on the hook for any of his bonus money right now. The New York Giants on the contract extension he originally signed with them took all of that dead money hit when they moved off of him. So now it's all base money that they get to operate off of by moving off of him from at this point. It's all free and clear, essentially. So it'd be smart to me of the Browns to do something like that. UE2K says Browns' problem is no one will trade for the OBJ contract, especially after his injury. That could be the one thing holding it up, Yui. You're right. That could be the one thing holding it up with it. Very, very salient point, man. Salient point because it is at a fairly high base, if I want to remember correctly. Like it's like $14 million base salary, at least somewhere in that neighborhood of things, and that might be just a little bit too much for a guy coming off an ACL tear. Jerry O'Malley, what are your thoughts on Amari Rodgers, wide receiver from Clemson, possible target in the 4th? I see Amari as a guy that is really a slot specialist only guy. I have looked at him. Let me get my, I think I've looked at him. Thought I didn't. Thought I did that one. Let me take a look and see. Yeah, I did him. Okay. So Rodgers, he's a real polished receiver with not a lot of wow traits to him, and he is a slot-only specialist kind of guy, so this does limit his value to me a little bit. I don't see a guy that can play on the outside at the next level. He's the son, of course, T. Martin, former Tennessee Titan, former Tennessee Volunteer great, helped win them a national title with the Tennessee Volunteers. And so he's got a little bit of that nice pedigree you like for, where his dad played in the league, and maybe he's got a little bit of that NFL readiness to his game, which is what you see out of him in college. Is he's very polished for where he is at. Not a lot of rough edges to him. He gets off the line extremely quickly, like you'd expect out of the slot. He'll be able to create some open separation very fast at the NFL level doing that. He's excellent after the catch. He always seems to break the first tackle. First guy's not ever going to seem to be able to bring him down. Good, solid hands working out of the slot. Doesn't have a lot of drops. You can rely on him. This is what you want out of a slot receiver. Quick off the snap, able to give you some yak, good route runner, all those things. So this is part of why I think he is very, very good in that realm. He's good at contested catches, but he doesn't have a very big catch radius. Some of that is the size limitations, being he's 5'10". Some of it just doesn't have the longest arms to make those kind of catches far out away from his body. He is a good hands catcher, so he's not needing to put it into his body, being a smaller guy like a Lockett kind of can sometimes do. But you rarely see him catching with his body. Everything is up, out, away from his hands, that's more of a comfortable thing as much as anything else. And he's very comfortable in that aspect of things. I expect him to be able to produce immediately at the next level. He'll come in and he'll be a very good upper level slot guy in this league the second he arrives. But he'll also then tapped into that top end immediately. He's probably not going to rise up any higher as far as his performative level goes. He's going to be what he is coming out of the box, and that is it. So there's a certain amount of level, there's a certain amount of value at that. But is that a level of value that I want to pay in the third round? No, I got him as a fourth round guy right now, probably dropping even a little bit further just because of you're only in the slot at that point. That limits you to me. And slot guys are a little bit easier to grab if we're talking about just a slot guy. But yeah, so you said possible target in the fourth, Jerry. I thought you said possible target in the third. So Jerry, you're right on the button. That was my assessment of him, was in the fourth round, mid to later fourth round. I would jump on Amari Rodgers. I think he'd be pretty good. But again, too, you've got Tyler Lockett right now as your slot guy. So it's like, And then I'm not positive with him on the blocking thing. That would be the one other thing with him. He is 5'10", so he's a little bit undersized for some of the blocking stuff that we do. But there would come to a point with him fourth, fifth, sixth round where the value is just so high at that point, you probably would overlook it knowing you're going to get a guy coming out the box who can give you production. Sean Harker says DK is a top 10 receiver. I think DK right now is a top 5 receiver. I don't know if there's 5 receivers you're going to name above DK right now, in my opinion. Seahawks Gaming, will Dunlap hit 100 sacks? I think he's 13 away and would be a Hall of Famer. I don't know if giving you 100 sacks is necessarily an instant you'll be a Hall of Famer if you had 100 sacks Gaming. It'll put him in the category. He'll be in the discussion for it at that point, 100%. Yeah, I would put him at 13 sacks this year. I mean, in a half a season last year, he had like eight and a half sacks for us. So yeah, I think he's gonna be a man on fire this year. I think he's gonna be motivated. I think he's gonna get a full off season to work in this scheme. He's got some help on the other side, so you're not just gonna be able to double and triple team him and keep his production held down by that method. So Brian Meyer says this ain't Browns talk. Every once in a while, it's fun to talk about some of the other teams here just a little bit. Adrian D, I think Kennedy Easley was going to play for Arizona, but at his doctor's checkup, he found he had something. I forgot what that something was. Kidney, I think the kidneys were failing out on him, Adrian. So he was taking the pain pills, the Toradol or whatever it was, and I think that he just too much lands on that hard cement turf of the Kingdom, and I believe it was his kidney failure. Something along the lines of the kidneys was the problem. Brian, Tommy, I want to see DK in more yak situations, not just deep balls. Why don't we run reverses with that dude? Just give him the ball. He can run over most cornerbacks and even linebackers. Very well could see them do that a little bit, Tommy. Some of it is a little bit of when you're talking about running like an end around with a receiver, the receiver is going to need to have agility and ability to cut upfield and do the side-to-side stuff a little bit more. As opposed to when you have a straight line guy like DK, you're going to want to keep him more in straight line situations. So I like him on bubble screens, and he showed a good adeptness at that, where then he's catching it and stops and gets to the full speed. When he's coming around that edge and he's going full speed, he's going to have to slow down a little, like you can hear the tires squeak a little bit as he's got to slow down to then try to cut it upfield. So I don't know if he'd be as well suited to run like an end around. But I agree with you as far as get the ball in his hands. And yeah, that is something that's going to happen because that's what this Rams offense does. It gets the ball, it schemes up plays where the receiver is going to be wide open, get the ball in his hands, and then be able to have an opportunity to be able to work in space. I would expect DK to be able to put in that situation a lot more this year than he was last year, where they became infatuated. Nay, fell in love with. Nay, became obsessed with the deep shot, the deep play. John Robinson says, who's a dark horse in the Wilson saga, and what's likelihood of Miami making a run? And if they package Lockett, what's the compensation? I think any team that makes a run at Zach Wilson at this point is making the run. It's got to be an offensive-minded team with an offensive-minded coach. That would be the only team that would make any sense to me. A defensive-minded coach first and foremost, being Carolina, being Miami. I don't think that they're going to jump up into a draft, add multiple picks in their draft, sacrifice future draft picks to get a player who's going to just be then on a defensive-minded team that wants to run the football and be balanced. So you probably could throw pretty much all of those out the door. I could see the team like the Oakland Raiders being a dark horse team. They still don't necessarily have an answer long-term at the quarterback position. They've got a little bit of draft capital to where maybe they could make it interesting on a team like New York at that point. I've got to think Gruden at one point or another is going to want to go get his guy rather than the inherited guy that he got in Derek Carr. He's in year 4-ish of that deal in Oakland. I thought they were going to make a much harder run at Russell Wilson, which it didn't even seem like they even tried. So I would say they would be maybe my dark horse team to jump up. It would be an offensive-minded team first and foremost to make the run. If we package Lockett, if they package Lockett, and what's the comment? If they package Lockett, what's the comment? Oh, you're making Zach. You're making Russell Wilson. Sorry, John. I misunderstood you. Must be getting late in the stream. Yeah, if they were to make a run at Russell Wilson, and if you were to do Russell Wilson and then package Lockett in there, which it makes a lot of sense to package Lockett in the trade because you would save money off the cap versus the $39 million dead money that you're moving Russell from. At that point, it would be 5 first-round picks plus a second-round pick in compensation. So I'd still want my equivalent, John, of 5 first-round picks. However, you need to assemble that by second and third rounders if it needs to be multiples of those to get the extra first rounders. But 5 first-round picks in a second sounds about right to me if we're talking about what the deal would be on that. UE2K, Giants were not better without OBJ. Eli had quit football but was still on the field. Baker was so focused on getting him touches that he forced him the ball. I'd love him here if not for his money. I love him for his talent here at UE2K. I just wish I was more convinced in watching the guy, and when I watch him play, that I'm watching a guy that's all in on football and just loves playing football. Maybe I shouldn't have those questions, but I just have a little bit of those questions. Randall McDaniel says, DK had walked off that Cardinals game. You'd have to make it an all-time play. Was still a phenomenal play. Absolutely was, man. At a time when you needed it, when the offense had nothing going, when you needed a miracle, and it was like a bolt of lightning. And I thought that the holding call was kind of just nitpicking a little bit. You know, it was like he was going to get by that guy whether the held happened or not. It wasn't even that egregious of a hold. That was annoying on that play. But yeah, it was a phenomenal way to God, dude. I was jumping up and down in my house, just about tore my Achilles in celebrating that play. Tommy Eden says, for my money, John L. Williams should have been a Hall of Famer, one of my favorite Hawks growing up. Mine too, Tommy. One of the reasons why I think I will always have a little bit of an infatuation with the thought process of getting a cool fullback, of the fullback not being completely relegated to an unimportant position that can't provide a real benefit having it on the football field. John L. Williams was such a fun player to watch. All that he brought to the football game, from the running, he ran like a running back, blocked like a fullback, caught like a pass-catching running back. He could do things like, as a fullback, take a pitch one way and reverse field as a fullback, go back across the field and bust off a 40-yard run the other way as a fullback. That's a play you see barely even fast running backs pull off, but John L. could pull it off at that position. Fun player to watch. Absolutely just a great football player. Randall McDaniel, Sean Springs was a dude. He still had a nice career. He did. Solid career. Solid career. I'd say Marcus Trufant and Sean Springs at the end of the day, it really had Sean was a higher drafted guy. He had more of the pedigree. His father played in the NFL. But both of them, I think, had probably pretty similar careers when it was all said and done. Springs might have had a couple more interceptions, maybe. They factored out to about the same place, though. Dark Ray says, to be fair to Russ, DK was getting shadowed on like 70% of those routes, according to Next Generation Stats. I saw cut-ups in some games, Dark RH. If you remember into that first Rams game, they did an overhead shot a few times of all 22 tape during the game because it was showing him starting to get frustrated, DK, and they showed shots of him getting open where they weren't throwing him the ball. So there may have been, certainly Ramsey probably covered him pretty good. But when you've got a great receiver, you've got to trust him at times, Dark RH. And one of my issues at times with Russ is that he doesn't throw enough with anticipation. He has to wait for guys to be wide open before he'll let the ball rip. I think you've got to sometimes just trust a big receiver like DK to go get that ball. And I don't think that there was enough of that in a couple of those games. Randall says, Mac Strong or John L is our all-time fullback. I'd ask Mac myself. Hard to say on that, Randall. That's really hard question, man. I mean, that is a hard question for me too to answer. I don't have a good answer at the top of my head right now. I like Tommy, have an affinity for John L because he just came up at that time when I was so young and just such a fun player to watch. But I mean, Mac is your, the way you drop a fullback and what you want from a fullback to do, that's what Mac did. I mean, he got everything done exactly. And he was a better blocker than John L. John L. is a better pass catcher than him. John L. is probably a better runner than Mac, but Mac was such a significantly impactful run blocking fullback that might be enough to almost elevate him over the top because he still was a decent runner and he kind of had hands of stones a little bit. But I'm going to give it to John L. I'm going John L on that one. I like me Mac, but John L's, it's me. For me, it's John L. Seahawks Gaming Mac was blocking edge defenders in the Super Bowl. He was. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There might be a way you could sell me on the argument that Mac was better than John L because his blocking was so, like of all of their skill sets between the two of them, of their plus skill sets that are better or worse, Mac's blocking skill set was just so good. One of the best blocking fullbacks of all time in NFL history. That is enough at that point to sort of push him above John L. I could be talking to that. Oh, Adrian was inducted to the Hall of Fame last year, Adrian? I didn't know. I think I had maybe heard that, but it was like a quiet one that happened if it did. I don't even remember like his speech or anything or none of that stuff. Brandon McDaniel says we should have signed Adam Humphries on a 1-year deal. Might be kicking ourselves on that one at the end of the day. Though there's some other places you can get some slot guys from here, so we're not completely out from being able to do that. Jeffrey Nicholson says, how did DK get to the NFL? Catching passes that weren't thrown by Russell. DK's lack of separation late this season created too many 50-50 opportunities. Russ was directed to cut out the turnovers and was hesitant to throw the ball into tight windows, unlike earlier in the season. Well, the second part of what you said might be very true, and he just wasn't going to throw those tight windows because of Coach Carroll dropping that mandate that he's not to do it. I don't know if I buy in as much on the DK was getting a lack of separation in the second half versus the strong separation he was getting in the second half. I don't know that I saw a lot of proof for that necessarily. Mike Robinson was a good fullback too, though he would be sitting definitely on the lower third of that three-rung tier. So it might go John L. Williams, you go Mac, I'd then go Michael Robinson, and then I'd go who's the guy we had, the preacher, Leonard Weaver, the man with the stiff arm that we would call the baptism. And DK does still have some room to improve. He's not yet a finished product. He's a guy on the rise. He's not hit his top end yet, which is pretty, as Sean said, it's pretty incredible to think about. Darker H, is it fair to say that the Seahawks lost the Jamal Adams trade? He can't cover well, and they could have used those 2 firsts somewhere else. I touched on this a little earlier in the stream, Darker H, and this is where I love watching narratives take form and take root and become considered facts when they really shouldn't be considered facts. We may eventually see it proven out that Jamal Adams is not good in coverage. But that is not what Jamal showed out in his career in college or through the first couple of years that he played with the New York Jets. He was rated by Pro Football Focus as one of the best covering safeties with the Jets through his first few years. So do we take the data of his college career? Do we take the data of his first couple of years of playing in the NFL? Or do we take the one outlier year of data in which he had a myriad of injuries, in which he came to the team late, which he had to find his way and figure out the scheme on the fly, a scheme that was completely opposite from the scheme he was coming from in New York? I have a harder time coming to that conclusion off sample data versus what we have on all of this other data to go off of. And when I look at it, let's go to what I always like to talk about, which is the eye test. We go beyond the stats of what Pro Football Focus tells us, which is that he's an elite cover defender all these other prior years prior to coming to Seattle. Let's go beyond that. What are some moments that stand out to us in him failing at coverage over last season? We got the Buffalo Bills game on a key third down. For some damn reason, Norton's got him covering Diggs in the slot. Does that sound right to you guys? Should the strong safety be covering Diggs in the slot? Does that make any sense to any of you guys? Was Adam sold to us as being a slot corner? I don't remember that being what his claim to fame was. Or then you've got the Patriots game early on in the season when Edelman beats him deep down the field for a bomb. That's another slot receiver, one of the better slot receivers in the league. Why is our strong safety covering a slot receiver 40 yards down the field? Or let's go to the playoff game against the Rams. Cooper Kupp, 40 yards down the field. Once again, guy can't get his arms up to even make a play on the ball because his shoulders are hurting him so damn much. There to make a play on the ball, running step for step with Cooper Kupp. But in my opinion on this, in all three of those situations, and all the situations where you see him, for the most part, struggling in coverage throughout last year, it's because you're not having him cover the right player. Strong safety should be covering running backs. Strong safety should be covering tight ends. Strong safety should not be covering wide receivers. So this is where I come into on this. This is where I land on this. I think if you put Jamal Adams in a position to succeed in coverage, he will succeed. You want to put him in a position to fail in coverage, he will fail. And then the last thing on this that just pushes me over to this side of it is the fact that he had so many injuries. When your groin is pulled, when your shoulders are tapped out, when you've got a problem with your elbow, like broken fingers, are we really going to be surprised that this guy at a performative level is not going to be able to his top end at that point? And then we go, okay, well, is he injury prone? Or was this a 1 year off like his coverage limitations? It would seem to indicate that when you look over his whole history that he doesn't seem to have an injury playing problem. So go off the multiple years. Don't go off the 1 year. And no, I don't think that it makes it indicative that it's a horrible trade that they went after it. Certainly it was a trade of desperation. Certainly it's a trade that you gave up more draft capital than I would have liked to have given up. But if I can go get a Hall of Fame football player in the middle of his prime, I'll go make that move all day. And I'll find a way to make it work. Seahawks Gaming, if not Golden Tate, what about Cordello Patterson? Everybody in the world would know a sweep is coming because that's all he does, but he's a good target. Or, you got him at a bubble screen thing too when he's in. It's one of those two kind of Seahawks Gaming, but I like his game. I've always liked his game. He's not a super old player. You can use him in the kick return game as well, Seahawks Gaming, so there's some stuff to like with him. Not going to cost a lot. You're right, it's a little bit predictive because he's not really turned into any kind of receiver at this point in time. But he could be interesting, and he's certainly got some of the size to where maybe he could do some of the blocking stuff that we need out of that slot guy as well. So that's the other part that it adds a little bit of value is he could maybe come down and do some of that down blocking. Jeffrey Nicholson says, DK in this new scheme will be incredible. I think so too. It's going to be harder for teams to predict what route he's going to run or where he's going to be on the field playing and play out. The disguising, the pre-snap versus post-snap, what you're showing on a look is just going to keep teams a little bit more on their heels rather than on their toes. Randall McDaniel, I doubt Dunlap's a Hall of Fame guy. Maybe he can get in. Maybe he can get a ring or two. Maybe a ring or two with the Hawks can get him in. Yeah, maybe that I'm with you. I don't think he gets in. But hey, maybe if he goes on some career resurgence over the next 3 years and puts up 39 sacks in 3 years and wins 2 Super Bowls as a foundational member. Not bad, huh? Yeah. Brandon Jackson, another $10 donation. My sir, you're going to make me blush over here. Thank you so much for that. Your 5th donation today, man. He is funding. This stream is brought to you by Ray Jackson, folks. Ray Jackson. Ray says, Brando, I wanted to send you an example of the caliber of fans in this chat. Brian Myers, Ray Jackson. What would a different quarterback make a difference on DK catching a pass? Why would a different quarterback make a difference on DK catching a pass? Well, on this, there's a lot of stuff with DK on this, Ray. I think I will say this: when it comes to DK and Russell Wilson, I think they are a perfect pairing of their talents. Russell's deep ball and the way he throws, I think, is a very good pairing. I think DK could be an effective receiver with other quarterbacks. Could you make the argument up into his career trajectory as we stand right now and moving forward in the future is to have Russell Wilson as a starting quarterback and throwing him these deep passes because of said reasons being they are such a pure skill fit together and how they operate and the way they go about what they're doing. Yeah, you could make that argument that he's at his best with Russell and he would be a little bit lesser. But I do think DK is also a very, very highly talented player who got lost in the draft process because of a couple reasons, not just because of one reason. He got dropped in the process because he ran a limited route tree, because that offense was limited. He got dropped in the draft because his quarterback was god-awful in college and couldn't get him the football, certainly couldn't get him the football deep. That dropped him. And then the spine injury came through too. Teams were scared to death of the spine injuries. Spine injuries end careers all the time. See Cliff Averill, see Cam Chancellor. They got worried by it. Those three factors all came in together to allow DK to drop through the draft. But take out the injury, take out the bad quarterback play. He's now showed he can run pretty much a full route tree. Now he can tap into that talent, and he can tap into it at a variety of different places. Wouldn't just have to be here. It could be other places. But that's not to say, though, Russell and him aren't a really, 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 really nice pairing. LSD agrees with me as far as on the Jamal Adams trade. Glad to see it. Sean Archer, what available pass catchers are we going to get? Going to be Brown, huh? Sean, I think Brown's kind of the front runner right now. I think Golden Tate's a guy that you could take a look at in there. There's not a lot on the market open and available right now, Sean. So you may have to look at in a trade, look at a trade possibility maybe. And maybe that's something that they look at. Maybe they look at an OBJ if they can get him to restructure on a new contract. But something along those methods. Brian, it's okay, Brian. I know you know football, Brian, and I know it. He's Ray's feisty. Ray's just a little feisty today, right now. He told us he's a little lit, so he's just. Oh. And I know you know your stuff, Brian, so it's all good. Randall, Seahawks Gaming, I think Patterson's an interesting. Yeah, Randall. So I'm glad you're on that boat with me too, Randall. He's an interesting guy. He could run those. I've always thought with Patterson, give him 5 fly sweeps a game, give him a bubble screen, let him use his stuff in space. He's a kick returner. Seems to be almost a little bit of a guy that comes in only a couple $1 million a year type contract. I feel like I could find that value on the field on my team. Micah Parker, it was Carl Eller, not Marshall. My bad. Carl Eller, that's right. The Purple People Eaters. Purple People Eaters. That's the beginning of Coach Carroll's affinity with the 4-3 defense. You guys want to, coming from that Bud Grant system of things. Dark RH says, what do you think about Orlando Brown Jr. trade to the Seahawks? Well, the issue there, Dark RH, is that Orlando Brown has announced he wants to remain at left tackle after he filled in for their Ronnie Staley got injured for the season there at left tackle. He moved over from right to left. He wants to stay at left. Why does he want to stay at left tackle? Because left tackles, he feels like, probably gets paid more than right tackles. And he's going to want a big payday with it. I'm not certain his best position isn't over on the right side where Baltimore's had him. And I don't think I'm going to want to move Dwayne Brown to the right tackle position at this point to bring Orlando aboard. Still, he is a very good player, offers positional flexibility that he can play both sides, but he's going to want to cost a lot of money, and I don't have a place to put him. I got no room in the cabinet for him. Chris Nom, love the thumbnail. Oh, thanks, Chris Nom. Appreciate it. I was like, how about we do a wizard motif? Figured it'd be nice. EV2K, the only teams left to get Russ next year are the Raiders, Bears, Steelers, Falcons, Dolphins, Saints. I think all the other teams will address the quarterback this season. I think it's still a little bit more of a wider list of teams than maybe this year, UE2K. That's the part I like about it. As well as I think the thing that you've done this year is if you have teams that are sitting there like maybe the Raiders, like maybe the Dolphins, perhaps those are two teams that are sitting there going, we can't make the Wilson deal this year necessarily for some reasons, but what if we just have an eye to next year and we prep our roster, we prep our cap, we prep our draft resources in such a way to make sure that we can hit that next year. So you've also given those teams a bit of a year out to maybe prep for that potential. Randall McDaniel, Bobby Joe Edmonds is the best returner in Hawks history. I think he is as far as on, if we go on Randall, like complete, as far as longevity concerned. I think Lockett had more of the flat, like what do you have, like 4 or 5 touchdown returns in his first 2 years or something, where he had like a crazy return game through the first part of it, and that fell off on his game. But Bobby Joe definitely, as far as just consistency and longevity goes, I just love Bobby Joe Edmonds. He was a fun guy. Dark RH, Russ to the Steelers next season is interesting. No would be OP with him. New Orleans would be OP with him, though. Raiders completely got rid of their O-line, so they need to solve that. Yeah, they would. I think he would be pretty good with the Saints. That would be an interesting fit with Peyton and how Peyton knows how to use a little bit, maybe of an undersized quarterback, get through those limitations a little bit. I've long thought the Raiders were going to make some kind of play for him, but they didn't even seem to dip their toe into the Russell Wilson waters this offseason. So hard to see them necessarily doing it, but I think you have to think they'd have to consider it, especially if they go through another year the Raiders do this season with Card quarterback, and they, again, don't get to the playoffs or just barely sneak into the playoffs but don't get anything done. Adrian D., I don't think they had last year's Hall of Fame speeches because of COVID. That would explain it. That's brutal. Like, at least do a Zoom call at least. Like, put it up on YouTube if you're NFL, like it'll show up on the thing. I like those Hall of Fame speeches. Those guys really get into it. They're emotional. It's interesting to listen a little bit to their stories and how they got there, But congrats to Edwin. That was well earned. And let's not forget, the Colts had the guts in that situation to move on from Marshall Faulk just as he's heading into his prime, to know that they could go get some more draft resources because they were going to then go get Edwin James in that draft, and knowing what Edwin James was. They had enough of a certainty about him as a player to have the stones to make that kind of trade, which was big on their part. Oh, Brian, Ray, let's all get along. Can't forget Marcel Reese. Yeah, he came in for a hot minute. He's I always thought Marcel was more of a tight end guy, like a move tight end. Tommy Eden is Jimmy Graham, a Hall of Famer. He was dominant for a period of time with the Saints, and that is the criteria for it. It could be another for the Hawks. Could be. The problem I think that's going to work against Jimmy is people are going to look at him as less of a tight end and more of a receiver. I think that's going to hold him back from a stat standpoint to allow him to be there. So if we look at him right now, he's sitting at 700 catches, 8,000 yards, and 82 touchdown catches. I think that's just a little bit short. I think he would need to have either 1,000 catches, 10,000 yards, or 100 touchdowns, and he's missing all three of those, which would lead me to believe that he's not quite going to get it done. Zachary Schwegler. How you doing, Zachary? If we were to sign Sherm, when would we do it? I would expect the Sherm signing to happen before the draft. I don't know that I expect there to be something happening imminently or quickly, Zachary. I think there's reason for this to necessarily sort of take the time it takes and to go at the speed that it's going to essentially kind of go at. So I'd expect it to happen if it's going to happen here before the draft, but hard to say when inside that. Was Kenny Easley a free safety or a strong safety? Kenny Easley was a free safety. Well, no, he was a strong safety, wasn't he? They would do different stuff with him. So he would sometimes be up in a single high, but sometimes they would have him down near the box. So they played him a little bit multitude-wise. I don't think he was just one or the other. And watching his film, there was times you'd see him up over single high, up over the top, as the deep guy, or what would be more of the free safety type. But definitely played a little of everything. It was a little bit too back in the day, I want to say, with the free safety, strong safety roles. Because it was a little more of the cover two stuffish, it was a little bit less of a differentiation between the two positions. A free safety and strong safety could be very similar in certain respects back in the day versus now. Randall says Adam's going to ball out in 21. He's going to be out to prove everyone's calling who's saying he can't cover. 7 sacks and 5 picks, calling it now. I was very happy with his play last year. Fun to watch. Very fun player to watch. And I'm happy with it to him, and I think he'll be better in a year from now, and I think he'll be healthier. He's not an old guy, and I think I like that. 7 sacks, 5 picks. I'm on board with you, Randall. I'm on board that train with you. Dark Rage, thoughts on Deshaun Watson's situation. Initially my conspiracy hankles were being tickled with it, where I thought this was okay. This is the owner who lives in the same neighborhood of this lawyer, and they're trying to create a situation to hold Deshaun Watson there because they know they won't be able to get the value back from him, and their franchise is in complete hell if they lose him. When you get to this many accusers, though, and when you hear some of the details about some of the situation stuff, it starts to make me a little bit more thinking that there's maybe a little bit more to this situation than initially I had thought there would be. It's hard. It's like the Cosby thing, You get to 50, 60 accusers, and it's like, maybe people are dogpiling, maybe. And certainly accusation is not necessarily proof. It's not necessarily evidence in itself. But just as with the Cosby situation, and that was enough for enough people to come out, and finally one of them to click in enough for him to be held held the line at that point. I think likewise in this situation, enough of these are going to come out where at the very least I see him being suspended for a full year as a minimum, versus he could be looking at potentially even the end of his career if this is going to go this kind of route even further, where you're now starting to see the law jump into play on this, where they're entering into this fray now, which is when it starts to get really, really scary. UE2K Adams trade was horrible if we don't know how to use him, just like the Jimmy Graham trade where we tried to move the NFL's best pass-catching tight end as an inline tight end. Also, Adams played better behind a better front. Yeah, they did misuse Jimmy Graham when they were here with him, trying to turn him into an inline guy. I don't know if they were as bad as how they used Adams last year, because they went a lot more blitz heavy to take advantage of Adams' skill set. But there were those moments where it wasn't as good as well because they put him in positions where he shouldn't be put in. Specifically, covering wide receivers is not what you should really be asking Jamal Adams to do on a football field. So they need to be able to use him correctly as well. That's going to be an important part of this. Brandon Ray Jackson says, Brandon, the question was, what difference would a quarterback make? Not the draft and such. Maybe Alex Smith could hit him deep. No, I think if you're talking about a game manager taking advantage of DK Metcalf to that degree, which Alex Smith is the ultimate game manager. I mean, he's the ultimate guy without any sort of deep ball ability to him. Kirk Cousins is kind of a game manager type, maybe a little bit better than that, but then he's got a good deep ball with it. It's very quarterback specific on whether quarterback A, quarterback B, or quarterback C could still get the most out of DK Metcalf's, because it's all about what they have as far as the ability to get the ball down the field. And if they're limited in that respect, you take a guy like Tua, who I think is limited in pushing the ball down the football field, he doesn't get the most to me out of a guy like DK Metcalf. But if it's a game manager who's got some ability to throw a little bit deeper, then you could get a guy who gets very similar to what Russell gets out of it. Certainly, because there's going to be road throws, there's going to be routes that DK can run that he can't necessarily run with Russell right now. That doesn't, intermediate throws, which is not Russell's strength, but it's also probably not DK's route running strength. So part of this comes back to the good pairing between their two skills. But it all depends, Ray. It's real centric on what quarterback we're talking. Alex Smith would be a far drop off in what he could get out of DK Metcalf, but is this Sam Darnold as far a drop off as Alex Smith? I don't necessarily think so. Tommy Eden says, I want to see 3 safeties on the field. Could be so good for us and have the personnel to do it right now. And the pass rush we have now, man, so good, I think. I'd like to see it too, Tommy. I've long been lamenting that I'd like to see a little bit of this on the field, especially last year when you had Quandre Diggs and Marquise Blair and Jamal Adams. Find a way to get them all on the football field at once. To me, the quickest, easiest way to do this is that will linebacker role. If you're unable to bring back KJ Wright, you put Jordan Brooks out on the will linebacker on early downs. Then on passing downs, you move Jamal Adams to the will, and then you bring Marquise Blair out on the field as your strong safety. I think that that would be a really interesting look. You could do a variety of different things post-snap off of what you show pre-snap in those looks, and it would be innovative and something not a lot of other teams are doing throughout the league. Ray Jackson coming in with another $5 donation, sir. My goodness, 5 donos from Ray. Goodness, buddy. Brando, I can't speak for Brian, but he and I took a time machine back to 06, and he opted to trade for T.O. as opposed to re-sign Hutch. He was happy. Brian, oh my goodness. Brian and Ray are going at it right now, folks. We've got some heads butting up in the chat on this one here. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the $5 donation, Ray. You've been nice. You've been super dono. Brian, hang in there, Brian. I know he's going at you. Dark Rage says they'll pick up. Dark Rage says Steelers trading for us is very interesting. He could pick and choose what team he wants. They have $125 million in cap space next year, and only one guy they're on the hook for. Why are people forgetting Leon Washington's kick returning greatness? He was very good. Only here for I think like 2 years. Why? So he's got a little bit of the not a lot of longevity necessarily here, but he'd be right up there with those couple guys we mentioned. Dark Rage, they'll pick up Minka Fitzpatrick's 5th year. Only guy they're bringing back is TJ Watt. I think by next year, Dark Rage, they're going to have had to have paid both Minka and TJ by that point. Both of those guys will be on new contract extensions. So you've got to take, of that $225 million, you probably got to take about $30 million or so and move that off the books. But that's still a lot of Still a lot of cap space. D-Nugget says, Brandon, talk a little bit about our kicking game. We're doing good, yeah. Dickinson and Myers. Yeah, it's hard to do better when you're Myers as a kicker. Myers had the best kicking year in Seahawks history by far. I mean, he was not only accurate kicking and making all of his field goals, but he was hitting 50-yarders too. Tough 50-yarders. Yarders out in the elements with a little bit of wind. This is a guy who came off of a tough season in his first year with Seattle. I've always mentioned with kickers, even with punters, it's this way. You're going to get some fluctuation with these guys. It's hard for them to maintain some elite status year in and year out and keep that even as they're going through the prime of their career. It's just sometimes you get some bad years and then you'll get a couple good years. But with both of these two guys, they're in the conversation for some of the best kickers in the game. With a guy like Myers, you are paying for it. He's costing you, I think, $3 or $4 million off the cap this year in order to get that good level of kicking. So the cost, you're paying top of the market for him as a kicker, and you're going to soon be doing the same with Dickinson. I wouldn't be surprised to see him get a contract extension this year where they lock him in for the next 4 to 5 years as well. But it's probably the biggest strength of our team of all three positional groupings: offense, defense, special teams. Special teams is probably the best part right now of the team. Not the most important part, but probably the best part of the team. And it's probably specifically just because of those two guys, as well as we've got great coverage units. Cody Barton, Ben Burkervin, Valor. You got some guys that can also get down there and tackle on the special teams coverage. Michael Parker, which Seahawks have a chance for a surprise breakout this year? Rashad Penny. He's my guy at the top of the list because I think you're going to utilize a lot more outside zone in this scheme, Michael, which is going to fit more to, I think, Rashad Penny's game and allow him to flourish. If they're going to put Puna forward into the 3 technique off 1 technique, he's going to get a lot more opportunities to really rush the passer and be singled up in how he does so. So I would expect him to break out. I don't know if you can call it a breakout, but I'm expecting Carlos Dunlap to get you 13 sacks this year, which is going to look like a big breakout nationally speaking, but I don't know if you can consider that a breakout, for me. I think all these guys are going to really show out. Those would be the ones off the top of my head. I think those would be the number one guys. I think Alton Robinson's going to take a solid step forward. I don't know if it's a breakout, but I think he takes another step forward in his development as well. Tommy Eden says Rasheem Green could break out too on mop duty. Facts. I'm pretty low on Green at this point. Not showed me a lot here over the course of his career to make me think he's going to be anything special as we stand right now. Don't trade Russ. Do you think Russ gets pressured to throw at DK's direction every now and then? Another question I have is, do you think DK is a diva with his antics? I don't land on DK being a full-blown diva. I think all receivers have a little bit of diva in them naturally. We just see it, and it's become more and more as the league's gone on to me. It's just a part of what you got to deal with receivers. I don't think that Russell was as pressured to throw at DK. No, I think Russ just doesn't operate that way at the quarterback position. I think there's times where he forgets. It goes the opposite direction, don't trade Russ, where he will forget to go towards DK. And this is part of where DK's frustrations then come into play. Why aren't you targeting me? I'm the best receiver on this team. Why are you ignoring me? Well, that's not where the read took me. Well, that's not what I was looking at pre-snap. We'll start looking at something else pre-snap. So I think that's where more of that frustration comes into play. Seahawks Gaming. Seahawks always have great safeties. Cam Chancellor, Earl Thomas, Kenny Easley, Jamal Adams, Lawyer Malloy, Jordan Babineau. Yeah. You had one more on there, Robinson, right? We have Robinson back in the day. He was solid. He was good. LSD says, hey, I'm headed out. This is your first live I've been a part of. I love how interactive and knowledgeable both you and the community is. I will definitely tune in another time. Thank you, LSD. I will say it's the big part of what makes this show. It's really all of what makes this show is the brain power collectively of what we get out of the chat and your guys' thoughts and stuff on this as far as just thinking outside the box, man. I agree. I think I've got the smartest chat as far as Seahawks channels go. I go to those other channels and watch the chat, and it's a lot of like, we got guys in here who really, they make me think. There's times it takes me some time to even respond to sometimes the questions because just in the questions themselves, there's such a knowledgeable thought process at play. I love my chat. D-Nugget says, will Russell develop a Tom Brady-like hot route short passing game? No, but he's got to learn to embrace the intermediate passing game. I don't think he'll ever be really great at short passing game, but it doesn't have to be because he can win in other places that Tom can't. Tom will never have as beautiful a deep ball throw with the accuracy on a deep ball like Russell can, in my opinion. That will be a place where he'll always have a leg over up on Tom. But no, I can't quite see him at this point, 10 years in the league, developing a part of his game that's always been a little bit of a weakness as is. Brian, thanks, Brian. Hey, Brian, I appreciate you. I know you're locking heads a little bit with Bray, but I appreciate you hanging in here, Brian, and it's always good to have you on the chat, man. Randall says, I don't think Jimmy is a Hall of Famer, nor do I think Greg Olsen gets a gold jacket. Gronk, the only lock of current or recent tight ends. Antonio Gates might. I think Antonio Gates and Greg Olsen get in. I think both of them get in. It comes down to that thing I was telling you where it's the 1,000 catches. Let's look at his stats. It's the 1,000 catches. It's the 100 touchdowns. It's the 10,000 yards. You know, it's getting one of those markers hit, if not a couple of those hit, to me, from the tight end position. And I think that he's going to hit it. I'm looking right now. I hate this stupid thing. Man, they got to... So he's maybe, yeah, he's close. So he's 742 receptions. He's 8,600 yards. And he's 60 touchdowns. So you're right. Probably falls short at that mark. Probably falls short. That's a short spot at that. Let's see what Antonio Gates is at. I bet Antonio's got to get in. He's got to be like 10,000 yards. He's got to be 10,000 yards. Yeah. So Antonio's at 955 catches, 1,100 yards, and 116 touchdowns. He's an absolute lock to get in. But we're probably right here. Olsen's not going to get in. Jimmy's not going to get in. Space, what's up with KJ Wright? I can't believe they got rid of Reed. It made sense that they got rid of Reed. I think getting rid of Reed, Space, opened the door to bringing in Hyder and Mayo and Dunlap, as opposed to just holding on to Dunlap. I don't know if you can. I don't even know if you can bring back Dunlap back if you're holding on to Jaron Reed's salary at that point. KJ Wright's still in the mix with Seattle. There's other teams out there that are going to look at him. Dallas Cowboys are going to the Seattle Seahawks scheme. They could maybe use Sam linebacker early downs, guy to give him a hedge for Vander Esch over there a little bit. But I think we're still dancing in it, Space, and I think he's still got to be one of the top priorities for us on our list of guys that we're looking to sign. Randall McDaniel says, I wonder what the Packers do with the Rodgers next year. I don't think that they move off from him, not when he's playing this well, Randall. I mean, you just gave him two back-to-back years where he sort of reclamated off of the downturn that he was having at the end of Mike McCarthy's time there, really rejuvenated himself. It's going to be hard to move off of him when he's playing this well, especially when you can look at him and say, you guys not really gotten him a lot of the playmakers on the outside you could have to really get the most out of him. I think that they more likely than not look for a trade partner for maybe Jordan Love at that point. And as well as we've heard that Love hasn't exactly impressed on the practice field up until this point. UE2 cases, Antonio Gates, Hall of Famer. He's one of the guys that revolutionized the position and helped teams expand their minds on who can be a tight end. Facts. I think the other guy coming in before him did a little more of that, Tony Gonzalez, being that I think what you're referencing there, 2K, is the guys that played basketball who took those basketball skills onto the football field, which I think Gonzalez was kind of the original guy to do that. But Gates was right in the same line. He didn't come very far after him. Dark Rage, who are your top 5 quarterbacks, receivers, tight ends? Oh my God, that's a deep one. Top 5 quarterbacks, or you've got, Mahomes, Brady, Rodgers, Wilson. Let's go Josh Allen as my 5th, just for the hell of it. Wide receivers, I'd go DK Metcalf, Hopkins, Mike Evans, Tyreek Hill. I'm thinking. What would be my other one? That's a good question. I don't know my 5th. I got to think about my 5th one on that. Tight ends, best tight ends right now. Well, Kelsey's in there. Travis Kelce obviously in there. I think Gronk's still a top 5 tight end right now in the sport with all that he provides to the tight end position. Gosh, what a good question. I'm blanking right now. It's late in the stream here. Probably Waller from the Oakland's one of the ones would be up in there. Man, who's the other 2 tight ends that you'd poke to? That's a good question on the other 2. I'm not sure on. It's kind of not a lot of great tight ends right now in the sport. It really isn't. It's there's sort of a weakness right now across the NFL divide if you think about it. Kittle would be in there. He's probably the best. So I got to probably put him at number 1. So I'm down 1 wide receiver and tight end. I got to think about Darker Age. So I don't know on those. John Robinson says, do you think they'll continue employing exotic blitzing and disguising defense or go back to more vanilla cover 3 this year? I think they'll go back to more vanilla cover 3 this year, John, because they're going to have the pass rushers to let the front four go and get the work done without having to generate the pass rush. Part of generating the pass rush was to take advantage of Jamal Adams' skill set. Part of it also was to overcome the fact that early on in the season, especially, you didn't have the guys to get to the quarterback, and you needed to generate pressure, which is what they did. So they'll go back to more of their normal designs. Tommy Eden, I've always hated the receiver diva thing. It's kind of their job to want the ball. They need the ball to do their thing, and they have to compete with 3 other receivers, a quarterback, and a scheme to do it. Yeah, it's a position that's relying on somebody else for you to have success. And I don't hold them that accountable to it either, Tommy. I've seen guys like Jerry Rice turn into divas on the football field. So it's a thing that we've seen it happen too often to really make it seem like one player is being this great outlier by acting that way. And that makes me more of just in the position of just kind of shrugging and going, just deal with it. Unless they're completely into TO realm of thing where they're blowing up teams, where they're at that point of dissension. If it's just a matter of it's a little annoying, you deal with it and move on. So I'm with you on that one. Randall McDaniel, Jason Witten probably gets in too. Forgot about him. Plus he's a Cowboy, which helps. Yeah, he's a Cowboy. He'll get in. You know that. He'll get in. The Cowboy ones are always going to get in. Houston M says Jason Witten will walk into the Hall of Fame. Probably. And that's also his top end speed if he were to be running as well. Fun fact. Seahawks Gaming, who do you think will be the Hall of Famer on the Seahawks that is playing right now? Well, Russell Wilson is going to be a Hall of Famer. Bobby Wagner is going to be a Hall of Famer. I think DK Metcalf has got Hall of Fame potential, and I think Jamal Adams is on a Hall of Fame trajectory as we stand right now. So I think we got 4 Hall of Famers sitting on this roster currently. Don't trade Russ. After getting a center, wide receiver, and cornerback, what other positions do you think is the 4th most important to maximize our roster? Getting a guard that can compete with Gabe Jackson would certainly be interesting and beneficial, / getting a tackle. Probably a tackle above that because you could use a guy that has a hedge if anything happens with Dwayne Brown, / a guy that could push Brandon Shell. So that'd probably be, I'd probably go more, again, back offensive line, but I'd go like tackle, left guard would be, I think, where I would probably be at. I probably should be saying Sam linebacker because we currently don't even have a Sam linebacker. Don't trade Russ. So I'm thinking of this out loud. So Sam linebacker, but I think they could probably put Darrell Taylor at Sam linebacker and have him do some of that stuff, and he'll be moderately okay at it. Dark Ray says, I personally think they'll go 10-6 or 11-5 next season. That division will be a lot closer than most think. Could very well be. Could be. Whitey Wide, going to love to see Russ on rollouts with easy passes to tight end and running back screens, making life easier for him. Yeah, he's going to have an easier time playing the quarterback position than he's ever had in his whole 10 years playing here in Seattle. Less is going to be on his shoulders to be able to operate this offense, and I think that will get a better version of Russ out there on the football field. I keep going back to I know I make it very simplistic when I say it like this, but it really is simplistic like this. You take an offense that's designed in 1987s and you update it to an offense that's designed for 2021. And that's what you're watching. We're jumping up 3 decades here from where our offense was. And I think that's important. All right, so we are 4.5 hours in. I think I've gotten to everything on the chat. I got my brother in here. What's up, Rob? Good to see you. I love listening to Real Talk about the Seahawks. I love having you in here, buddy. Thank you for having in. Dark Ray says, Greg Olson's not getting the gold jacket, in my opinion. Gates is a lock solid. I agree with the Dark Ray. I don't think Greg Olson. Look at those stats. I don't think Greg gets in. He's going to be just a little bit short. A little bit short. Oh, Ray Jackson coming in with one more dono. What do you got up here today? $60 in donations, Ray? My goodness, sir. Thank you so much. You put a smile on my face today, man. Way to finishing the stream off strong. Ray Jackson says, why? At the end of my days, I want Brando to spread my ashes on the boulevard where all the trends in Hollywood are and say, here lives the second most Onyx Seahawks fan ever. Brando is number 1. Well, thank you, Ray. We will spread those ashes. I will be your ash bearer on that one. So, oh my God, that's awesome. Well, thank you for that donation, Ray. You probably came in with like $65 in donations. I do appreciate you, sir. You are super kind for doing that. Tommy Evans got number 5 as Diggs is number 5, and as tight end he puts Jonnu Smith. You could put Jonnu there. There's a couple guys I think that are kind of angling for that fifth tight end spot there. I think it's somebody else mentioned Gesicki. He really came on last year. He might be kind of tough to uproot him from Jonnu, but I think it's pretty close in there. All those guys are pretty close. I put Mark Andrews probably a little behind him. Randall, probably a little bit behind him. Don't trade Russ. How much success do you think Shane Waldron's going to have? Do you think he'll be better than Shoddy? I think he will be better than Shoddy. I think it's a question of I don't know when it comes to Waldron. He's never called plays. I think he'll be better because he's going to bring an offensive scheme that in itself is going to allow you more success. The fact that you have a modern offense that challenges defenses in the way you need to challenge defenses in the modern age in order for them to be on their toes, for you to have some early benefits, some early advantages pre-snap versus what's going to happen post-snap. He brings that to the game regardless of what his play calling style is going to be. And I think that in itself is going to be a benefit to our Seahawks and is going to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the offense overall because of it. Sam Z's got Jonnu Smith as his 5th. Like it. Randall McDaniel probably have some Hawk news by the next stream. I'm predicting a trade for picks. I think we are too. I think we are too going to have another something coming down the track here for the next stream. Stuff still seems like it's percolating back there, and this is going to be one of those off seasons. News is going to be lasting throughout. Don't trade Russ. Do you think Russ could get some MVP votes or even win it this year under Waldron's tutelage? Unfortunately, I don't, because I think Waldron's scheme is going to have too much of a balanced nature to it at the end of the day. In order to really allow Russell to put up the statistics he's going to need to be able to put up to get the MVP discussion. Let's face it, he's got to overcome playing out in the middle of Alaska, southern Alaska. And that not all these reporters that vote on the MVP discussion are going to watch the Seahawks games. So he can come out there and throw for 45 touchdowns and 5 interceptions, and there may be just some guys that don't even watch him play, and they're just like, oh yeah, same old Russ season. It is what it is. But I just think it'll be just too balanced. He'd have to be in more of a pass-heavy system to be able to be up in that MVP discussion, in my opinion. UE2K's got Wilson, Brady, Mahomes, Rodgers, Watson, and he's got Diggs, Adams, Hill, Hopkins, Jones. Like them? Those are all solid, man. Those are all solid. I can't argue with it. Jeffrey Nicholson says Ray Jackson be drunk as F. I'm happy Ray's drunk as F today. Ray. He's a giving man when he's drunk. I can only hope that Ray will be this sloshed during all of our live streams. Okay, well, if you got any last questions or want to hit up any last items, let's pop it on in the chat right now. I do appreciate you guys for lasting on in here. Another just great show. You guys keep me on my toes, and I love talking Seahawks shop with you. If you are watching this stream either now or watching it being recorded post henceforth, please do hit that like button. Please do subscribe to the channel if you could for me. We're on our rise to 5,000. Man, we shot past 4,000 subscribers about a week and a half ago. I'm already up over 4,100. We are on the pathway on that road to 5,000 subscribers. Let's go. So thank you all for your support. Ray Jackson, Randall McDaniel, thank you for your donations on the tube for the stream here. I do appreciate it. You guys are always very kind. D Nugget says, I toy with the other Seahawks channels, but this is the best one. I appreciate you, D Nugget. You're also very kind in your donation game. Thank you so much on that. Seahawks Gaming Falcons have like 100 Hall of Famers, but 0 rings. Cardinals got a few Hall of Famers too, don't they? Cardinals got a couple as well without any rings. It's kind of interesting. Seahawks Productions. Do you watch Seahawks, Brendan Nelson or Faloki? If not, they're great Seahawks YouTubers too. I've checked out a couple of those guys from time to time. They do good work. Do solid work. I think all quite honestly, I don't want to sound like not taking a pickings on this, but I really do think all the Seahawks YouTubers out there that do what they do, everyone's got their own little niche in what they do. I think everybody does really solid work. I don't have a guy that just drives me nuts that I don't like or I can't watch some of his content. So I like their stuff, man. Eventually, I'll get up and I'll get on my horse here and do some collaborations with some of these other channels as I get time. So I'm eventually get there. Eventually. Daniel W says KC makes me mad. They spend so much money on their defensive line, their offensive line. Meanwhile, we pay a middle linebacker $18 million a year who didn't create one turnover last year. He fell on a fumble. Big whoop. Chiefs are definitely something to feel a little bit jealous of. They're doing some smart moves this offseason. I like what they're doing, and that's how they maintained and been a good team for a very long period of time. So I understand where you're coming from, man. I do. GGC Nave says defensive rankings next year. I've got us sitting right on the precipice of the top 10 defensively speaking. So I think we're right up about 10 or number 9. I think that's probably our top end for defensive rankings outside of going and getting some more defensive help, just where we stand right now. But I think we're good and solid top 10 defense, and we have a chance to be a top 10 offense. You got a top 10 defense. You got a top 10 offense. You got a top 3 special teams unit. Guess what? That's a formula that can get you to a Super Bowl. So feel good about that if that's the case. Absolutely feel good about that. Hawk Blogger does good stuff too, D-Nugget. I like their stuff. Adrian D, collaboration with NorbCam. I certainly would, Adrian D. He's a big dog on this boat. You know what I mean? He's up near, I think, over 44,000 subscribers or something like that. He's been doing it for years. He's kind of big dog city, but I definitely would be down to do a NorbCab collaboration. I'm not against any of that. So, I love it. Seahawks Game says, I miss Michael Bennett's offsides. Don't we all? And then him tapping his helmet and doing his thing. Oh, dang, I stopped again. It's bad. All right, we got through all the chat. You guys have been awesome. Thank you for hitting that like button. Thank you for the new subscribers. I know we got a couple of you guys coming on board with us here. I will be back on Thursday, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. We do 2 streams a week here on the channel, 5 Pacific Standard Time, Thursday, 5 Pacific Standard Time on Sunday. We will be doing all 3 days of the draft. So wrap your head around that one, folks. It's going to be 3 days of awesomeness. Either way, I appreciate all of you on that in that realm for hanging up. We got a lot of you guys who stayed on the whole chat. You're in here all 5 years. I love your commitment level. Thank you for the kind comments. You guys keep me going in here. Thank you for the support. I love you guys. And please do not ever remember, or don't ever remember, don't forget, don't remember, whatever it is that you need to do to forget or to remember or to know or to keep at the forefront of your mind. Because there are some of you out there that are forgetting. I see you in the chat. I see your confidence wavering. The offseason is not good enough. We need more. This isn't enough. I see you out there. I hear you. But don't you worry. Don't you have fear. Don't you have wonder in your heart. Know right now, we're about to go on a Super Bowl run. I'm calling it. I'm calling it here right now. We're going on a Super Bowl run. Write it